Chapter 897. For ordinary beings of the immortal domain, the nine heavens were not unfamiliar with this legendary place. There were even records of the nine heavens in many ancient books and histories. It was a mystical place, rumored to have immortal origins. There were also immortal kings of the immortal domain who wanted to find the nine heavens, wanting to pay them a visit and seek the path of immortality. However, no one really found the nine heavens. This was unknown, and no one had truly seen the nine heavens. Many people felt that this was just a rumor, a yearning for a higher realm of immortality. After leaving the city of no return, head east. If you see a waterfall falling from the sky, then follow that waterfall and search for the source. There might be a crossing to the nine heavens there. The old city lord continued, his words complicated. He also didn't know if Qing Feng could truly find the nine heavens. He only heard this from his master. He saw a different hope from Qing Feng, feeling that there might be a glimmer of hope. Nine heavens. I understand, master. Qing Feng nodded, very seriously agreeing to the old city lord. He understood that since the old city lord told him this, he definitely had some understanding of the nine heavens, which was why he warned him. Outside the floating flame realm, the might of the heavens was vast and mighty. The two worlds collided, the momentum affecting the past and present, vast to the extreme. Qing Feng didn't waste any time, setting out, bringing the true Ho outside the palace, turning into an afterimage, heading forward to search for the nine heavens and the other seven wondrous realms. The floating flame realm would disappear soon. The great formation outside couldn't continue to operate, so he had to quickly return after searching for the nine heavens. Sun Shuang, who was currently stepping on a blue cloud, leaping between the mountains, watched this scene from afar, her expression a bit complicated. However, she quickly turned around and slaughtered her way into the dark green land filled with demonic qi. Thick, dark purple mist continuously gushed out from this place. Many places had cracks, as if strong winds were blowing out. She shouted, killing intent pervading the air, her long spear sweeping out, valiant and formidable, like a matchless war goddess. In the depths of the dark green land were the cracks of the blue sea realm. The demonic qi there was even thicker. There were even more powerful demonic species living there. After killing devils, one could obtain a type of energy crystal from their bodies. It was called Devil Core by the cultivators in the City of No Return. It could be used as energy to maintain the operation of the City of No Return, support the formation outside, and protect the floating flame realm. The fusion of the celestial realm and the higher realm was an unstoppable momentum of heaven and earth. Even celestial kings could only watch, and did not dare to interfere. If an ordinary cultivator were to set foot in it, the cultivator would instantly explode apart, and the cultivator would be obliterated in body and soul before being crushed into nothingness. The heavens even became transparent, many ancient irregular scenes appearing. The cultivators who had always lived in immortal domain could clearly see the merging of the two realms. He could see that in the upper realms territories, many broken universes were collapsing, but there was even more energy gathering there. This was a new type of power, splitting apart the primal chaos, evolving everything. Golden lotuses blossomed between heaven and earth. Dao rain scattered down, sparkling and translucent, blessing every single creature. Every cultivator felt as if they were being protected by the heavens and earth. Those who had been stuck in a bottleneck felt as if their minds were clear, and the bottleneck loosened. There were even some who directly comprehended on the spot, their entire bodies shining, entering an indescribable wondrous state. Even for ordinary people without cultivation, many of their illnesses disappeared, their lifespans forcibly increasing by quite a bit. The birth of a new heavenly Tao, blessing all living things. New powers pouring in, new Tao methods appearing. This is a great era rarely seen throughout eternity. Many cultivators and creatures were discussing, their voices full of excitement and excitement. Endless immortal light radiated, enveloping the heavens and myriad regions. The new Tao completely replaced the damaged natural laws of the past. Immortal domain and the higher realm finally merged into one. Even though they still needed a period of time to get used to it, everyone could afford to wait. It's going even more smoothly than I imagined. The other side is also quietly watching. Many old fellas from Immortal Domain aren't willing to show themselves either. Are they all scared? Or is it to say that they are actually waiting for something? Gu Chang's figure appeared in Divine Country, his eyes carrying a bit of contemplation. Young master, it seems like Divine Country needs to expand its territory several times. These past few days, I've already come into contact with those immortal kings from Immortal Domain. I'm thinking about how to decide the positions of the many long-life families and undying inheritances in the higher realm. There are quite a few true immortals in Immortal Domain, while in the higher realm, there are very few true immortals. The most powerful are only individuals with deep foundations, not reaching true immortal level. I fear that when the time comes to divide the roles, it will lead to conflict between some clans of the two realms. Moreover, there are still immortal kings in Immortal Domain. There is no way they will listen to the orders of some human Tao existences. Only when facing people like us, who are close to young master, will they show respect. Yinmei spoke, not knowing what Gu Chang'e was thinking about, instead discussing Divine Country's future development, carrying a bit of distress. After Immortal Domain and the higher realm completely merged into one, the Divine Country that ruled Immortal Domain had to expand its territory, make the scattered Immortal Domain complete. Therefore, Divine Country had to make many forces in Immortal Domain submit. I've considered this matter before. The merging of Immortal Domain and the higher realm can only be considered the first step, and Divine Country is only the initial embryonic form. Moreover, I will set the rules. Immortal Domain and higher realm are clearly separated, so the rules are natural. Immortal Domain, human master upper realm. Immortal Tao beings cannot interfere in the lower realm. Gu Chang'e retracted his thoughts and told Yinmei his plan. At that time, establishing Divine Country was only to coordinate the higher realm for future plans. As for how Divine Country would prosper or decline, it was not in his consideration. For Divine Country to be so prosperous and strong now, it was really beyond Gu Chang'e's expectations. Of course, the most important credit was to the people around him, Yinmei, Ji Qingxian, Bai Lian and the others. After all, although he was the master of Divine Country, he was in a state of being a hands-off boss, basically not asking about things. Immortal Domain? Human Master Upper Realm? Yinmei nodded. She indeed had such thoughts. Otherwise, if immortal Tao beings descended to the upper realm, it would definitely be a terrible disaster for the upper realm. It was like in ancient times, when Immortal Domain and upper realm coexisted, but there was no clear boundary between the two realms. Therefore, many immortal Tao beings fled to the upper realm, wantonly killing, and chaos for a time. In the following time, Gu Chang'e set the rules of the New Testament while working with the Moon King, Immortal King Aod, Immortal King Gu Xian, and the others to rebuild Immortal Domain with great magic power. The universe in his palm shook, bringing the broken universes back into Immortal Domain. Many broken lands and universes were pulled from the chaos, reassembled and reassembled. Chaotic chi surged, divine light overflowed, light illuminating the sky, and a new universe was being opened. Such a method was not difficult for immortal kings, but it would take a long time. Southern Immortal Domain, Northern Immortal Domain, these split immortal domains after countless years once again collided. Immortal Domain was finally restored. At the same time that Immortal Domain was restored, Gu Chang'e also set the rules of the New Testament. Immortal Tao beings could not descend to the lower realm. If they forced themselves to descend, they would be restrained by the heavenly Tao, and their strength would be reduced to less than 1%. New Testament rules appeared, and traces of the great Tao appeared between the two realms, imprinting these rules. The group of immortal kings was shocked. This was equivalent to a true law, changing the heavenly Tao rules. They could not imagine such great power at all, nor did they dare to imagine. The following days, compared to before, were very stable and calm. Many beings who felt that Immortal Domain was facing a great disaster found it unbelievable. Of course, ordinary beings, even true immortals, did not know what would happen in Immortal Domain. The level of Immortal King was too far away from them. They could not touch it at all. However, now that the environment of the two realms was stable, many immortal domain geniuses would choose to descend to the lower realm to train and fight with the upper realm geniuses. Such a great era indeed meant a supreme opportunity for the younger generation, making many of the older generation envious. The two realms developed rapidly, and many dazzling figures also appeared one after another, blooming with dazzling brilliance. And it was after 3 years like this that a voice was heard in immortal domain. The immortal kings took the initiative to ask for Wuxia to unify immortal domain, rebuild immortal palace, and restore ancient glory. Such a voice quickly spread, immediately causing all kinds of commotion, and people of all clans and orthodoxies were discussing. Since the immortal domain existed for countless years, except for the former immortal palace, no one had ruled and unified this vast territory. Because no one had that kind of strength, it was difficult to make all the forces submit. After all, compared to submitting to others, wasn't it better to monopolize a universe and dominate it? Why should he live under someone else? Such news naturally caused many cultivators to be shocked, and they were guessing whether it was true or not. Of course, whether the immortal kings took the initiative to ask for it was impossible to judge, whether it was true or not. However, from the many signs, the unification of the immortal realms was inevitable. Just like the unification of the upper realm, it was only a matter of time. The name of Immortal Palace has already decayed. From today onwards, Immortal Domain will have the name of Heavenly Court. In the majestic palace, many immortal kings of Immortal Domain were present. They all had serious expressions, and they did not dare to say anything. Apart from those who attended the banquet at the Moon Prince Mansion, a few other immortal kings also appeared. At this point, unless they really wanted to oppose Wuxia, they could only choose to submit. This was inevitable. Wuxia stood in the palace. The moment he finished speaking, the dull sound of thunder echoed in the world, and an extremely terrifying scene rose in the distance. Strange crimson lightning struck down in the universe, and there seemed to be shadows of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Someone was roaring and killing, and the murderous aura seemed to be coming from an endless distance away. Even the immortal kings felt a chill run down their backs, and they were a little frightened, as if they were suddenly targeted by some indescribable existence. This is great karma. The old immortal king Wuxia's expression was very heavy. He knew what Wuxia meant when he said Heavenly Court. Why didn't the immortal palace in the past be called Heavenly Court or Immortal Court? It was because it could not bear such a huge karma. It would suffer a backlash sooner or later, and collapse and decay. A force like the immortal palace, to the immortal domain, could be said to have been in its embryonic form since the birth of the immortal domain. It even affected many supreme existences in the later generations. In the ancient times, there were Divine Court, Demon Court, Holy Court, Immortal Court, and many other existences. Unfortunately, they did not exist for long before they collapsed in the long river of time. If one wanted to establish such a force, they would have to bear unimaginable karma. They would have to have supreme courage and the heart to rule over thousands of realms. Of course, this was just a saying. The many immortal kings here understood this better than ordinary people. They understood that a large part of this huge karma came from the curse. In the ancient times, there was a name like Heavenly Court. At that time, there were even many mythical existences. As for why the Heavenly Court collapsed and was destroyed, they had no idea. The first lord of the Heavenly Court was a figure of the Khanate mythical era. According to Ao Ling, he died in a grand and tragic battle. Immortal King Aod had a complicated expression. During this period of time, he had learned many things from little ancestor Ao Ling. Ao Ling had also told him that in the near future, some of the most ancient existences would return. Perhaps some of them would be her older brothers. After hearing this news, Immortal King Aod was extremely shocked. According to the information he knew, Ao Ling was the youngest daughter of the dragon ancestor, and the dragon ancestor could be said to be the first true dragon since the creation of the world, the ancestor of all dragons. As for Ao Ling's brothers, what kind of existences were they? How long ago was it from now? If such existences could really return, Did it mean that many ancient histories would be overturned? The entire world was about to face a true reshuffle. Even though he was an immortal king, he still felt waves of horror and unease. And what kind of character would Gu Chang'e be when the time came? On this day, supreme Tao sounds rang out in the various universes. There were grand and ancient sacrificial sounds, world sounds, and kowtowing sounds that resounded throughout the various heavens. At the same time, there were magnificent temples and buildings that rose from the center of the celestial realm. They were golden and dazzling, emitting a dazzling brilliance. There was a vast aura that caused the myriad realms to rise and fall. Many immortal kings acted at the same time, establishing a Tao field in the chaos. The scene was extremely grand. Countless primordial particles surged within, and fluctuations swept through the myriad realms. Gu Chang'e stood in the center, guiding the power of wishes of all living beings. This was the understanding of the heavenly court by various powerful existences since ancient times. With all living beings as the wish, it could come from all living beings, but it could also be fed back to all living beings. The heavenly court shall be established today. A dignified voice that contained supreme power came from the Tao field, shaking many universes and setting off great waves in the various worlds. At this moment, the countless strands of power of faith in the world seemed to have found a direction and moved toward the temple and the buildings, wanting to converge there. In the upper realm, a majestic silver river could be seen surging into the celestial realm, heading straight for the Tao field. The heavenly court was established, majestic and magnificent. There was a majestic figure sitting cross-legged in the center. It was taller than the universe, and billions of divine lights flowed like the beginning of time, as if it was standing at the center of the world. Living beings from all over the world knelt and worshipped. We kowtowed to the heavenly court. In the various universes and great worlds, there were powerful existences. The weakest one was a perfected immortal. They faced the direction of the heavenly court to show their respect. Countless living beings and cultivators prostrated in that direction, incomparably pious. The power of will can be absorbed from all living beings, but it can also be fed back to all living beings. Gu Chang'e stood in the heavenly court, feeling the power of faith that came from all over the world. His Dharma body was currently reflected in the heavens. It was incomparably grand and boundless. From the power of will of heaven and earth, he could comprehend the thoughts of all living beings, know what they were thinking, and read what they were thinking. The current heavenly court was beginning to take shape. There were many immortal kings overseeing it. Although it had just been established, the foundation of the Tao field was unfathomable. The existence of the divine kingdoms of the upper realm provided an excellent place for the celestial realm to nurture. Endless power of faith surged over crazily. Chapter 898. Now the immortal domain was stabilizing. The various races were recuperating. All in all, it was more peaceful than it was millions of years ago. Hundreds of years ago, the dark heavenly court actually existed in the higher realms. However, at that time, it only existed in the shadows, not revealing itself to the world. Of course, many people also knew that it was the method Gu Chang'e left in the dark. The master behind the dark heavenly court was actually him. Now, the heavenly court had just been established, grand and prosperous, far surpassing many orthodoxies since ancient times. The heavenly court's disciples traveled to all realms, various universes, their footprints covering the myriad realms. In some star domains, there were cultivators who built divine palaces, golden bodies, and statues for the heavenly court. There were also cultivators who walked all over, explaining the Tao and scriptures, enlightening many later generations, using great divine abilities to spread the inheritance. Later on, the various sects contributed greatly. After years of spreading the Tao, everything was developing in a good direction. The immortal domain recovered its vitality. The heavenly court was prosperous, incomparably glorious. Although it wasn't as prosperous as the immortal palace in the past, a corner of its future prosperity could be seen. Of course, during this period, the heavenly court was also recruiting geniuses of various races and all realms, continuously growing stronger and more prosperous, with great momentum of achieving unprecedented success. The heavenly court rules over all realms. During the era of peace, all creatures of the world can enter the tribulation to achieve the Tao. Guchanga was like an ancient deity from ancient times, sitting upright in the boundless void. On this day, as his voice faded, endless power of ambition surged. This voice resounded through the myriad realms, containing supreme majesty. The great Tao rumbled, the heavenly Tao rumbled, as if it was furious. But soon, as Guchanga reached out with his palm, it spanned across everything. The universe was dim, the universe was lightless, the entire immortal domain was covered. Rumble! The great Tao retreated, the will of heaven appeared, endless Tao light enveloping every territory. This was his Tao wish. As his voice shook, the river of time surged. Originally, many creatures living in the lower realms, some extremely remote universes, because of the incomplete laws of heaven and earth, even if their cultivation reached the Tao, it was difficult for them to trigger the Tao formation tribulation, unable to achieve the Tao. If they wanted to leave their original universe and rush to other worlds, they would have to endure the suppression of the laws of the other universes. As Guchanga said this, the Tao laws of every universe were affected. Those cultivators all felt an indescribable sense of relief that came from the depths of their divine souls, as if some kind of shackle had been unlocked. The suppression of heaven and earth has disappeared. Many people were pleasantly surprised and excited, but even more were agitated. Speaking of which, it's not that the suppression of the world has disappeared. Instead, it's that in the boundless heavens where we 950 are, there's a peerless figure who broke through the shackles of the realm of heaven and earth, forcing the heavenly Tao to retreat. Everyone has been blessed. In the following days, we will welcome a great change in our cultivation. More experts collected their thoughts and began to breathe heavily, as they realized that this was a great opportunity for them. Perhaps it would allow them to follow in the footsteps of those supreme experts and have a chance to touch the pinnacle of the Tao. What great courage! Are they planning to give everyone in the world a chance to attain the Tao? Many ancient restricted regions' existences were moved, feeling that this was inconceivable. Guchanga's expression was very calm. After doing all this, he only looked in the direction of the foreign realm in the distance. Perhaps in the eyes of all living beings in the world, this was him bringing blessings to the common people, wanting the immortal domain to return to its ancient heyday. However, Guchanga's goal was not this. He only planned to raise the overall strength of the immortal domain, so that the various universes could produce supreme experts in the shortest time possible. Only by raising the overall strength of the immortal domain would it be beneficial to his next plan. In the following years, under the influence of the blessings of heaven and earth, many geniuses were born in the various universes. Some ancient figures who had been sealed for a long time also appeared one after another. This was a dazzling era. The geniuses were as dazzling as the stars. Especially the geniuses of the various orthodoxies in the upper realm and the immortal domain. They were the most dazzling, stirring up a storm in all directions. Monsters with the title of young immortal were even more endless. Fate was overflowing, and the great world was illuminated. Even compared to those ancient eras, they were not inferior. Compared to the uneasiness and fear of several years ago, now, the various races were harmonious and peaceful, no longer worried that Guchanga would reappear in those dark times of the great eras. That era that made the heavens fall into ruin seemed to have become past history. There were different debates about whether it was true or false. Many people felt that Guchanga was definitely not as terrifying as the rumors said. It was impossible to say that he truly ate immortal kings as food, cruel and ruthless, viewing all life as dogs. After all, ever since he established the heavenly court, the various universes were thriving, flourishing to the extreme, even the foreign realm quieting down. They retreated from the borders of the immortal domain, separated by several universes, no longer daring to be as arrogant and domineering as before. Moreover, Guchanga brought blessings to the common people. All cultivators and creatures were affected by him, receiving great benefits, their cultivation advancing extremely quickly. However, there were still creatures who viewed Guchanga with incomparable hatred, feeling that even though he contributed greatly to the heavens, it couldn't cover up the evil things he had done in the past. As long as it was a creature living in the higher realms, they all understood what kind of existence Wuxia was, how many inheritances and creatures were wiped out because of him. The number of creatures who died directly or indirectly at his hands couldn't just be described as immeasurable. Just the universe that collapsed during the Kuan-ji calamity, the immeasurable killing calamity it created, could already be described as ghastly. However, ordinary cultivators couldn't come into contact with Wuxia either. Only the immortal king existences of various clans, when they had important matters, had the qualifications to meet him. Otherwise, normally, when they had matters to attend to, they could only meet with his wives and concubines. Wuxia's previous peers, there were also some who wanted to touch upon the Nirvana Tao realm, preparing to achieve the Tao. This type of great era indeed created opportunities for everyone. All types of opportunities appeared. The entire great era's fate was experiencing a geyser eruption of changes. At the same time, in an eternally still world, in the dark void, there was not the slightest bit of sound. The silence was somewhat terrifying. In the depths of the sky, there was a fluttering scarlet brilliance that sprinkled down like a strange substance. As far as the eye could see, there was a boundless gray world. Ancient and vicissitudes were its theme. Here, it would make cultivators feel the bleak taste of the autumn wind. This was the precipitation of vicissitudes and desolation, as if it was filled with an indescribable regret and sadness. The gray and bleak world was enough to affect one's temperament. At this moment, a woman in a red dress appeared in this dark void. She stared blankly at the fire snake-like creatures in front of her. They were crying there, containing endless sorrow. In front of these fire snake-like creatures, there was a tattered futon, as if someone had sat on it before. Are these all fire spirits? This woman in a fiery red dress had snow-white skin, and there was a little cinnabar between her eyebrows, looking both pure and demonic. If Wuxia appeared here, he would be able to tell that she was Yanji. When she was in the lower realm, she was brought to the upper realm by him. However, he had not seen her for hundreds of years. Although Yanji called him young master, Wuxia had never restricted her freedom. It could even be said that he rarely interfered with her affairs. The world was bright and full of opportunities. When Wuxia was still in the lower realm, Yanji was already in the great sage realm. After all these years, she had already stood at the level of a quasi-emperor, only one step away. What kind of place is this? Why did it attract me here? Yanji frowned and stared at this area. This place was too quiet, and there was endless sorrow. Those legendary fire spirits clearly contained endless danger. However, in her eyes, they were very gentle, and even somewhat intimate. Suddenly, Yanji saw a blurry figure appear on the tattered futon. It was very tall, and its eyes were scorching and dazzling, like a fire that could burn the heavens. My name is Zhurong. I am an innate fire god. Yanji found that she could not move. An endless roar suddenly sounded in her ears. She could vaguely see a giant as tall as heaven and earth, whose entire body was enveloped in flames. Every wisp of fire seemed to be able to burn the universe, so powerful that it made people tremble. This terrifying existence named Zhurong was fighting with some living creature, and with a raise of his hand, he could destroy a star field and collapse the universe. That kind of battlefield was too terrifying, and even made Yanji feel that even immortal kings could only become cannon fodder. This was a scene left behind from an unknown era. Even after endless years, it made her tremble, and she could not remain calm. Yanji did not know why, but tears were already streaming down her face, and her eyes were full of tears. Is this my ancestor? She murmured, and involuntarily walked toward the tattered futon. There were hundreds of fire spirits on both sides, and they all looked at her, and then made way for her. A kind of choking sound came from their mouths, and also like the sound of worship. The world began to change. Many cultivators and creatures discovered some ancient remains during this period of time. They had never appeared before, but now, they appeared one after another in various places. Some people obtained ancient inheritances, while others obtained supreme treasures. Some found the truth of the ancient past, while others startled the ancient creatures. In the original Emperor's Road, an extremely beautiful young woman dressed in a flowing chiffon dress, accompanied by a big red bird, stood in front of a grave that was as tall as a mountain range. Who would have thought that this grave would appear here? Everything was predestined a long time ago, the big red bird said with a complicated expression. It never expected that after the great changes of the world, this grave would appear in this world again. This was originally a heaven burial land that had disappeared for countless great eras. According to what you said, this place is where my body that had previously fallen is buried. Wuxia's voice was calm as she asked. While standing on the grave, her entire being seemed extremely small and insignificant. It can be said that this grave buried heaven's incarnation. You perished together with it, so you were also buried here. Apart from this, inside this grave, there should be one of the little 6 paths that was beaten to death. I originally thought that this grave had already been destroyed, but who would have thought that it was still in this world, moreover reappearing at this time? The big red bird said. During this period of time, it had already explained many things to Wuxia. 3 lives weren't hard to understand, but this contradicted the Tao methods Wuxia cultivated, as well as her belief in her own invincibility. That was why when she was on the primordial road, she had already severed that part of her connection. For her, this could be called a past life, or it could be called a bystander. It had nothing to do with the current her. Heaven's incarnation little 6 paths? Wuxia muttered to herself. Symbols condensed in her hands fading, turning into strands of immortal splendor. She had already successfully broken through the Emperor realm some time ago, a true Tao wielder. And now, she was condensing the immortal Tao imprint, attempting to break into the immortal realm. However, this was just the beginning of the process. If she wanted to continue, it would take a long time to touch the threshold of the immortal Tao. In this grave, the incarnation of heaven and the little 6 paths were buried, as well as her broken weapon. For Wuxia, this was no different from a great opportunity. The so-called heaven incarnation was when a supreme expert seized the body of the heavenly Tao and refined it into an incarnation. The incarnation of heaven was terrifyingly powerful, unimaginable. One had to know that there were so many universes and worlds in this world, and every world had a corresponding heavenly Tao. It was just that the heavenly Tao varied in strength. From what the big red bird said, the incarnation of heaven buried here could destroy all life with a single thought. Even immortal kings could only be reduced to cannon fodder and ants. Clearly, this incarnation of heaven was of a very high level. Apart from that, the little 6 paths buried here wasn't simple at all. It was one of the 6 paths of reincarnation that was once created by this world. However, just like the incarnation of heaven, the 6 paths of reincarnation was condensed from the laws of order, and actually came from the same source as the heavenly Tao. Even the heavenly Tao could be possessed by a supreme expert with a single thought, let alone the 6 paths of reincarnation. The little 6 paths was the reflection of the true reincarnation, and had the characteristics of reincarnation, but it wasn't the only one. Are you sure you want to go in? The big red bird flapped its wings, and its face didn't have the usual playful expression. It looked very serious. Wuxia looked at the grave that looked as tall as a mountain and fell silent. A light breeze blew, and Liuxian's long dress fluttered. Her black hair covered half of her face. Under her dress, a section of her white calf appeared even more translucent and fair. At this moment, she didn't say a word. She was like a flawless fairy, refined and cold. She knew what was in this grave. It was very likely that once she stepped in, it would be a path of no return. It was also very likely that after that, she would no longer be her. Let's go in. I feel that if we don't go in now, we won't be able to catch up to him. He's already very, very far away from me. Wuxia lightly shook her head and resolutely stepped forward. Her figure was like a ray of light, and she disappeared into the grave. The big red bird followed behind her and couldn't help but sigh. It wasn't surprised by Wuxia's choice. Rumble. The grave shook violently. It was originally as tall as a mountain, but at this moment, it was continuously collapsing, quickly collapsing, and was about to disappear from this world. Only at a specific time and place could this grave be seen. Once time and space were displaced, it would also disappear. Chapter 899. In just a few short years, the immortal domain had already undergone tremendous changes. The various universes gushed out with dense luck, heavenly talents emerging in large numbers. It even made many creatures feel that they had hope of seeing the most prosperous era of the ancient era reappear. The heavenly court ruled the world, ruling the heavens. Apart from the foreign realm, it included the immortal domain and the endless territories of the higher realms. It could be said that this was a grand occasion that had never happened even when the immortal palace unified the immortal domain. The surging luck was like smoke signals that rushed into the heavens, spiraling within the palace. In the end, it condensed into a blurry woman's figure, dignified and noble, like an empress descending into the world of mortals, overlooking all living things. The Tao of luck in creation is indeed miraculous, to the extent where it can allow me to open up a world in my heart, recreate the primal chaos. The luck of the heavens is endless. The creation is endless, the creation of life. Yu Mingkong sat cross-legged in the palace, her eyes opened, an expanse of deep calmness within. Her terrifying aura was restrained, but it made her look even more beautiful and peerless. If a true immortal appeared here at this time, they would also be intimidated by the aura released from her body, involuntarily kneeling down. This had nothing to do with strength, but rather a type of shocking change caused by the transformation of life. Right now, the luck of the myriad realms had all gathered, condensing within the heavenly court, vast and boundless. Yu Mingkong used this opportunity to comprehend, peering into her own Tao of luck in creation. Her talent was already peerless to begin with. If not for Gu Chang'e suppressing her elegance, she would only be even more dazzling. Meanwhile, the Tao of luck was even more so a type of great creation. Even immortal kings would feel envious. For Yu Mingkong, she comprehended the path she wanted to take from the luck. This in itself was a world-shocking thing. Not many people able to do it since ancient times. Of course, for her, being able to walk this path was still thanks to her current identity. There were cultivators who called her Empress, and there were also cultivators who called her Empress of Heaven. After all, she was Gu Chang'e's first official wife, at the same time his first wife. Even the celestial kings of the various races had to be respectful and courteous in front of her. It was precisely this identity that allowed her to comprehend and control such a vast and powerful energy of karmic luck, and she could rely on this to comprehend and pry into its profundities. Wang, the void blurred. Yu Mingkong shook her hand, and a tiny vortex appeared. There were a myriad of mysteries and transformations within it. One moment, it was like a bottomless and terrifying black hole, and the next moment, it was like a boundless ocean. She felt that she only needed a single thought to turn the vortex in front of her into a tiny world. This kind of strange power made her very surprised. Was this the will of destiny and creation? Was this the will of creation? If the will of creation is the direction of one's thoughts, then wouldn't it mean that one can create the world? Yu Mingkong fell into deep thought. Although she was the empress, she didn't interfere in many of the matters in the heavenly court. She gave full authority to Yin Mei, Ji Qingxian, Bai Lian and the others. Therefore, she now had a lot of time to comprehend the Tao of karmic luck in creation. Perhaps I can ask Chang'e. He should know about this. Yu Mingkong pondered, but shook her head in the end. She planned to fully comprehend it herself. Otherwise, if she kept asking Gu Chang'e, she would become dependent on him. The Tao of karmic luck in creation. Gu Chang'e sat cross-legged in the depths of the boundless void. His gaze swept across the heavens. After seeing Yu Mingkong fall into a bottleneck, he didn't help her, and quickly withdrew his gaze. If she could fully comprehend this matter by herself, it would be an endless opportunity for her. The boundless all heavens is indeed flourishing to the extreme. Gu Chang'e sighed softly. His gaze swept across Yu Mingkong, Yin Mei Jiang Chuchu, Wang Zijin Xiaoruin, Empyrean Deer Maiden, and his parents in this life. Seeing that they all had their own destinies and were busy with their own matters, his expression quickly returned to being calm. He felt that during this period of time, his state of mind had undergone a subtle change. It was as if he had really become the heavenly Tao, sitting and watching the world change, the stars and the moon rise, and the passage of time. However, this was only a subtle change in his state of mind. He couldn't become the heavenly Tao. To Gu Chang'e, the heavenly Tao was nothing more than an external object. It's about time. Gu Chang'e then stood up. As he took a step, the great Tao of time intertwined under his feet. In an instant he disappeared from the boundless void. Meanwhile, the instant Gu Chang'e moved, the entire immortal domain released a heaven-shocking rumbling noise. It was as if a terrifying sea of lightning roared, about to shatter the universe. Many immortal kings were immediately alarmed, their expressions changing greatly. They all left their caves, appearing in the sky. This aura is coming from the direction of the foreign realm. Ancient mystic old immortal king's voice trembled slightly. Then he stood in the cosmos, gazing towards the foreign realm. It seems like Great One is going to take action against the foreign realm. This day still came in the end. Inside Luo King Manor, the Luo King who appeared had a complicated expression. Even though he was ordered by Gu Chang'e to find Immortal Palace's descendants, after so many years passed, there was still no news that came. Instead, it was the people he sent out who mysteriously disappeared. Not even he could deduce what was going on. However, Gu Chang'e didn't rush him either, to the extent where he didn't even mention this matter. After imperial court was established, he seemed to have tossed Immortal Palace's matters to the back of his mind, no longer caring about it. Is he going to take action against the foreign realm? Ming Yi and the others who were imprisoned in Luo King Manor all had bitter expressions, feeling a type of uneasiness and trembling. These past few days for them were simply like years, every single day a torment. After Immortal Domain and the higher realms merged into one, the pressure of the world's natural laws on the foreign creatures became even stronger. They were naturally greatly affected, able to display 30 to 40% of their original strength at most. However, there was no news from the foreign realm, so they could only stay in Luo King Manor, unable to go anywhere. When they sensed that Gu Chang'e was heading towards the foreign realm, Immortal Domain's various clans immediately began to respond. There were immortal kings who personally moved, leading great armies, hurrying to the border between Immortal Domain and the foreign realm. Immortal King Aod even more so held an ancient banner that was hazy with starlight, leading millions and millions of Ocean Clan members, crossing the starry domain. The cosmos was torn apart, stars trembling. A terrifying great universe passage appeared, a boundless great army directly rushing through. Immortal King Aod's actions left many immortal kings deeply shaken, feeling that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Not only could they use this to show their loyalty, they might even completely conquer the foreign realm that had always been at war. Then, there were immortal kings who hurriedly responded, bringing their clansmen, slaughtering their way to the foreign realm's border. Of course, Immortal King Aod did this all because of little ancestor Ao Ling's instructions, telling him not to stand on the wrong side. In this era, following Gu Chang'e's footsteps was definitely not wrong. Has this day finally arrived? Immortal King family Wang family. Ni Chen's eyes carried a bit of excitement. He had always been waiting for the moment when the true mountain and sea world was reorganized. And Gu Chang'e's campaign against the foreign realm also meant that this day had arrived. After all, once the true mountain and sea world was reorganized, this world's source power would become even more complete. After he possessed the true mountain and sea world, he would definitely be able to save a lot of cultivation time, directly leaping to the level of a true spirit. Then I should start moving as well. Ni Chen quickly calmed down and thought to himself. During this period of time, he had completely gotten used to Wang Wushang's body, and was already making arrangements. Through the galaxy he had previously possessed, he would slowly invade and occupy the surrounding galaxy. During these few days, he was also thinking of a way to move that galaxy to the Wang family's territory. Moreover, with the help of the remnant souls of the previous heroic spirits, he possessed the body of a true immortal patriarch of the Wang family and refined it into a clone for him to move around outside. Under such a detailed and flawless plan, the two immortal king patriarchs of the Wang family didn't see any abnormalities. Ni Chen was confident that within 10 years, he would completely control the Wang family and also possessed the bodies of the two immortal king patriarchs. When he moved that clone to the Wang family's territory, it would be time for him to show his claws and fangs. Head east. In the broken universe, a figure riding on a true hoe was still mumbling to himself as he looked towards the east. After trekking for several years, he had passed through many worlds and universes. His gaze was resolute, and he didn't feel lost because of the years of trekking. Instead, he became more determined to find the 9 heavens. This person was Qing Feng, who had left the floating flame realm to search for the 9 heavens. During this process he encountered many dangers. Some of the ferocious beasts hidden deep in the universe were very terrifying, and there were even existences comparable to half-step immortal kings. However, Qing Feng relied on his innate battle experience that seemed to have been imprinted in his bones and killed them all. Moreover, he had a feeling that as long as he continued walking in this direction, he would definitely be able to find the 9 heavens. Suddenly, Qing Feng heard a deafening sound in front of him. It was as if a huge river was surging towards him from an invisible place. Could the 9 heavens be right in front of me? Excitement and joy appeared in Qing Feng's eyes. Even someone as determined as him couldn't hide this expression. After passing through this place, he could feel the vastness and profoundness of this world more and more. The stars were like clouds and ancient trees covered the sky. They grew in the universe and absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. Every branch and leaf seemed to be able to hold up the world. The river of stars was incomparably thick, and it was surrounded by a monstrous chaotic chi as it fell in front of him. Zero rumble. The waves splashed, creating terrifying ripples in the universe. Every wave was like the convergence of countless small worlds. That kind of huge momentum was like a piece of the sky falling down, straight into the deepest darkness. Qing Feng took a few steps forward and stopped in front of this huge waterfall of stars. The entire universe seemed to be isolated. Stars bobbed up and down in the river of stars. The sun and moon revolved around them like dust. Once this kind of river of stars surged into the starry sky, it could instantly drown countless small worlds. If I follow this waterfall of stars, will I reach the 9 heavens? Qing Feng muttered to himself as he came to this shocking place. Along the way, he had experienced many battles. Although his cultivation hadn't increased at all, his strength had increased by a lot. However, in this place, he still felt a kind of majestic pressure. It was like a blade of the great Tao that suddenly crushed in front of him, causing his bones and cells to emit a light trembling sound. This was the path to the 9 heavens that he believed in. According to the old city lord, one had to use a Qingyun immortal boat to cross the 9 heavens. But in the vast universe, where could he find a Qingyun immortal boat? Fellow Taoist, do you want to go up? Suddenly, an ancient voice sounded. It was difficult to find and appeared out of thin air. If ordinary people heard this voice, they would definitely be shocked. After all, there were no traces of living beings here. Even perfected immortals couldn't go deep into such a place. However, Qing Feng was very calm. He didn't feel surprised at all, as if he had come to this place before. He stared at the river of stars in front of him. The voice came from inside. Fellow Taoist, why don't you show yourself and hide here? Qing Feng asked. In the next moment, a huge and terrifying momentum came from ahead. Whoosh! The thick and boundless river of stars fell from the top of the universe. But at this moment, it was separated into an incomparably huge gap. A majestic aura slowly appeared. Dragon head, tortoise body, snake tail. This was a black tortoise with an incomparably huge body. It was as if it was millions of miles long. The moment it turned around, heaven and earth were turned upside down. The entire universe seemed to be trembling. This ancient black tortoise was white like the bright moon. On its body was an azure cloud flying boat. Thick black immortal chains firmly locked its body, fixing this azure cloud flying boat on it. It appeared in the waterfall of stars, as if it had just woken up. Its star-like eyes stared at Qing Feng, releasing a terrifying pressure. Fellow Taoist, are you going to the 9 heavens? It spoke. Its voice was vigorous and deep, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Qing Feng looked at this creature that looked like the legendary black tortoise, and a huge shock rose in his heart. At the same time, on a magnificent and boundless floating continent, Palaces and pavilions stood in great numbers, grand and ancient. There were many ancient ferocious beasts, savage birds flying in the sky, primitive ancient forests densely covered, mountains grand, and palaces ancient and profound. Chaotic immortal waterfall fell, floating between the various mountain peaks. Immortal mist filled the air, and immortal light interweaved. Multicolored light shone in endless streaks, thousands of auspicious colors. This was a shocking scene. This place was like a true otherworldly pure land, like an immortal realm in the mortal world. The creatures here all had a type of immortal aura, completely different from those in the otherworldly world. All types of immortal medicines and divine springs were rarely seen in this world. Purple rocks towered within, cliffs bright and clean. Grass grew everywhere, ginseng exhaled. A qilin rested alone under a bluestone, silver chains falling, mists rising, spiritual birds flying about, old medicines releasing fragrance. Master, the old tortoise seems to have brought a guest here. How many great eras has it been since a creature stepped foot here? I never expected to see a living person again. Next to an ancient cliff, a white-clothed middle-aged man sat quietly, a board of chess placed in front of him. His expression was tranquil, giving off an otherworldly feeling. A type of mysterious aura swirled about his body, as if there were millions and millions of stars revolving around him, rising and falling continuously, producing boundless immortal intent. He looked just like a true ancient immortal who achieved the Tao. Right now, the one who spoke was a little child in Taoist robes who sat across from the white-clothed middle-aged man. He was born with red lips and white teeth, delicate features. However, his actual age was actually very ancient, and he had existed for countless eras. Oh, what year is it today? The middle-aged man seemed to be immersed in the chessboard in front of him, not moving at all since ancient times. He only reacted when he heard this. Master, it is now the 98 millionth era of the 9 heavens, before the third calamity begins. The sky-shrouding sect is under the control of the eternal Tao Lord. I don't know the exact time. Hearing this, the little child replied respectfully, "The visitor is a guest. Go and welcome him." The middle-aged man nodded slightly, but most of his attention was still on the chessboard in front of him, as if he had been focused on it for countless years. Chapter 900. To the outside world, the 9 heavens had always represented mystery and legend. Since ancient times, how many living beings had seen the 9 heavens? Qing Feng actually thought that it would take him a long time to find the 9 heavens. Of course, this was the first time he saw an ancient living being so close to the black tortoise god. But in front of this waterfall, it was just a tool to carry the cloud boat, which shocked him even more. Qing Feng didn't know why he felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had been to this place before. Then, Qing Feng's figure moved, riding the true Ho, stepping onto the back of the old white tortoise, and landed on the azure cloud boat. The boundless river of stars cascaded down, emitting a monstrous momentum that made one's heart palpitate. Fellow Taoists, sit tight. The old white tortoise's voice was deep and ancient. Then it slowly walked into the waterfall of stars. The azure cloud boat was very simple, and a layer of immortal mist appeared on its surface. It isolated everything, and went against the waterfall. It was incomparably steady, like an ancient boulder. Under this terrifying force, the old white tortoise didn't move at all, which showed how powerful its physical body was. Qing Feng sat cross-legged and didn't move, looking at the ancient stars that spun away under his feet. He couldn't help but sigh at the legendary 9 heavens. This azure cloud boat had a magnificent nebula as the cover, immortal gold and ancient wood as the beam, supreme immortal gold as the body, and 9-colored immortal light as the oars. It was vast and ancient. He even felt a sense of vicissitudes, as if he was struggling to cross the river of time. The legendary 9 heavens, what kind of place is it? Master Cin Shuang. You all have to wait for me. Qing Feng muttered to himself, looking straight at the vast land at the end of the waterfall, and a huge shock arose in his heart. This scene was like shuttling through ancient universes, the river of time passing under his feet, crossing the ancient and modern lands. Fellow Taoist, what kind of place is the 9 heavens? Qing Feng calmed down with difficulty, and couldn't help but ask the old tortoise in front of him. Hearing his question, the old white tortoise under his feet only let out a cold laugh, but also a sigh. If you want to go to the 9 heavens, won't you find out when the time comes? The people of the world all said that the 9 heavens were mysterious, the source of immortals, and even more so the root of all things. There were countless opportunities and mysteries. However, to the living beings and races living in the 9 heavens, the 9 heavens were actually more like a prison, a cage. Day after day, year after year, the cycle of reincarnation, life after life, trapped here forever. 9 heavens. Why were they called the 9 heavens? In fact, it was because the 9 heavens were formed by the 9 heavens. Within each layer of the heavens, there was an endless amount of hidden history. Even the old white tortoise didn't know what was in the 9 heavens. Skygrave? Or could it be that every heaven buried a former heaven? At the same time, at the border between immortal domain and the foreign realm, heaven and earth surged, and the long river of time trembled. Even the entire universe seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Even the boundless star regions could not bear such a terrifying aura. It was as if the entire world was going to shatter. Gucheng's figure appeared here, as if he towered at the limits of heaven and earth, overlooking the boundless foreign realm before him. At the border between the foreign realm and immortal domain, there were actually many damaged universes. When the 2 realms fought, they were already damaged, no longer existing. There weren't many creatures still alive within them, all of them damaged and deathly still, reduced to buffer zones during the great battle between the 2 realms. However, following Gucheng's appearance, immortal domain's realm barrier released a rumbling noise. Even in the skies above the foreign realm, there was a terrifying wave of power. Heaven and earth collapsed, wiping out everything. In the distance, several immortal kings who followed from immortal domain stood. Immortal King Aod and Immortal King Blood Owl were there, all of them trembling. Ordinary cultivators couldn't see the scenes of this place at all. They only felt like the entire immortal domain was trembling. Countless great stars were trembling, as if they were going to fall from outer space. Who is the current ruler of the foreign realm? Immediately afterwards, Gucheng spoke up, asking coldly. Endless chaotic immortal light surged from his body, resplendent and dazzling. A wave of unmatched aura rose from the foreign realm's heavens, as if a matchless immortal ancestor was reviving. The pressure crushed down in all directions, the cosmos and universe in turmoil. Large amounts of damaged ancient universes seemed like they were going to break apart, turn into powder. This type of power was too terrifying, even immortal kings' expressions changing. They all bowed down here, kneeling on the ground. It is the aura of that day. In the foreign realm's damaged cosmos, there were still quite a few supreme beings who had long entered the immortal Tao domain before the ancient Great Era. At this time, even their souls couldn't help but tremble, unable to help but want to kneel down. They were shocked to the extreme. This is definitely the aura of the Emperor clan ancestor level, to the extent where it might be even higher. Their voices were trembling. At this moment they only felt alarm. Could it be that one who previously destroyed Immortal Palace? He descended here, wishing to carry out a great showdown? The great showdown has begun? They trembled, unable to help but speculate. In reality, many years ago, after the foreign 4 kings fell, all types of speculations were transmitted over. Many foreign immortal kings couldn't sit still, all of them feeling danger, worried that the foreign realm would suffer a disaster. In the present age, who could contend against this type of existence? Even the Ming king they feared found a place to hide, extremely far from the Emperor clan ancestors' cave. Moreover, during this period of time, immortal domain and the higher realms merged into one. That type of power even transmitted to the foreign realm through endless distance. Many foreign creatures sensed that type of fluctuation. Once they approached immortal domain's side, they would suffer great Tao suppression, far more severe than before. Under this type of suppression, how could they dare take half a step into immortal domain? When facing a taboo existence who could previously destroy immortal domain, the current foreign realm, did they still have a chance of resisting? This was precisely a terrifying calamity. The heavens trembled, endless streaks of natural laws descending like a waterfall. The great Tao was rumbling with noise. The world before the foreign realm was collapsing, a terrifying aura spreading. It was as if a great earth was crashing down, covering everything, casting down endless shadows. Guchanga took action, a great hand moving through the sky, tearing apart the world before him. The foreign realm's world barrier was torn apart like a curtain. The creatures of the cosmos before him only felt as if the world immediately darkened. A great hand whose limits couldn't be seen slapped down from above. Great stars swirled about in the surroundings, as if they were fine specks of dust, just too insignificant. My clan's immortal king has long fled. At this time, even immortal kings can only throw their lives away. These foreign creatures who entered the immortal Tao level were all shivering in fear. Under this type of world-destroying aura, they could only tremble in fear, kneel down. Fortunately, Guchanga didn't have any intentions of harming them. He collapsed the foreign realm's heavens, his great hand reaching over. Countless territories collapsed, directly striking towards the cave of a foreign immortal king. However, this cave was long empty, nothing left behind. That immortal king had long fled Yao Yao, no longer caring about his own people and territory. Guchanga didn't say anything else, his eyes cold and deep. He took a step forward, directly arriving in the foreign realm. Endless great Tao shackles extended over, taking form in the void, descending from above, wishing to bind him. However, his body shone, the heavenly sun far less resplendent. Every single cell was boundless like an ancient universe. His flesh that was tempered to the extreme, after refining the drop of true blood left behind by the demon lord's body, long reached an inconceivable level. Now it was even more so imperishable and imperishable, difficult for heaven and earth to bury. Kacha, in that instant, the endless great Tao shackles snapped, unable to bind Guchanga in the slightest. His true body descended into the foreign realm, towering between heaven and earth, the cosmos seemingly unable to support him. Millions and millions of foreign creatures watched all of this in horror, sinking into despair. No immortal kings came to meet me? Guchanga said calmly and coldly, his eyes sweeping through these universes one after another. His voice was extremely cold, spreading through the various universes, making countless foreign creatures shiver in fear. He raised his palm. It descended. A boundless and terrifying aura swept out again. Guchanga took action again. A bone-piercing and cold aura appearing in the various universes, containing unmatched killing intent. The heaven and earth here seemed to have been split apart by some type of terrifying power, difficult to heal. At this time, even if it was immortal domain's immortal kings, they could still safely descend, not suffering the suppression and restriction of the foreign realm's heaven and earth laws. Immortal King Aod, Guxian Old Immortal King, and the others were in the distance, watching all of this, shocked to the extreme. They also stepped foot into the foreign realm's territory, the great army behind them, even though the momentum was astonishing. However, in this type of situation, they seemed incomparably insignificant. If a true battle truly erupted between the foreign realm and immortal domain, the number of universes and lives involved could definitely be described as immeasurable. The creatures that died, their corpses could fill the entire universe. Ice-cold killing intent blossomed in the boundless darkness, becoming absolute eternity. Bo. Expanse after expanse of universes were wiped out, forever losing color, becoming an eternal deathly stillness. Tao friend, what is the meaning of this? Chi. The 10,000 regions of the heavens were all trembling, a deathly stillness engulfing the heavens above and earth below. All of the creatures were alarmed. At this time, a foreign unmatched existence finally descended. He released a long sigh, looking at Guchanga. He was extremely powerful, endless time fragments swirling around his body, far from what immortal kings could compare to. It was to the extent where immortal kings, and this existence, were already on completely different levels. This was the aura of a half-immortal emperor, deep and dark, sweeping through expanse after expanse of universes, terrifying to the extreme. This type of existence, when fully awakened, the commotion it created was definitely vast to the point of being boundless. Behind this unmatched existence, the Ming King and many other foreign immortal kings also appeared, taking him as their leader, all of them trembling in fear as they watched all of this. From the moment Gu Chang'e blasted open the foreign realm's heavenly gate to the moment he passed through the many universes between the two realms, descending here, it was only a few breaths of time. Moreover, the foreign realm's heaven and earth natural laws couldn't restrict Gu Chang'e in the slightest. The moment they made contact with his body, they immediately collapsed and split apart. This type of strength was long not something immortal kings could speculate about. You are the foreign realm's emperor clan ancestor who has now awakened. What a pity, you are only at the half-immortal emperor realm, not immortal emperor yet. After countless great eras passed, is the foreign realm's emperor clan ancestor already something a half-immortal emperor can become? Gu Chang'e stood in the depths of the dark cosmos, his voice calm, not carrying the slightest bit of fluctuation. He looked at this half-immortal emperor who appeared, inwardly feeling a bit of regret. When the foreign realm was at its peak, the emperor clan ancestors were all at the immortal emperor realm, to the extent where there were some who walked far beyond this realm, starting to touch upon the threshold of transcendence. However now, even the foreign realm was affected. A half-immortal emperor could become an emperor clan ancestor. Gu Chang'e didn't know if it was because the true emperor clan ancestor went into hiding, not daring to show himself, or if it was to say that he really already fell to this extent. His actions today were so domineering, directly descending into the foreign realm, not hesitating to destroy the many universes adjacent to immortal domain. However, the foreign realm endured silently, not making any movements. Only now did this emperor clan ancestor appear. This more or less made Gu Chang'e feel a bit of regret. This one is the emperor, greetings Dao friend. When he heard Gu Chang'e's words, the expression of this emperor clan ancestor who appeared changed slightly. He was the foreign realm's true ruler, standing at the half-immortal emperor realm. Even immortal kings were wiped out with a flick of his finger. He was known as the eternal and undying emperor clan ancestor, possessing endless believers and people. However today, he was looked down on by Gu Chang'e. Even though he knew that Gu Chang'e was extremely powerful, a legendary figure. However, an emperor clan ancestor couldn't be humiliated lightly. Now, even half-immortal emperors can call themselves emperors? However, Gu Chang'e still only shook his head, releasing a laugh that, in the emperor's eyes, was unknown whether it was mockery or regret. The expressions of the foreign immortal kings in Ming King City all changed greatly. The emperor before them was the backbone of the foreign realm, as well as the only emperor clan ancestor who revived, in charge of overseeing the greater situation. Almost all of the foreign immortal kings now obey the emperor's orders. The current world has already changed. Dao friend, could it be that you still believe that it is the past era, that you can do as you please? The emperor's expression sunk slightly. However, as a half-immortal emperor, his control over his emotions had long reached an inconceivable level. Even though he was angry, he didn't let this affect his mental state. He actually also wanted to give it a try, wishing to know just how strong Gu Chang'e, this past devil who brought chaos to the heavens, the main culprit behind Immortal Palace's collapse, was now. Chapter 901. The times have indeed changed. Who would have thought that someone who isn't even an immortal emperor would dare act impudently before me? The faint smile on Gu Chang'e's face vanished. He didn't say too much, only reaching forward with a palm. Heaven and earth in the territory once again collapsed, as if they had been blasted from one part of the universe to another. The large black hand was boundless, shattering the universe. Even the stars were insignificant like dust. At this level, every move contained heavenly reasoning, containing inconceivable Taoan laws. Even if it was just a casual palm, it contained heaven-destroying earth-wiping power. The entire heavens were crying out in grief, as if they were going to explode. That was why under this palm, all of the foreign immortal kings felt a type of bone-chilling feeling. Their expressions changed greatly, as if their souls were imprisoned. Their techniques were completely suppressed, unable to move at all, to the extent where they couldn't even summon the will to resist. Dao friend really is arrogant. I want to see just what kind of strength you still have. The emperor's expression changed. His previously calm state of mind could not hide his anger at this moment. As the current ruler of the foreign realm, he commanded countless universes. Even immortal kings could only bow their heads in submission. He was humiliated time and time again by Wuxia. So how could he endure this? Fight! The emperor didn't say anything else. Too many terrifying scenes appeared in his deep eyes, directly taking action in this shattered universe. A terrifying aura that spread far and wide covered the entire sky dome, even the cosmos about to collapse. Chaotic energy surged around him. It was as if he walked over from the end of the great river of time, countless time fragments swirling about his body. Under this strike, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it could reopen heaven and earth. Even immortal kings couldn't think about seeing the scene clearly. This place became chaotic light overflowing, rushing into the universe's 8 wastelands. Millions and millions of foreign creatures were completely suppressed below, their bones simply about to explode, feeling despair to the extreme. In a battle of this level, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were like specks of dust. With just a single breath, they would instantly be turned to ashes. The bodies of many celestial kings who were closer to the scene immediately collapsed. Blood splattered everywhere. They had no choice but to quickly retreat in horror. In an instant, they had fled to several universes. The emperor was indeed a quasi-immortal emperor. He was so powerful that even immortal kings felt despair. The two of them were not on the same level at all. If the emperor had revived earlier, perhaps the immortal domain would have changed hands long ago. A foreign realm that has half-immortal emperors overseeing it is not something immortal domain can contend against at all, let alone the fact that there might be other emperor clan ancestors hidden in the foreign realm. Even now, they still haven't awakened. The old immortal king Wuxia, immortal king Aod, the withered immortal king, and the others from the immortal region felt their hair stand on end as they were extremely shocked. Even though that battlefield was isolated from several universes, they still felt cold all over. As immortal kings, this was the first time they had experienced what despair was. If he was in such a battlefield, he would definitely collapse and be annihilated at the first moment. They finally understood why those below half-immortal emperor level, including immortal kings, were like ants. This was a threshold they couldn't cross in their entire lives. And in the eyes of a true immortal emperor, how could someone as strong as a quasi-immortal emperor not be an ant? Chang. Within the boundless chaotic energy that erupted, Wuxia raised his palm, continuing to strike forward. Endless chaotic light appeared in the void, containing unmatched killing intent. It was terrifying and vast, as if the world had reached the ultimate deathly stillness. The heavens were wiped out, creatures buried. It belonged to the half-immortal emperor level, terrifying to the point where it could wipe out 10,000 realms. It was just the beginning, but endless chaotic energy already surged, simply drowning out the heavens above and earth below. All types of great Tao laws appeared one after another, divine chains of order interweaving, covering heaven and earth, covering every inch of the void. Not only this, all types of natural disasters that only existed in ancient texts were also evolving. Great Tao heavenly flames, chaotic true lightning, 9 underworld death wind. They would only appear when the universe was first formed, but now, they appeared in all directions. Any creature below half-immortal emperor level would be horrified when they stepped into this place, instantly turned into powder, life and death erased. This place already became a land of death, the universe destroyed, natural laws turned into nothingness. What? The two touched for the first time. The void in front of them was pierced through, and the emperor's arm trembled violently, unable to withstand it, showing signs of bone fractures. At the same time, an intense stabbing pain caused his expression to change. The supreme killing intent penetrated, directly targeting his divine soul. Kill! Wuxia's eyes were deep and cold, his white robes otherworldly as he quickly stepped through the void. Billions of fragments of time appeared around him, the light of the great Tao surging, chaotic energy swirling, using all kinds of supreme techniques to kill the enemy, powerful and boundless. His palm was still pressing down, showing no signs of stopping, directly cutting down all the strange phenomena in front of him, striking the emperor. You clearly haven't recovered to your peak, and you're not even an imperial capital. How can you be like this? The Emperor roared, his figure flying quickly, moving across several universes in an instant to avoid Guchanga's palm. He couldn't believe it. Since ancient times, the expression on his face had not changed much. But today, one after another, he was bewildered. Guchanga's cultivation fluctuations had clearly not reached the level of an emperor, not even a quasi-immortal emperor. But it made him tremble, his arm trembling violently, about to break apart. This terrifying power had already surpassed the limit of power, beyond the limits of what this world could bear. Guchanga clearly had not surpassed this level, so how could he so easily suppress him? You also know that I haven't recovered to my peak strength. Otherwise, why would I need to kill you? Guchanga was still as calm as ever. As he spoke, the great Tao was hazy, affecting the momentum of heaven and earth. There seemed to be a long river of time collapsing in front of him, the scene within blurring, ancient strange phenomena emerging. The Emperor's heart trembled. If Guchanga had been at his peak strength, he would not have dared to do this, and would have fled as far as he could. But now, Guchanga clearly had not cultivated the light of a quasi-immortal emperor, nor did he have any aura that surpassed this level. Why was he still so powerful that he was about to suffocate? Dang! The void trembled violently, and a large black bell appeared. With just a shake, millions of ripples spread out, able to obliterate everything. This was the Emperor's Tao tool, and it had accompanied him for countless years. It had long surpassed the level of an immortal king tool, rising to the level of a quasi-immortal emperor tool. However, this large black bell could not block Guchanga's palm. The large black hand descended, striking it, causing the long river of time to boil. The aura of this battle even passed from this side of the long river of time to the past, present and future, setting off thousands of waves. The Emperor's expression changed, and the large black bell on the surface of his body trembled violently, releasing millions of ripples. But it was struck until it trembled incessantly. The black ripples released were terrifying, enough to destroy time and space, but under this palm, they were obliterated, and then exploded. Tao laws swirled about, causing him to cough up blood and fly backwards. This scene shocked all the distant universes. After thousands of years, the Emperor was injured for the first time. Blood spread out from his shoulder, and then his arm exploded. He quickly retreated, feeling deep fear. He understood the difference between himself and Guchanga. This was already not something cultivation could make up for, but rather because the two were at completely different levels in the past. It was like an ancient giant, even though he no longer had the strength he once had, and was even very weak. However, if he wanted to crush an ordinary person to death, trample an ant to death, it was still an easy matter. This type of change in the level of life could already not be compared with cultivation realms. After understanding this great difference, the Emperor felt regret. The other Emperor clan ancestors all chose to avoid him, or hide in their caves, or they chose to hibernate, not willing to get involved. Only he appeared in the world, ruling over the foreign realm, believing that with the great changes in the world, a true immortal emperor could not appear. Quasi-immortal emperor was already the peak that life forms could reach. No matter how strong Guchanga was, he could not exceed this limit. That was why he dared to appear here, face Guchanga directly. However now, the Emperor felt regret. He activated a great black bell, protecting his body. Ripples spread, the universe becoming blurry, the great river of time appearing beneath his feet. He decided to run, extremely decisive, not hesitating at all. He was worried that he would be seriously injured by Guchanga, that his life and foundation wouldn't be able to protect. What? The Emperor saw that the situation was bad, about to run, to the extent where he planned to escape into the great river of time, flee to another era. The foreign immortal kings were all completely stupefied, simply not daring to believe their eyes. Just now, the Emperor wasn't like this, his aura devouring endless time, intimidating the world, making them all feel subservient. However, in the blink of an eye, he was injured after facing Guchanga, and now he was already planning to run? He was but an Emperor clan ancestor, who overlooked the entire foreign realm. From past until now, he was a true unmatched being. Even in the future, there was no way they could say that another existence like this could be born. It was like this after all. Grand Emperor chose to withdraw, not willing to appear in the world, precisely because of this. He knew a long time ago that he couldn't stop anything. The Ming King's entire body went cold. He thought that he found a backer, that he could release a sigh of relief. However, now that he saw this scene, he only felt fear and despair. The Emperor clan ancestor he first reported to was named Grand Emperor. But in the end, he was directly told that this was a great trend that couldn't be changed, impossible to reverse. He couldn't do anything either. Then, he entered a deep sleep, no longer caring about the present world. Later on, it was the Emperor who suddenly revived, grasping the present world. All of the foreign immortal kings respected him, obeying his orders. However, in the blink of an eye, the Emperor already planned to run, not caring about the foreign realm's life or death. Was there anything more horrifying and despairing than this? Before me, do you feel like you can escape? When he saw the Emperor about to step into the great river of time, thus leaving the present world, Wuxia revealed a faint smile. Boundless gray great mists carried an aura of nirvana and darkness, as if they drifted over from an unknown place, directly surrounding this entire world. The great river of time was blurry, collapsing beneath the Emperor's feet. Waves were extinguished one after another, quickly fading away, cutting off his path of retreat. Dao friend wishes to threaten me with your life? The Emperor's expression changed greatly. He never expected his path of retreat to be blocked off by Wuxia. His eyes immediately erupted with endless divine light, horrifying to the extreme. Even though he feared Wuxia, this didn't mean he didn't have a temper. Running for his life in this type of humiliation was already an inconceivable thing for him. However now, even the great river of time was stopped by Wuxia? Was he sincerely trying to keep him here? Was he truly trying to cut off his path of retreat? Threaten me with your life? You don't have the qualifications. Wuxia only shook his head, releasing a light laugh. The Emperor understood that Wuxia truly wanted to kill him. He immediately released an angry roar, his body surpassing this world, as if he was an ancient deity standing at the limits of the cosmos. A world-shocking great battle erupted once again. Wuxia and the Emperor fought their way into an unknown expanse of space-time. It was to the extent where they followed the great river of time, fighting in the past, alarming the most powerful individuals of that time, making their souls tremble. Kacha. Here, expanses of the cosmos were torn apart one after another. Ripples appeared between their palms and fingers, tearing apart this heaven and earth, producing unimaginably terrifying shockwaves. Moreover, the ripples continuously surged, hacking outwards along the great cracks. Honglonglong. As a result, the primal chaos was hacked apart, clear energy rising, turbid energy falling. Moreover, there were specks that shone, continuously flickering about. A new cosmos was established in the blink of an eye. It was simply inconceivable. These methods were terrifying to an unimaginable degree. This type of terrifying great battle, since the ancient times, who could see it? At the very least, in immortal domain, the foreign realm, and other places, no one had ever seen it before. Not even immortal kings could see through it, only able to use great divine abilities to create blurry void images, difficult to truly see. Right now, the great river of time surged, time ruthlessly crushing down. This place became chaotic. Their true bodies and magical bodies weaved about, treading on the great river of time, fighting intensely. At this level, all types of inconceivable divine abilities exceeded the imaginations of immortal kings. It was to the extent where they could fight into a world that didn't belong to this era. In the end, a body exploded, flying out from within, all of it damaged, filled with endless bloody radiance. The Emperor was in an incomparably miserable state, his entire body covered in injuries, his arm completely blasted apart. This scene made even the distant cosmos tremble in horror, just too terrifying. Pung. Wuxia took a step forward, a palm smashing over. The Emperor exploded, his primordial spirit grabbed in his palm. There is no way you can kill me. My magical body not only exists in the present world, It also covers every expanse of space-time and the great river of time. Even if you can destroy this body of mine, as long as someone can call out my true name, I can still return. Even though the emperor was seriously injured, especially his primordial spirit, his injuries extremely serious, he still released a low roar, not willing to die just like that. This was precisely the power of a half-immortal emperor. Even if existences of the same level fought, it was still almost impossible to kill the other party. If they wanted to decide victory or defeat, it would take many great eras. Wang, is that so? Guchanga only shook his head, a smile on his face. An expanse of light erupted from his palm. At first glance, it was extremely hazy. Then it looked gray, but there were black and white interweaving within like threads innumerable, incomparably strange. The emperor's primordial spirit was drawn out by him. This expanse of light burned like flames, a rich great Tao fragrance pervading the air, vaguely forming the appearance of a stalk of heavenly medicine, rich and fragrant. He was refined into an exceptional heavenly medicine. The immortal kings in the distance trembled in horror, their entire bodies going cold, their hairs standing on end. The emperor's true spirit still hadn't scattered. Right now, when he saw himself being refined like this, he only felt fear, couldn't help but roar out, wishing to struggle free. However, Guchanga's palm instead seemed to have formed a world of its own, the Tao natural, the Tao emotionless, hacking down like a guillotine. Chapter 902. Waves of light burst forth. This palm turned into a world of heaven and earth, cutting down the emperor's cultivation, directly scattering his primordial spirit, turning it into a rain of light that scattered down. A rich aura of the great Tao filled this world, as if it had turned into a land of ascension. Heaven and earth wailed. One could see streaks of terrifying blood-colored mountain ridges flashing through the depths of the universe. This was the shocking phenomenon of the emperor's death. Guchanga raised his palm and retracted it. The scorching light dissipated, putting away this heavenly medicine refined from a quasi-immortal emperor's essence. He opened his mouth and inhaled. A boundless and terrifying devouring force spread out, as if even the laws of the great Tao would be devoured. The rain of light that filled the sky gathered, in the end condensing in front of Guchanga, and was swallowed by him in one gulp. This was a shocking scene. The entire world seemed to have fallen into eternal darkness. A bone-piercing cold swept through all the immortal kings in the distance, making them tremble in fear. Personally witnessing an invincible immortal emperor fall like this, his essence scattering into a heavenly medicine, and being swallowed so easily, it really made their hair stand on end. Many immortal kings even felt a sense of empathy, their scalps going numb. In an instant, the entire universe fell into a deathly silence. Within the boundless foreign territories, millions upon millions of foreign creatures looked at that terrifying figure in alarm and unease. They all knelt on the ground, not daring to move in the slightest. All the foreign immortal kings also didn't dare to move, worried that they would die miserably here like the emperor. After a long time, Guchanga released a sound that was unknown whether it was a sigh or a sigh. He looked around, his gaze sweeping across the shattered universe. How much longer do you want to hide? Or do you think that I can't find you? Guchanga asked unhurriedly. Hearing this, the foreign immortal kings were all stunned, not knowing what Guchanga meant. Could it be that there were other immortal kings here besides them? And the moment Guchanga's voice fell, ripples spread out in the surrounding broken universe, followed by chaos fog that filled the air. For terrifying figures that seemed to have existed since the beginning of time stood there. Time fragments wrapped around them, their entire bodies, as if they were in the past and the past. For pairs of eyes with different expressions fell on this part of the universe. At this moment, all of the creatures in the foreign realm, including those immortal king existences, felt a type of heart-palpitating feeling, simply wanting to bow down in submission in that direction. This type of feeling was terrifying and deep, engulfing the world, to the extent where even the great river of time was shaking. Realms were born, realms were destroyed, light fading. Emperor's aura? What's going on? Apart from the Yi Emperor, could it be that there are other emperors in the Outlands? In the distant universe, the old immortal king Wuxia, and immortal king Aod of the immortal realm were trembling. One had to know that they were all immortal kings. At this moment, they all felt like their souls were trembling. This could only mean that the four terrifying figures that suddenly appeared were all quasi-immortal emperors, or even more terrifying immortal emperors. However, they didn't dare believe this. Could it be that another four emperor clan ancestors woke up? When did this happen? They actually didn't sense anything at all. Or could it be that when the emperor and Wuxia fought just now, these emperor clan ancestors were startled? Perhaps these emperors aren't people of the present world. All of them might be even stronger than the emperor. Wuxia, old immortal king's eyes stared fixedly in that direction. He suddenly discovered something, his voice even trembling a bit. Not people of the present world. Immortal King Aod, Blood Owl Immortal King, and the others were immediately stunned. Could it be that they came from the other end of the great river of time? From the other world to the present, startled by the energy fluctuations of the battle just now? Even immortal kings could go against the great river of time to a certain extent, interfere with the past, present, and future. Let alone the quasi-immortal emperors who were even more powerful than immortal kings, or even immortal emperors. In this place, all of the immortal kings were horrified. It was rumored that emperors were rarely seen. There was no way more than one emperor could appear in an era. The Tao of the two clashed, suppressing the entire world, causing the universe to explode. Even if one attained the Tao fruit of emperor in another era, they would try their best to avoid the situation in the future, to avoid the situation of multiple emperors coexisting in the same era. But now, a total of 4 emperors seemed to have appeared here at once. Their auras were boundless, so powerful that it made one tremble. At this time, if one listened carefully, they would discover that there were grand scripture sounds appearing in all of the heavens. Looking over from the distant universe, one could vaguely see blurry figures covered by the thick great Tao of time. These were the true shadows of the emperors. Once they appeared, they would illuminate the heavens, and the worlds would reveal their figures. It was as if they didn't exist in this space-time, as if they were just imprints engraved in the long river of time. Now that they were activated by Wuxia's power, they all appeared together. They were true emperors, invincible existences who looked down on the heavens. Under their feet, the power of time appeared. Great Tao condensed and were stepped on by them, as if they were born to serve as a foil for them. Emperors were rarely seen, but the appearance of 4 emperors at the same time was too shocking. Latecomers? Perhaps I should call you that? Wuxia stood in the sky and swept his gaze across the 4 terrifying figures in front of him. His expression was still calm. He didn't know which era these 4 emperors came from, but what he was sure of was that they weren't from the current era. They might even be from the ancient era. Moreover, among these 4 emperors, there was an existence who truly stood in the immortal emperor realm. His aura was very vague. In Wuxia's opinion, this person seemed to be wrapped in a thick aura of time from the future. Although the auras of the other 3 were infinitely close to the immortal emperor realm, they had not reached it yet. Terrifying light figures were transforming, and even the heavens and earth had to submit to their feet. Rumble! Myriad Tao rumbled and the universe shook. They were hidden in the thick fog. Their eyes were deep and vast, as if there was an endless universe. At this moment, they were staring at Wuxia, as if they wanted to see through Wuxia. Billions of years ago, I've heard of your name. One of the emperors spoke. His appearance was completely different from that of a human. He had 8 heads and 6 arms, and each head had an aura that could crush the heavens. His age was so ancient that it was indescribable. Even though he had crossed eras and time, and appeared in the current era, he was not afraid of karma and spoke clearly. The moment he spoke, thousands of true lightning struck down from the depths of the void, directly turning into a sea of lightning that drowned him. But his true body did not move. No matter how the true lightning smashed down, he did not move in the slightest. One had to know that any strand of this true lightning could make an immortal king explode, destroying his body and soul. But when it landed on his body, it couldn't even create a ripple. Oh, billions of years ago, when was that? Before the first mountain ocean tribulation? Wuxia only smiled faintly when he heard this. There was no emotion in his eyes. I am the eight-headed emperor. When the mountain ocean tribulation was at the heavenly tomb, I killed little six paths, the emperor was speaking. Wrapped in thick fog, the long river of time danced, and the six arms behind him were displaying supreme divine might. The appearance of the six paths represented the six paths, or even the initial embryonic form of the six paths, containing the most mysterious power of reincarnation in the heavens. Do you want to attack me? Guchanga raised his eyebrows and smiled. This was obviously an afterimage left behind by that era. For some reason, it was imprinted in the long river of time. Because of his battle with the Emperor, it was revealed. The real eight-headed emperor had probably perished in the previous cataclysm. However, since the other party had the intention to attack, how could Guchanga not do anything? As he waved his sleeve, the power of time spread out. The time and space in front of him distorted, as if a spatial passage had appeared. His expression was calm as he directly stepped into it. Rumble! The passage of time was collapsing. Separated by endless time and space, Guchanga fought with the emperor. He took the initiative and was strong. The thick fog of time spread out. Then Guchanga pointed. A terrifying sword light seemed to tear apart the universe, destroying everything as it slashed along the passage. The eyes of the immortal emperor with 8 heads and 6 arms trembled slightly. 6 doors appeared behind him, representing the 6 paths of reincarnation. The sparkling silver waves contained a terrifying secret power that involved the most mysterious places in the world. The two of them affected different spaces and universes, so much so that the long river of time flowing between the heavens was shattered into pieces and evaporated in various places. This was an existence that was infinitely close to the immortal emperor, compared to the emperor, who knew how much stronger he was. Even if it was just a Tao Law battle body or an afterimage, it was still terrifying. With a raise of his palm, the heavens swayed and were about to fall together. Guchanga's eyes were deep. For the first time, he verified the strength of his current body. It surpassed a quasi-immortal emperor, but had not reached the level of an immortal emperor. However, this was on the premise that he did not use any other means. When he completely refined the emperor's origin, his strength would leap another step. He shook his finger and shot out a majestic sword chi. This sword chi was sharp and peerless, as if all the stars in the heavens had transformed into sword chi. It was so thick that it covered and suppressed everything. Clang, 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 the space barrier instantly turned into dust. Billions of universes withered and died. The eight-headed emperor controlled the power of reincarnation, and it was the most primitive reincarnation path. His divine might was so strong that the heavens trembled and swept through the endless river. In the end, the battle ended quickly. The phantom of the eight-headed 6 arms immortal emperor was split apart by Guchanga's palm. The laws close to the immortal emperor intertwined, causing his figure to become blurry. His eyes were full of shock. Guchanga's eyes were deep. Across space and time, his palm once again pressed down, colliding with the eight-headed emperor's palm. In an instant, the heavens trembled. Ancient universes collapsed one after another. In countless spacetimes, powerful beings had sensed this battle and were shocked and terrified. This kind of fluctuation spread to different spacetimes. It even spread from one end of the long river of time to the other end. To them, it could come from before the ancient times, or it could come from after the ancient times. This kind of existence could easily change spacetime. The long river of time was like a toy in their hands. They could change everything with a wave of their hand. Only a battle of this kind of existence could instantly affect the ancient spacetime. You are really very, very strong, even in this era. In the end, the eight-headed emperor's phantom faded. He admitted, having no choice but to accept this situation. His original body was long unknown. Even the phantom could not sense the location of his original body. The strength he displayed now was the peak state of the eight-headed emperor. But he was still no match for Guchanga. One of the 4 emperors' phantoms completely faded and disappeared just like that. The other 3 emperors had been paying attention to this battle. Their figures were also blurry, drowned by the fog of different times. However, they had all dispersed now, not interfering with the present world. From the fluctuations of the battle between the eight-headed emperor and Guchanga just now, in this era, even a true immortal emperor could not act rashly. Only the blurry figure from the future stood there, facing Guchanga directly. His eyes were golden, as if rich sunlight was flowing in them. This was definitely the true immortal emperor that Guchanga had seen so far, standing at the peak of his powerful state. Even if it was just a figure reflected in this world with the help of the long river of time, it was still incomparably powerful. I see despair in your eyes. Guchanga smiled faintly, looking straight at the immortal emperor shrouded in the fog of time, as if he could see through his thoughts. You are different from these three. You came from the future, and you want to kill me in this era? His words were neither fast nor slow, the corners of his lips carrying a bit of a faint smile, appearing very calm and natural. However, the golden pupils of this existence shrouded in the endless fog of time contracted imperceptibly, great waves surging in his heart. The many immortal kings in the distance were also shaken by Guchanga's words, feeling disbelief. This existence that was far more powerful than the barbarian emperor came from the future, coming to kill Guchanga? This might be a true immortal emperor coming from the future. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the foreign immortal kings or the immortal kings of immortal domain, they all trembled in fear, their voices trembling. In this era, there were no true immortal emperors. Even the foreign invincible emperor clan ancestor was only at the half-immortal emperor realm. These two realms, even though there was only a difference of half immortal, the difference in strength could be described as the difference between heaven and earth. In front of an immortal emperor, how big of a difference was there between a half-immortal emperor and an ant? Chapter 903. Wrapped in the thick mist of time, this terrifying figure that stood here had golden pupils that were like lava, flowing with dazzling light. At this moment, it was as if a sharp sword that pierced through the ages slashed out from his eyes, about to tear apart the universe before him. It might not be that there is no chance. It seemed like an instant, but also like a long time had passed. This terrifying figure finally spoke, his voice incomparably hoarse, containing great changes and fatigue. Meanwhile, the instant he spoke, an even more shocking and terrifying irregular scene than when the eight-headed emperor spoke appeared in this world. Blood-red thick lightning, simply as if it wanted to stretch across the entire universe, directly hacking down towards him. Streak after streak supporting heaven and earth, tearing apart the universe, powerful to the point of making one tremble, instantly turning this place into a vast sea of lightning. It was as if any matter or existence, under this type of fluctuating aura, would instantly explode, turning into endless powder. This was destruction in the truest sense. The entire foreign universe, under this type of aura, was as weak as a small boat, torn full of holes. Countless foreign creatures knelt on the ground, continuously trembling, even their souls about to be crushed. For them, this type of scene was even more terrifying than when Guchanga and the eight-headed emperor fought. No different from the end of the world. Even the group of immortal kings far away had their bones releasing kacha sounds, unable to withstand the aftermath, cracks appearing on their bodies, blood flowing out, extremely horrifying. They quickly retreated, immediately retreating from several universes, appearing in the distance. Just opening his mouth to speak already triggered such a terrifying irregular scene. Once he makes a move, it is even more unimaginable, most likely destroying this world, making heaven and earth return to primal chaos. This type of terrifying karma, not even an immortal emperor can withstand it, ancient mystic old immortal king said with a trembling voice. After all, this was an immortal emperor in the truest sense, someone who came from the river of time, not belonging to the present world. Anything he said, anything he did would involve tremendous karma, easily making everything fall into chaos, reshuffling the cards. To put it bluntly, if this immortal emperor made a move at this time, he might even destroy this great era. That would definitely cause an indelible impact on the future. Of course, this heaven and earth would definitely have the power to restrain immortal Emperor 577. It was impossible for him to truly destroy everything. With the strength of an immortal emperor, going against the flow of time was simply a piece of cake. From one end of the long river of time to the other, it was just a matter of looking at them. The long river of time was no different from a toy in the hands of an immortal emperor. However, even an immortal emperor couldn't change anything through the river of time. Everything would be reshuffled at the slightest move, causing the events that had happened to repeat themselves, and even returning to chaos. Rumble! Thousands of blood-red thunderbolts surged at the end of the sky like the roar of an angry dragon. They covered the sky and the sun and fell down. Among them, there were ancient pavilions and palaces floating up and down. There were even blurry human figures that were like the manifestation of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. They held heavenly sabers and heavenly weapons as they charged over. This was because this immortal emperor had opened his mouth to speak, triggering shocking karma. A terrifying power was being nurtured in the depths of the world. It was like a terrifying millstone of destruction was about to obliterate him. The immortal emperor from the future had seriously interfered with the rules and order of this world. However, he still stood there, surrounded by endless time fragments. His eyes were as terrifying as heavenly sabers. He stared at Wuxia without moving or choosing to leave. Chi. He shook his hand lightly, and an unimaginable force burst forth, directly evaporating the sea of lightning that appeared at the end of the sky. All the laws were broken, turned into dust, and disappeared into thin air. Thousands of Daos were untouched. It was as if he was standing in an unknown domain. Even the great Tao was exploding. You might have a chance. However, I saw despair in your eyes. You want to kill me just like that, end a period of time, and settle everything. Is that so? Wuxia seemed to be repeating his words, but the faint smile on his face didn't diminish in the slightest. Impossible. The immortal emperor seemed to have suddenly reacted. The terrifying light in his eyes was like a sword aura that pressed down on all eternity and illuminated the entire river of time, washing away the past and present. His body trembled, as if he was about to lose his footing, but there was more disbelief in his eyes. Are you in despair? Wuxia's gaze did not change, as if he wanted to see through the fog of time enveloped by the immortal emperor and understand his origins. Who are you? The immortal emperor could not hide the tremor in his voice, as if he had realized something. His golden pupils continued shrinking, and all sorts of terrifying abnormalities appeared in them. The universe was collapsing, and the river of time was being destroyed. Who I am is not important. What's important is that I want to know who you are. Wuxia smiled faintly. Why did you want to kill me in the present? An immortal emperor stepped on the river of time, and came from the future to kill him in the present. This made Wuxia think about the true mountain and sea world's third calamity. He still did not know when the third calamity would descend. However, if the river of time in the true mountain and sea world did not collapse and continued to exist, then it meant that the true mountain and sea world still existed in the future. If that was the case, then why did an immortal emperor from the future step on the river of time to kill him? What was his goal? Logically speaking, with the true mountain and sea world's foundation, it should have been impossible for them to survive the first calamity. However, during the first calamity, Wuxia had turned into the demon lord and led the true mountain and sea world to escape with his identity as the heaven destroyer. Because of this, the true mountain and sea world had suffered great losses. Many of their most powerful warriors had died during that calamity. Some people fell into deep slumber, while others used other methods to create the cycle of reincarnation and waited for the future to reappear in the world. During the second calamity, due to Qing Yi and Wuxia's discussion, they had devised a clever plan to deceive the entire universe and avoided that calamity. It could be said that they had delayed the lives of the true mountain and sea world for a long period of time to recuperate. However, they might not be so lucky during the third calamity. Besides, Wuxia had another plan in mind. Once the third calamity descended, it would definitely bring about destruction to the entire true mountain and sea world. No one would be able to escape from this reckoning. However, if the true mountain and sea world did not survive the third calamity, Then from which future time did this immortal emperor come? Or perhaps he came from another future time of another true world. If that was the case, then the immortal emperor before him was actually a main character from the future, a child of Kismet? Guchanga was slightly interested, but he could only guess. After all, the vast river of time stretched across the boundless true worlds. The river of time in the true mountain and sea world was just one of the many branches. It is indeed as you said, only by killing you can everything be settled. There is no other choice. But who are you? Why can't I see you in the past or the future? The immortal emperor's emotions fluctuated greatly. He was clearly enveloped by the fog of endless time. However, his face was about to crumble and scatter, about to no longer exist in the current world. His words touched upon a great deal of karma. His body was about to be destroyed. There were signs of it cracking, and it was about to crumble and explode. This was also the reason why he felt suffocated, disbelief, and even despair. Guchanga had clearly not reached the level of immortal emperor when he was in the current world. To Guchanga he was still weak. But why couldn't he sense the aura of other space-time, other times, or any fluctuations of existence from Guchanga? It was as if Guchanga had truly gathered all the figures in the timeline. The endless space and time had become one. And he was the only one. As an immortal emperor he knew what this meant. That was why he found it hard to believe, and even despair. He stood tall in the current world, but he could not find Guchanga's figure in the past. It was as if he did not exist in the past, nor did he exist in the future. He only existed in the current world where he was. Therefore, as an immortal emperor, it was impossible for him to understand Guchanga's past in the long river of time. He could not know Guchanga's origin, did not know his future, and did not even know such a person. It was as if Guchanga had appeared out of thin air. It was such a creepy thing to do. Logically speaking, as an immortal emperor, he came from the future and killed Guchanga when he was still weak. Although this could lead to monstrous karma, rewriting the entire history of the future, reversing the river of time, and causing the future to flip. However, in his opinion, this was the only chance and hope. However, when he really came to the current world, he suddenly felt despair. He found that everything was completely different from what he thought. Guchanga's weakness was just a facade. Even the current Guchanga might be just a facade. He had an even scarier guess. The real Guchanga was not in front of him. This could even be a reflection of her body. The real Guchanga had already reached a level that he could not imagine or guess. After reaching the immortal emperor realm, he knew that there was actually a path called transcendence. Only by transcendence could one be truly free and unfettered for eternity, and condense the Daluo fruit. Daluo, which was very wide, meant infinite. Luo, which was a net, meant encompassing everything. Daluo, which was limitless, meant containing everything. Dao was originally boundless, but Daluo, which was limitless, had a limit. In a sense, Daluo had already transcended eternity, condensing one's own Dao, and was the only one in the world, restraining all timelines. No matter which era or epoch it was, as long as one had a body, it was one's true self, and did not exist in another self. Guchanga had clearly shattered his transcendence body before the Forbidden Era. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to enter the cycle of reincarnation and cultivate again. After all, if his transcendence body was not shattered, why did he need to cultivate again? Every life was his true self, past, future, and present. It was all like this. However, why could he not find Guchanga's figure in the current world? The Guchanga in front of him was not even an immortal emperor? It seems that you really seem to know me very well. Or rather, you have studied me before, and you came fully prepared? You came to the current world before, and you knew everything in advance. Guchanga had been watching the changes in the immortal emperor's expression. At this moment, he could not help but smile lightly, and his tone was still casual. He had already roughly guessed the origin of this immortal emperor. I miscalculated. I didn't expect the big black hand from the ancient times to have a background that is beyond my imagination. The immortal emperor's eyes shot out a terrifying chaotic light, and the time around his true body began to distort, breaking inch by inch and collapsing. He was almost unable to bear the terrifying karma brought by saying these words. Even his mouth and nose were bleeding, and he was about to collapse and scatter. He was about to disappear from the current world, and it was very difficult for him to continue holding on. At their level, every move they made could trigger inconceivable changes. Not to mention that he came from the future, and every word he said could cause the world to repeat itself, and everything in the future would be reshuffled. The Big Black Hand from the ancient times? Is this the name that the living beings from the ancient times call me? Wuxia smiled faintly, and did not care about this name at all. For the living beings in the infinite heavens, the existence of his true self had long stood at the end of all tangible and intangible things. This end was the end of the concept, and it could be understood as the end of the Tao. It could also be understood that it was because of the existence of his true self that the concept of the Tao was born. However, this immortal emperor could no longer speak. The entire world was rejecting him, and his true body was collapsing. Even if he was wrapped in the fog of time, he could not hold on at all, and blood spurted out from his mouth and nose. The long river of time was turbulent, and he was quickly retreating, his figure dissipating there. The terrifying aura that threatened to annihilate the all heavens was also receding like the tide. At this time, even if he wanted to make a move, it was impossible. Saying those words meant that he had to bear an extremely terrifying karma backlash. Wuxia did not make a move, and he just watched the immortal emperor's figure disappear. The broken fragments of time seemed to still be in place, but the true body had long disappeared. The years in the future? Wuxia's gaze was a little deep, but in the long river of time he saw, there was no immortal emperor born in the future. Which space-time did the immortal emperor who appeared just now come from? Chapter 904. It was not realistic for Wuxia to deduce the origin of an immortal emperor, especially when he felt that this immortal emperor did not seem to come from the space-time where the mountain and sea world was located. In the vast and endless space-time, the river of time spread everywhere. The river of time that Wuxia and the others were in now only spread across the mountain and sea world. One had to know that in this world, there were other true worlds besides the mountain and sea world. Some of them were even more ancient than the mountain and sea world. He couldn't be sure if this immortal emperor came from another space-time timeline. That was why Wuxia could not see through the river of time in front of him and see through everything at the end. Since he came from the future, it means that in the future, this person has encountered trouble that is difficult to solve. Just as I said just now, he wants to descend to the present world and get rid of me, who is still weak. To settle everything? Wuxia's expression became more and more interesting. From a certain point of view, the arrival of this immortal emperor meant that in a certain space-time in the future, he had become the Big Black Hand that they were talking about. However, I believe that this is more like a child of destiny who rose from the future, the main character of a certain world. We will meet again. Wuxia shook his head slightly and swept his gaze across the broken universe. The terrifying aura comparable to that of an immortal emperor still remained, but it was already full of holes. The chaotic aura rushed into the universe, destroying everything along the way. Apart from creatures of this level, once other cultivators stepped in, their bodies and souls would definitely be destroyed. Rumble. As he waved his sleeve, the broken universe was recovering. The collapsed starry sky was reforming, and the shattered stars were condensing. The collapsed mountains, rivers, and cities were recovering. The collapsed Tao laws were condensing, filling the air with a dazzling brilliance. This was a shocking scene, as if time and space were flowing backward. The scene before the battle was reproduced. The remaining immortal emperor aura was quickly eliminated and scattered between heaven and earth. In the distance, the immortal kings of the foreign realm watched all of this in shock and bewilderment. For a moment, they did not know what to do. Immortal realms Wuxia Immortal King, Aod Immortal King, and the others also watched from afar, not daring to rashly step into this universe. What they saw today was simply too shocking. Even they felt that it was inconceivable. The four emperors had all arrived. Among them, there was even a real immortal emperor from the future. This type of figure crushed through endless time. Even if it was an emperor clan ancestor before him, they would still have to bow their heads and bend their backs. Between heaven and earth, there was an expanse of scarlet red, the entire cosmos becoming scarlet red, hazy and bleak. This was the wail of the great Tao, carrying a desolate and sorrowful feeling. This was originally the Emperor's territory. However, after the Emperor's death, his life imprint had dissipated. The shattered world was reconstructed by Gu Chang'e, and the strange phenomena from before appeared once again. Many foreign creatures carried grief, affected by the grief of heaven and earth. Many creatures were crying loudly, carrying great sorrow, their faces carrying tears. Many people didn't want to be like this, but after being affected by heaven and earth, even the true immortals' moods were affected by grief. This was a matchless half-immortal emperor after all, yet he fell just like that, dying miserably under Gu Chang'e's hands, his entire source seized, refined into an exceptional great medicine. What a miserable and humiliating way to die. The foreign great Tao even resonated with it because of this. Blood-colored radiance illuminated heaven and earth in an expanse of red. Ming King and the other immortal kings didn't dare move at all. The other emperor clan ancestors all found places to hide at this time, not daring to show themselves. Immortal kings like them, before an existence like Gu Chang'e, were simply no different from dust. Ming King and the others didn't believe that with such a great disturbance happening in the foreign realm, those emperor clan ancestors wouldn't be able to sense anything. Right now, it was very likely that they were just pretending to be unaware, continuing to sleep, worried that the disaster would be brought to them. Woo in the starry river of the cosmos, winds blew, sounding like sobbing noises. There was never any wind in the starry skies, but today, there was this type of irregular scene. The emperor's death triggered too many abnormal scenes. Pop! In the void, blood-colored lotuses appeared one after another, taking root in the cosmos. Every single one of them would release a rain of blood, extremely bleak and beautiful. Then black lightning streaked out streak after streak, blood-colored clouds spreading. In the foreign realm's many territories and cosmos, sinister scenes appeared everywhere. Gu Chang'e walked out, his figure descending from the cosmos, arriving at the cave where the emperor was before. This place was still filled with boundless chaotic energy, half-immortal emperor-level restrictions, protecting many treasures, ancient artifacts, and some ancient texts. Apart from this, there were even more wondrous treasures. There was even a universe inside, a small world that was formed on its own. With a flick of his sleeve, he collected everything the emperor had accumulated over the countless years. Now that Heavenly Court has just been established, all resources are lacking. Gu Chang'e lightly shook his head. It wasn't that he needed it, but rather the people behind him, such as Yu Mingkong, Jiang Chuchu, and the others needed it. In addition, Heavenly Court had just been established. Even though there were several immortal kings overseeing it, there weren't many true treasures. He couldn't say that he would directly plunder the many immortal kings of Immortal Domain. The originally slightly stable situation would probably be stirred up again. Now that the emperor was dead, these resources were naturally taken away by him. When they heard Gu Chang'e's words, Ming Wang and the other foreign realm immortal kings in the distance trembled. Someone boldly spoke up, expressing that they were willing to hand over the treasures they had accumulated over many eras, willing to submit to Heavenly Court. No one was willing to lose their lives at this time. Previously, wasn't Immortal Domain at odds with Gu Chang'e like fire and water? In the end, weren't they fine now? When they should be obedient, they should be obedient. Otherwise, they would only lose their lives for nothing. With a foreign realm immortal king taking the lead. Soon after, the other immortal kings also expressed that they were willing to submit to Heavenly Court, serve Gu Chang'e, follow him wherever he went. However, Gu Chang'e didn't care about what they thought, directly having them hand over a strand of their life soul, allowing him to control their life and death at any time. Even though the immortal kings were unwilling, right now, they didn't dare say anything, nor did they dare refuse. They were worried that Gu Chang'e would go back on his word, all of them handing over a strand of life soul. It was Ming Wang who let out a long sigh of relief, his entire person relaxing quite a bit. During this period of time, he had always been on edge, worried that one day, Gu Chang'e would descend to the foreign realm through his coordinates. Now that he handed over his life soul, even though he lost his freedom, it also meant that he didn't need to be as worried and anxious as before. After leaving the Emperor's cave, Gu Chang'e released a vast divine will, engulfing the entire foreign realm. Heaven and earth rumbled. Right now, even the great Tao was retreating, all of the laws dissipating, not daring to stop Gu Chang'e's footsteps. He was searching for the foreign realm's other Emperor clan ancestors. After this type of thing happened, Gu Chang'e didn't believe that they would still dare to continue staying in the cave. Perhaps they would think of a way to temporarily leave the foreign realm, abandon their homeland. From the current situation, I still need a few half-immortal emperor sources. When they heard Gu Chang'e's light laughter, the Ming Wang and the others who followed behind him almost had their souls scared out of their bodies. The foreign realm had just lost a single emperor. Now could it be that Gu Chang'e was planning to deal with the other emperor clan ancestors? Right now they more or less rejoiced that they were only immortal kings, still far from half-immortal emperor level. There was no way they would be targeted by Gu Chang'e. They still didn't have that qualification. Even Grand Emperor fled. In the end, even Ming Wang was deeply shocked, to the extent where he widened his eyes. The Emperor clan ancestor he previously relied on was precisely Grand Emperor. Grand Emperor had previously planned to exchange for the 8 Desolation demonic halberd replica. But now, he actually long disappeared from his homeland. In the spacious cave, there was long no one left, only a magical body left behind. Following Gu Chang'e's arrival, this magical body also quickly collapsed, disappearing like a great mist, thus disappearing. Previously, Grand Emperor had a calm expression, telling him to let nature take its course. But in the end, this was his let nature take its course? Ming Wang smiled bitterly inside. Apart from Grand Emperor, there were several other extremely famous foreign emperor clans, yet they actually long disappeared without anyone noticing. Unknown where they went. The foreign immortal kings who suddenly discovered the truth were all stunned in place, unable to snap back to their senses for a long time. Turns out the various emperor clan ancestors had long anticipated this type of result, which was why they were trying to find a way out for themselves from the very start. 0 as half-immortal emperors, how could they not anticipate this type of thing? In a situation where they knew they weren't a match, they still wanted to stake it all? Only immortal kings like them would foolishly believe that there would be a true emperor clan ancestor who revived, leading them to face Gu Chang'e? Perhaps the emperor was also schemed against by the other emperor clan ancestors, becoming a pitiful chess piece. Perhaps when the emperor and this person fought, the various emperor clan ancestors were already alarmed, long thinking of a way to withdraw from the foreign realm. The immortal kings looked at each other, all of them seeing bitter smiles in each other's eyes. Half-immortal emperors crossed the boundless sea much more easily than immortal kings. Even though it was similarly full of dangers, it was over 10,000 times better than staying in the foreign realm, becoming source nourishment. Immortal domain's creatures originally thought that there would be a terrifying great battle with the foreign realm, that countless creatures would be swept up. However, all of this ended too quickly. The foreign realm surrendered, the immortal kings all submitting to Gu Chang'e. A foreign emperor clan ancestor had fallen. The other emperor clan ancestors all brought their clansmen away, long disappearing without a trace. Right now the foreign realm was like an ownerless land. Of course, many things related to this battle were still spread through the mouths of immortal domain's immortal kings, triggering great waves in immortal domain. For everyone, Gu Chang'e's strength was absolute, powerful to the point where it left others in despair. The fluctuations of a half-immortal emperor swept through 10,000 regions, affecting the long river of time. In the end, it even startled a future immortal emperor. This type of news could be said to be shocking. However, that immortal emperor called Gu Chang'e the Great Dark Hand from endless years ago. This even more so made everyone speculate. Just what exactly was going to happen after endless years? A half-immortal emperor fell just like that. Even immortal domain sensed this. Terrifying blood-colored lightning appeared between heaven and earth, hacking down in all directions. A rain of blood blew over, making one tremble. In the following years, Guchanga was also thinking about how immortal domain was going to recombine with the foreign realm, make the mountain sea true world, become one again. Only immortal domain and the foreign realm had been separated for too long. The two realms' heaven and earth laws mutually rejected each other, even more severe than the 8 Desolates' 10 regions' rejection of the higher realms. That was why this matter couldn't be overdone. During this period of time, Guchanga also noticed some things. The other immortal kings of immortal domain, such as Luo Wang and the others, were also reporting this matter to him. Many subordinates mysteriously disappeared. Even you all can't deduce the direction, suspecting that these subordinates have mistakenly entered a certain place? Guchanga nodded slightly. He immediately thought of the Immortal Palace's remnant clan that he had Luo Wang investigate. Luo Wang also had the same thoughts as Guchanga at this moment. He said respectfully, "Yes, in fact, this kind of thing happened a few years ago. It's just that we didn't think too much about it back then. But recently, the situation has become more and more serious. I and a few other immortal kings worked together to deduce, and in the end, we still found some clues. The auras of those subordinates who mysteriously disappeared in the end were still within the boundaries of immortal domain. It's just that there should be some kind of formation or restriction that hid the heavenly secrets and auras. Even immortal kings couldn't see through it. That's why we guessed that there are small worlds existing in some parts of immortal domain. Perhaps it's the legendary 9 heavens." 9 heavens? There was a strange look in Guchanga's eyes. He thought of a child of destiny called Qin Wuya that he had once met. This senior brother from the taboo era had unexpectedly fallen into the 9 heavens for some reason. He had stayed there for hundreds of years. Later on, he was wrapped in Genesis Chi and turned into an origin stone, which was cut out in True Immortal Academy. Later on, when he investigated Qin Wuya's memories, he found that he had only stayed at the edge of a place called 9 heavens for hundreds of years. Therefore, Qin Wuya didn't know the full picture of 9 heavens. And after recovering part of his memories, Guchanga already knew what kind of place it was. The hearts of people yearned for it, and they had always been searching for it. However, that place was a prison, a graveyard, and a home for the dead. The 9 heavens got its name from the 9 heavens. It was like a stacked pyramid, with each layer next to the next. There were a total of 9 layers, and each layer was the real heaven. This heaven referred to the heaven that was suppressed in the War of the Heavens. Chapter 905. From a certain point of view, the 9 heavens were even older than the true mountain and sea world. In the beginning, it was called the Heavenly Tomb. It was the tomb of the heavens. The true heavens could not be killed. That was why the buried heavens were like a different kind of living being. They had all sorts of strange origins. They might have been possessed by a powerful being and become the incarnation of the heavens, or they might have suddenly gained sentience after a long period of time, or they might have been contaminated with some sort of high-level substance that corrupted their essence, giving them sentience and 5 senses like other living beings. Of course, there were also those who were granted life by a terrifying existence of a higher level and became their subordinate. This true awakening in the myriad realms was similar to a true supreme expert who had attained the Daluo fruit realm. He had retracted all timelines and returned to his original self. He reflected the endless river of time and projected his power to millions of worlds. These billions of heavens were all the same. They were the projections of the real heavens. The true heavens were in the origin world and were controlled by the true ancestor of the origin world. The 9 heavens are not only in the true mountain and sea world. The other true worlds are also known as the 9. The 9 heavens in the true mountain and sea world are just one of them. Guchanga shook his head gently. However, mentioning the 9 heavens made him think of another plan of his. However, this plan had been laid out for too long and involved too many people. Even the true mountain and sea world seemed insignificant before it. Since we can't be sure of the location of the Immortal Palace's descendants, then we'll find all the suspicious places. After that, Gu Chang'e gave the order. The matter of the immortal palace's descendants was not important. He just wanted to find Qing Yi, as the true spirit of the true mountain and sea world. In a certain sense, her existence meant that the true mountain and sea world's great destiny would not be exhausted. If she disappeared, then it was very likely that the true mountain and sea world would quickly wither away and decline. They might not even need to wait for the third calamity to descend. Gu Chang'e was puzzled by this. Xing Yi had left the upper realm hundreds of years ago, but she seemed to have disappeared without a trace in these hundreds of years. As a result, there was no trace or aura of her in the immortal region. Gu Chang'e had also tried to deduce, but he had failed. Qing Yi did not leave behind any traces, which made Gu Chang'e wonder if her true spirit had dispersed and completely disappeared from this world. If that was the case, then he had to consider whether he should give up on the true mountain and sea world and choose another true world. A true world whose true spirit had completely disappeared was of no value to Gu Chang'e. It would only make him waste a lot of time, but it was a pity. He had been plotting for so long in the true mountain and sea world. After such a long time, he had finally established himself as the demon master. However, Gu Chang'e wasn't sure if the green-robed woman was hiding somewhere. If she knew that he had come to the immortal realms, she should have come out to meet him. Countless eons ago, Celestial Palace had ruled over the true mountain and sea world, and countless eons later, the faction of power he had created had taken over the true mountain and sea world. This was something that the two of them had discussed beforehand. Of course, the main purpose of this was to avoid disaster during the second calamity. The demon master had destroyed the heavens, and the true mountain and sea world had collapsed and been destroyed. Naturally, there was no need for a great cleansing. The corresponding price was naturally that the demon master's identity was accidentally discovered by a certain origin true ancestor of the origin world, who then erased it with a thought. During this process, the green-robed woman helped the demon master preserve a wisp of his true spirit at a crucial moment and sent it to the land of reincarnation. This was how Gu Chang'e came to be in this world. All of this plan could be said to be flawless, and it also established the demon master's identity as the demon master. If that's the case, then the green-robed woman might also be in the land of reincarnation. Perhaps she is also preparing for something. Gu Chang'e suddenly had a few guesses. However, the land of reincarnation of the true mountain and sea world was hidden very well by the green-robed woman. He might not be able to find it now. Just as Gu Chang'e gave the order, the immortal kings of the immortal realms immediately sent out a large number of people. They set up an inescapable net and closely searched the area where the cultivator had disappeared. They searched through one universe after another, and in the end, they slowly narrowed down the target and confirmed that it was within the range of a galaxy. However, a galaxy was really vast, spanning hundreds of millions of miles. It was not that easy to accurately find the entrance to a small world that was deliberately hidden. If that's the case, then destroy those galaxies. I don't believe that they won't come out. In the face of Luo Wang and the others' reports, Gu Chang'e only shook his head lightly. He did not care about the collapse and destruction of those galaxies. In the vast immortal realms, there were countless galaxies that naturally disappeared every day. Yes, then should we let the living beings in those galaxies evacuate in advance? Luo Wang's back was covered in cold sweat. After all, there were many territories of the immortal kings in these galaxies. However, Gu Chang'e casually asked them to destroy them, not wanting to waste too much time on them. This still made him feel a little fearful. Even if he was an immortal king, he was already on a different level from ordinary living beings. However, it still could not be said that he could easily decide the life and death of a galaxy. After all, it involved hundreds of millions of living beings. Those who are willing to move out can move out. Those who are unwilling to move out can be destroyed together. Time waits for no one. I don't want to waste too much time on this kind of thing, Gu Chang'e said indifferently. If he still could not find the Immortal Palace's remnant clan, then he would directly put the land of reincarnation on the agenda. Within the floating flame realm, the tall woman standing on the platform of the city of no return was looking at the light screen in the distance that was getting dimmer and dimmer. She was valiant, and her figure was extremely tall. Her fiery red battle robe fluttered in the wind, making her look even more heroic. However, her brows were tightly furrowed, and she could not hide the worry on her face. When the light screen was completely extinguished, the city of no return would be completely exposed to the immortal realms. At that time, this place would not only face the many immortal kings of the immortal realms, but also the great demon that made everyone tremble in fear. Although the city of no return could evacuate before the light screen was extinguished, the living beings of the entire floating flame realm would not be able to escape. Although the city of no return was big, it could not hold so many living beings. Therefore, Sun Shuang, the old city lord, and the many elders discussed for a long time. In the end, they unanimously decided to stay within the floating flame realm and live or die with this place. If even they abandoned the floating flame realm, then this place that they had lived in for generations would eventually become a fiery hell. The light screen will be extinguished in at most half a year. Now there are already many living beings of the immortal realms searching everywhere. The immortal kings of the immortal realms should have already sensed the existence of the floating flame realm. Besides Sun Shuang, an old man in a long gray robe with a face like a turtle and many scales appeared. He was also looking at the light screen in the distance. His emotions were very complicated, but more than that, there was a kind of sigh and helplessness. Is that what Old Turtle thinks too? Is the floating flame realm going to be destroyed? Sun Shuang retracted her gaze and looked at the old man beside her. As one of the elders of the city of no return, the old man before her was a bona fide immortal king. A while ago, they relied on a few pieces of true bones passed down from the ancient times to produce several immortal king magical bodies, heading to the Moon Prince Manor in an attempt to defeat Guchanga. Back then, it was Old Turtle who was in charge of the altar formation in the distance, not showing himself. However, right after that several pieces of true bones also shattered. These were the trump cards left behind from the past. Every single piece was used. For the city of no return, it was an irreparable loss. Even an emperor clan ancestor from the other side died. What kind of power does Floating Flame Realm have left to stop all of this? Old Turtle only shook his head, a bitter smile on his face, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. Sun Shuang also immediately became quiet. Even though she had awakened in the present world, always diligently cultivating. However, there was still an extremely great distance between her and the immortal king level. However, even if she became an immortal king before the great light was extinguished, it was still useless, impossible to change anything. Could it be that we have to use the things father left behind? However, what can this change? Sun Shuang couldn't help but feel a bit of despair. During this period of time, there were shocking changes in the Blue Sea realm. Many demonic creatures appeared, flocking over. The several great commanders in the city of no return were still in the jade green serene land, fighting against the demonic creatures. Some strange mists spread out from those rifts. Those with weaker cultivations might be corroded once they came in contact with it, their souls occupied, turning them into demonic creatures that only knew how to kill. Didn't Qing Feng leave the city of no return and head to the outside world? Perhaps he can find a way. I remember that the city lord gave Qing Feng many things. The previous Immortal Palace Remnant clan wasn't just us. Old Turtle had his hands behind his back, appearing more and more stooped. He sighed, his face full of helplessness. Hearing this, Sun Shuang's eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of hope. After all, the old city lord had also said that Qing Feng's origins were extremely special, perhaps having a tremendous background. The Sea of No Return beneath their feet was home to many ancient vicious beasts, some of which even immortal kings weren't their opponents, possibly becoming food. As for what exactly was at the end of the Sea of No Return, no one knew. When he first found Qing Feng at the coast of No Return, he wasn't injured at all. He had drifted from the other end of the Sea of No Return for an unknown number of years. Drifting here and forgetting all of his past, however, his battle instincts seemed to be innate. He could learn and master any divine ability or spell with just a glance. The old city lord had once said that in his long life, He had never seen such a genius. Yes, perhaps senior brother Qingfeng will bring us hope. Let's wait for the day he returns. Sun Shuang nodded, her eyes filled with anticipation. Rumble. However, at that moment, at the far end of the horizon, the dim screen suddenly shook, as if a terrifying earthquake had occurred in the outside world. The originally dim light became even dimmer, as if the light within it was about to disappear. All the living beings in the Fuyan realm felt the sky tremble, and they couldn't help but look over. Chapter 906. What's happening? Old Turtle and Sun Shuang's expressions changed drastically. They both leaped into the air, leaving the high platform of the city of no return, and looking into the distance. The sky shook as if a terrifying force was crashing down from afar, trying to destroy this place. Layers of ripples spread out like water waves. However, they contained an incomparably terrifying power that was enough to destroy all living things. Even though they were separated by a curtain, they could still see the shocking scene. Crimson flames fell from the depths of the universe like meteors. Great stars fell one after another, ignited into blazing flames. It was as if the entire heavens were withering, as if the entire universe was collapsing. All the living beings in this universe would be buried in the ultimate, buried together with it. Such a terrifying giant star directly smashed into the array outside the floating flaming realm, causing endless ripples and cracks to appear in some places. The array outside the floating flame territory was already very thin and could dim at any time. Now it became more and more unstable. Cracking sounds came continuously, like a mirror that was about to shatter. The entire floating flame territory shook, shaking many times. The mountains shook, and dust rose into the sky. Many ancient trees were also shattered by this shockwave. Many ancient savage beasts further away looked up in fear. The majestic divine mountain beside them collapsed with a boom, and turned into smoke and dust that filled the sky. What's happening? Is there an invasion? All the cultivators and creatures in the city of no return reacted immediately. They wanted to rush into the sky, but the entire floating flame territory was shaking, causing many people to fall from the sky. They couldn't even fly steadily. This was a vast and terrifying force. As the sky shook, it kept seeping in, and even started to spread below. Many ancient beings who had always lived in the floating flame realm were startled awake. They raised their enormous heads and looked into the sky. Shriek! A golden-winged rock that covered the sky flew over and landed on a majestic ancient mountain. It was also looking at the outside world. This was a powerful creature close to the immortal king realm. Its bloodline was pure. A dragon-like ancestral alligator lifted its ferocious head, looking at the sky from a vast swamp far away. Terrifying fluctuations at the level of an immortal king swept through this area. All beasts went into hibernation, trembling in fear. The heavens and earth outside the Fuyan realm have undergone a huge change. It might be destroyed. A golden Paishio appeared. Surrounded by a sea of lightning, it appeared in this region. It spoke human language, and its golden eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. Is the floating flame realm going to be destroyed as well? On the divine mountain, the golden-winged great pung bird also spoke. Although they were far apart, they could clearly hear the words of this golden Paishio. Let's go to the city of no return and discuss with them. The ancestral alligator was also walking. Its massive body gave people a suffocating and intimidating pressure. Its body was covered in scales, as if it was made of countless ancient divine swords. The entire screen was now like a layer of transparent glass, allowing one to clearly see the scene outside. The sky was collapsing, and the entire world was dimming. Terrifying gales kept blowing in from those cracks, as if they were going to destroy the world. Flowing flames wrapped around the falling stars. It was even more terrifying than the might of a true immortal. It contained the law of destruction, obliterating everything. Rumble. The heavens and earth in the outside world seemed to be returning to chaos. Endless cracks spread, swallowing the entire world. All living beings and cultivators in the city of no return had received orders to quickly rush to the main city in the middle. The ancient bell that would only ring when a large number of demons invaded was also rung at this moment. The sound spread everywhere. Not good. In the distant serene Jade Land, the soldiers and commanders of the City of No Return were fighting with many demons. Their expressions changed drastically as they rushed to the City of No Return. However, because of the violent tremors in the floating flame realm, the demonic chi that spread out from the Tsongming realm became denser. New spatial cracks even appeared in some places. Vast amounts of demonic chi spewed out from them, carrying a large number of demons behind them. Among these powerful demons, there were even existences that true immortals found difficult to deal with. They possessed spiritual intelligence, and their strength was similarly monstrous when they were alive. In the middle of the main City of No Return was a majestic platform. Multicolored light lingered, and a vast amount of energy surged. In the depths of the platform was the demonic core left behind by the existence who had built the City of No Return. It was this huge demonic core that had been supporting the operation of the City of No Return and the floating flame realm's great formation. The core that had been obtained from hunting demons all these years was just a drop in the bucket. It was not enough to support the operation of the vast floating flame realm. At this moment, although the old city lord could no longer open his eyes and was very weak, he still insisted on having someone bring him out. Beside the old city lord were several elders of the City of No Return. Every one of them had the cultivation of an immortal king. Among them, there were even people who had survived the Forbidden Era. Their seniority was frightening. In the past, they were all in deep slumber, allowing their blood and chi to calm down. However, they had no choice but to wake up now. Sin Shuang stood beside Granny Yao and Elder Turtle with a serious expression. Her gaze fell on the distant end of the great screen. With every passing moment, the great screen would tremble and become dimmer and dimmer. She did not even know how many more impacts the great screen could withstand. Below the platform, there was a sea of people. Almost all of the cultivators and living beings in the City of No Return had come. In the distance, there were several immortal king-level ancient mutated beasts that had rushed over from the desolate land. They were the rulers of the desolate land. They did not interfere with the City of No Return. They minded their own business and had lived peacefully here for many eras. Judging from the current situation, the great formation outside the floating flame realm will not be able to hold on for much longer. Elder Turtle spoke slowly. His voice was not loud, but it came from below and reached everyone's ears. The main city, which was originally a little noisy, was now completely silent. All the residents who lived here looked over, waiting for the decision of the few elders. Elder Turtle was undoubtedly the most respected among them. He was the one who handled most of the daily affairs. The old city lord was already exhausted and did not have much time left. He was showing signs of passing away. All of us have to prepare for the worst. Once the floating flame realm is exposed to the outside world, as descendants of the immortal palace, we will not be able to escape the fate of being wiped out. The immortal kings of the outside world are searching for the floating flame realm. They did not hesitate to destroy the star domains of the outside world to force us to show ourselves. Now that the star domains of the outside world are collapsing, if the floating flame realm does not do anything about it, the entire floating flame realm will be buried in the chaos. It will be destroyed along with the star domains that have been destroyed. The only fortunate thing is that the outside world has not truly discovered the location of the floating flame realm. Elder Turtle spoke slowly with a heavy gaze. They had already seen what was happening in the outside world just now. The immortal kings of the immortal realms had already paid the price of destroying the surrounding star regions in order to force them out of hiding in the Fuyin realm. This move could be said to be vicious. If there were other living beings in those star domains, it meant that those living beings would be buried with them. They exterminated the immortal palace bloodline back then. Are they still not satisfied and want to eliminate the roots? Let's fight it out with them. Hearing Elder Turtle's words, the silent people below were filled with resentment. Many of them were close to gnashing their teeth. Their ancestors were inextricably linked to the immortal palace. Some were former officials of the immortal palace, while others were former generals of the immortal palace. For example, The oldest immortal king here was once a subordinate of the Longevity Star Lord. Back then, the immortal palace had been so glorious that it had unified the heavens. But now, everyone was like a rat in the gutter, hiding and not daring to show themselves. Now even the floating flame realm was going to be destroyed. 123 Almost everyone was filled with hatred. They could not wait to charge out into the outside world and kill their former enemies. Looking at everyone below, Sun Shuang also showed some sadness on her face. As the descendant of the Longevity Star Lord, she could not protect his former subjects now. She could only hide and drag out an ignoble existence. The curtain outside the floating flame realm cannot hold on for much longer. Perhaps the only chance now is to leave the floating flame realm and leave with the city of no return. But the living beings outside the city of no return. Elder Turtle said with a sigh. He did not finish his sentence, but everyone understood what he meant. The city of no return could not take everyone away, which meant that some people had to stay behind. What were the consequences of staying behind? All of this went without saying. It was already clear. For a moment, everyone in the main city fell silent. They had to leave their homeland. Or should they stay here and wait for death? This was their homeland. In the mountain range in the distance, their old friends were buried. No matter what, some people have to leave. They have to leave behind a seed of fire to continue. We can't let the inheritance be cut off. I will give everyone 3 days to make a choice. After 3 days, no matter what, the city of no return will leave the floating flame realm. Elder Turtle said with unconcealable sadness in the depths of his eyes. If it was not for the fact that they had no choice, who would be willing to leave their homeland in such a state? Just as everyone fell into silence, and the entire main city was filled with a thick sense of grief, the sky in the outside world trembled once again. Everyone could even see a terrifying giant hand slapping down from the sky, causing all the stars to fall. It was a peerless immortal king making a move, using a supreme Tao technique to destroy this star field. This must be the order of that great demon, Sun Shuang said through gritted teeth, her eyes full of hatred. Chapter 907. Outside this ruined star domain, an immortal king stood there coldly. His body covered the universe. Just his eyes alone were as dazzling as 2 suns. He reached out a large hand, crushing this place. All of the stars exploded, falling down like flowing flames, rushing towards the great earth below. The rivers in many places broke apart, evaporated by the boundless magical force. The earth disintegrated, divine mountains and ancient peaks all collapsed. Some ancient stars with life were incomparably prosperous, but now they were full of desolation, nothing left. After learning that the immortal king was going to destroy this star domain, everyone evacuated overnight, leaving their homes, fleeing their homeland. Under the might of an immortal king, the starry sky collapsed with a shake, everything no longer existing. In the distance, there were still immortal kings standing there, similarly taking action. Their large hands were ruthless, Tao techniques crushing down, even the universe collapsing. After narrowing down the scope to these star domains, they didn't care, following Gu Chang's instructions, forcing Immortal Palace's descendants to show themselves. For ordinary creatures, this was definitely a world-ending calamity. The immortal kings were determined to destroy these star domains. No one could shake their thoughts. Even if it was a universe, as long as an immortal king wanted to take action, they could still wipe it out with the raise of their palm. During this period of time, all types of terrifying calamities appeared in these star domains, illuminating the endless sky. The cultivators in the distant universe were all alarmed, worried that they would be affected. Immortal Domain Wang Manor. The eyes of an Chun who occupied Wang Wuxiang's body flickered. He sat cross-legged in a cave, 7-colored light flowing all over his body. Seems like they want to force the descendants of Immortal Palace to show themselves. Even the 2 immortal kings of the Wang Manor have moved. Something big is about to happen. He then got up. Outside the cave abode, an old true immortal stood there, seemingly very respectful. But if one looked carefully, they would discover that the expression in his eyes was shockingly cold, as if it didn't contain any emotions. During this period of time, Ni Chun had already successfully seized the bodies of several true immortals in the Wang Manor with the help of the heroic spirits of the ancestors. It could be said that in the current Wang Manor, apart from the two immortal king old ancestors, as well as a few other powerful existences who were close to half-immortal king level, there was no one else. No one could threaten his safety. In addition, Ni Chun had moved his astral replica into the territory of the Wang Manor and was slowly encroaching on this star field. According to his own plan, in less than 10 years, the entire mansion would be under his control. It's time to visit Miss Jean in the lower realm. Right now, the only person Ni Chun still cared about was Wang Zijin. Previously, he learned that she was offered to Gu Chang'e by the two immortal kings of the Wang clan. After that, there was no news of Wang Zijin. This made Ni Chun feel resentful for a long time, worried that something bad had happened to him. However, after possessing the bodies of several true immortals in the king's mansion, he discovered some clues. Wang Zijin seemed to have known Gu Chang'e for a long time. That was why he was left behind in the Moon Prince mansion. It was just that Ni Chun didn't know the exact reason. Now that things in the Wang Manor were stabilizing, as long as nothing went wrong, there was nothing to worry about. Ni Chun began to consider visiting Wang Zijin in the lower realm. As the second person he missed so much, Wang Zijin had an aura that Ni Chun couldn't describe. He had never seen such an aura from other women. A day apart felt like 3 years. How long had it been since he last saw her? If I go to the upper realm, although true immortals will be restricted by the rules, and their strength will be reduced to less than 10%, it's more than enough in that world. I don't have to worry about that. As Ni Chun pondered, he got up and left the cave abode. He instructed that he would make a trip to the upper realm. His identity was highly valued by the immortal king patriarchs. It could be said that there was no one in the clan who would disobey him now. Soon, the Wang Manor prepared the realm-traversing carriage, which carried Ni Chun straight to the upper realm. A true immortal followed beside him, nominally to ensure his safety. In reality, this true immortal's body had already been possessed by him. It was equivalent to being a puppet. At the same time, after leaving the floating flame realm, Qing Feng followed the clues to the 9 heavens. Right now, he was at the top of a mountain, silently looking at the chessboard in front of him. Meanwhile, in front of him, a white-clothed middle-aged man sat quietly, a board of chess pieces in front of him. His expression was aloof and calm, carrying an otherworldly aura. A type of mysterious aura curled about his body, as if there were millions and millions of stars revolving around him, rising and falling continuously, producing boundless immortal intent. He looked just like a true ancient immortal who had achieved the Tao. This was a vast mountain range, completely different from the immortal realm the world imagined. Essence energy surged here, primal chaos pervading the air, accompanied by auspicious multicolored light. Even the earth was shining, nourished by chaotic source energy. Here, immortal medicine swayed, fragrance assailing the nostrils. Purple rocks towered all around, the cliffs bright and clean, grass growing, ginseng breathing. A Qilin rested alone under a blue stone, silver chains falling, dense mists rising, spiritual birds flying, old medicines fragrant. This was where the legendary 9 heavens were, a place countless people yearned for, enveloped in boundless immortal intent. After Qing Feng was carried up by that old tortoise that looked like a black tortoise, he was led here by a Taoist child with rosy lips and white teeth. Of course, this Taoist child looked young, but he was actually very old, his eyes full of vicissitudes. This white-clothed middle-aged man before him was called Master by the Taoist child. But ever since Qing Feng arrived here, he discovered that he had always been staring at the chessboard, as if he had never moved. Even when he called out as a senior, the other party did not respond. This made Qing Feng very anxious, wanting to find the 9 heavens long ago, find a way to rescue the floating flame realm, and return there. This piece is really unsolvable. At this moment, just as Qing Feng almost couldn't wait any longer, the white-clothed middle-aged man seemed to have slowly returned to his senses, his gaze moving away from the chessboard. Qing Feng was about to speak, but the white-clothed middle-aged man swept a glance over him, his deep eyes seemingly containing all things. I already know of your origin. As the only person who has truly stepped into the 9 heavens in so many eras, there is something about you that makes me curious. He spoke calmly, his voice sounding no different from that of an ordinary middle-aged man. However, Qing Feng didn't know why, but he felt like all the secrets in his body were exposed in front of him. How should I address you, senior? Of course, Qing Feng was not an ordinary person. He focused slightly, cupped his hands and asked, how should I address you? You can call me the Tombkeeper. The white-clothed middle-aged man smiled faintly. Chapter 908. Tombkeeper. These 3 words echoed in Qing Feng's ears, but his heart was incomparably shocked. The moment the middle-aged man in white finished speaking, he could faintly see a vast ancient battlefield appearing behind him. It was taller than the sky and wider than the infinite universe stacked together. Murderous intent shot up into the sky, shattering the universe. Countless stars floated around like dust. All sorts of terrifying scenes appeared. Blood rain fell from the sky, and black wind blew from the ground. The golden giant, whose body covered half of the universe, let out a deafening roar as it fought with the terrifying existence in the depths of the sky. At this moment, the fog rolled and a large black hand slapped down. It was covered in terrifying scales, and directly slapped the golden giant to death. Golden blood rain splattered everywhere, and the entire universe exploded. In such a majestic ancient battlefield, all living beings were incomparably small. At the end of the black fog, there seemed to be an unimaginable living being watching everything. Countless corpses fell from there, and smashed onto the ground like a heavy rain. The world was chaotic and shattered. Many universes were swept over, and turned into broken battlefields. You can see all this. It seems that you can find the 9 heavens, because you have karma with this place. I seem to have seen your origin, but I don't seem to have seen it. It's really strange. The middle-aged man in white smiled faintly, as if he could see the 750 shocking scenes in Qing Feng's eyes. What is this? Qing Feng regained his senses. His heart was filled with shock, and he couldn't help but ask. This battle gave him a sense of déjà vu, as if he had experienced it before. This is the Great War of the Heavens. The middle-aged man in white looked very scholarly, but his eyes contained the vicissitudes of time. The Great War of the Heavens? Qing Feng muttered these 4 words, as if the shocking scene just now was replaying in his mind. Yes, the Great War of the Heavens. The people buried here are all those who died in the Great War of the Heavens. There are immortal emperors, supreme almighties, and even supergiants. All in all, you can see the tombs of all kinds of ancient masters. The middle-aged man in white shook his head and laughed. Isn't the 9 heavens the legendary origin of immortals? How could it be a tomb? When Qing Feng heard this, he was completely stunned. He simply couldn't believe it. He clearly remembered what the old city lord had told him to come to the 9 heavens, in order to find a way to rescue the floating flame realm. It was said that the ancestor of Celestial Palace came to the 9 skies. But now, he was suddenly told that this was just a graveyard. Although countless experts had been buried, what was the use of that? Don't worry, I'm not done yet. The white-robed middle-aged man seemed to know what Qing Feng was thinking. He shook his head and said, I know that people come to the 9 heavens to pursue the secrets of the immortals. As for you coming to the 9 heavens, it should be because you want to find a way to resolve this. Right now, the external world you are in should be facing some sort of calamity. Your ancestor, for some reason, went to the 9 heavens, but he left behind a message. That is why you came here in pursuit of his message. Hearing this, Qing Feng was stunned again. Although there were some parts that didn't quite match, there wasn't much difference. Many seniors of the Immortal Palace had indeed left behind news of heading to the 9 heavens. And the reason why he came here was because the floating flame realm was facing such a crisis. The white-robed middle-aged man wasn't surprised by Qing Feng's reaction at all. He smiled faintly and said, In these countless years, there have been many outsiders like you who came to the 9 heavens. Although Qing Feng was the only one who came to the 9 heavens in these many eras. But even before that, there were people who came here following various clues. The nine heavens wasn't a forbidden area that outsiders weren't allowed to enter. On the contrary, at the border between the nine heavens and the external world, there was an old turtle that was used as a transportation tool to bring outsiders here. If that's the case, then Senior, you said that the nine heavens is just a graveyard? You're a tombkeeper? Qing Feng had many doubts in his heart, but the most important thing right now was to find the ancestor of Celestial Palace. He cupped his hands and said, "To be honest, I am here to find the ancestor. Right now my home is facing a calamity. Only by finding the ancestor can I have a chance to save my home." The white-robed middle-aged man smiled faintly and said, "Is there a problem with that? Anyone who wants to enter the nine heavens has to get the permission of me, the tombkeeper. The nine heavens are vast and boundless. The nine heavens belong to different places. Each heavens is separated from each other and overlaps like the top of a tower. Which heavens is the ancestor you're looking for?" Hearing this, Qing Feng was completely stunned. He didn't know that the nine heavens had such a division, although the white old turtle had told him that the nine heavens were actually the nine heavens on the way here. He didn't think too much about it. If that was the case, how long would it take for him to find the ancestor of Celestial Palace? By the time he found the ancestor, the floating flame realm would have been destroyed. And how can you be sure that after finding the ancestor, they will definitely care about these things? What if your ancestor is already dead? The white-robed middle-aged man seemed to have seen people like Qing Feng, who came here to find the ancestor. He couldn't help but shake his head and look back at the chessboard. He felt that Qing Feng was indeed a little special. He was different from those who came to the nine heavens in the past. So he said more. Each heavens has a corresponding ruler. If you don't want to give up, you can go and ask. I see that you're about to touch the immortal king realm. You're a pretty good expert. Those guys should give you face. However, the current ruler of the nine heavens is an orthodoxy called Sky Shrouding Sect. Their sect master is called Eternal Life Tao Lord. If you find it troublesome, you can go and find him directly. However, the prerequisite is that you can pass through the nine heavens and reach the ninth heavens. After saying this, the white-robed middle-aged man waved his sleeve. The fog in front of him surged and directly threw Qing Feng to another mountain range. Such strength shocked him. It was truly mysterious and unfathomable. Even he, who was close to the immortal king realm, couldn't sense anything strange. Standing on the mountain range, he was able to see the true appearance of the land. What entered his eyes were vast continents floating in the air. Clouds and mist lingered and immortal light surged. It was really like what people pursued, a place to seek immortality. At this moment, at the highest point of the nine heavens, where the nine heavens were located, in a majestic palace that seemed to stand erect in the vast cloud world, a figure wearing a zenith heaven Taoist robe with a deep face, and seemed to be shrouded in endless chaos fog, was sitting inside. His eyes included the endless heavens, and various terrifying phenomena appeared. Then it returned to silence. It was like a boundless abyss that made people tremble. Below this figure, there were several figures kneeling down, reporting the matter to him. Tao Lord, the hall master of the Boundary Life Hall of the Yin-Yang True World, seems to have failed his eighth blight, and suffered a huge backlash. His Tao fruit shattered, and the Boundary Life Hall is in turmoil. The other Vice Hall masters are also restless. Chapter 909. The palace was incredibly grand. It hung high in the air, as if it could overlook the endless heavens. The figure sitting there was incredibly terrifying. In his eyes were the scenes of the birth and destruction of worlds. It was as if the changes of an ancient era were disappearing in his eyes. There were endless laws and orders intersecting with each other on his zenith heaven Taoist robe. The great Tao was hidden, and it was like a waterfall that suppressed the world. He was the true ruler of the nine heavens, Tao Lord Eternal Life. He sat high above the nine heavens. Eternal Life was his Taoist name, and it was also the name that the people of the world gave him. From this, it could be seen just how transcendent and terrifying his position was in the hearts of the people. Of course, from a certain point of view, he was indeed worthy of the name Eternal Life. He had truly achieved eternal life. Before the true mountain and sea world was born, the 9 heavens had already existed. They were neighbors to many true worlds, and their position was incredibly transcendent. Even in the other true worlds, the name of the 9 heavens was also spread. Countless cultivators and living beings continuously searched for the 9 heavens in search of their destiny. And the true mountain and sea world was just one of the true worlds. The Hall Master of World Life Hall failed his 8th blight and suffered a huge backlash. His Tao fruit shattered, and World Life Hall is in turmoil. The other Vice Hall Masters are also restless. True Yin-Yang World. At this moment, upon hearing these words, the Eternal Life Tao Lord, who was sitting on the throne, had a ripple in his deep and boundless eyes. True Yin-Yang World was one of the strongest true worlds in the vast true world. A true transcender had once been born. What was a transcender? It was a person who had touched the Emperor realm and survived 9 heavens blights. In the end, they would leap over the gate of Tao and transcend the shackles of their original realm. They would condense their Tao fruit and live forever. They would never be destroyed, and they would be the only existence in the entire heavens. That sort of existence was truly invincible in the boundless true worlds, and they could rule over multiple true worlds. When the calamity descended, they could also protect the true world and prevent it from decaying. They would be like the sun that illuminated the heavens. Even if he, who claimed to be eternal and indestructible, was known as Tao Lord Eternal Life, he was only on the path to that realm. Since ancient times, the number of transcendents that had truly appeared could be counted on one's fingers. All of them were existences who could illuminate an endless expanse of space with just their names alone in the vast true world. They had reached realms that no one could imagine and would find inconceivable. The Hall Master of World Life Hall was severely injured when he was fighting for a chaos spiritual treasure in the vast expanse. After so many eras, it seems that he still hasn't overcome that threshold. It seems that he really doesn't have much time left. That's why he's trying to break through that threshold at this final juncture. The 8th blight. This is a threshold that all of us find difficult to cross. Tao Lord Eternal Life shook his head. Although there was a hint of pity in his voice, there was coldness deep in his eyes. Not only the Realm Life Hall Master, even he was at the threshold of the 8th blight. He didn't have the confidence to cross it. It was possible that they would truly die, and their Tao would vanish. Their bodies and souls would be destroyed, and they would no longer exist. Although they were known as immortal existences, in front of this celestial blight, they were no different from ordinary people. His lifespan was exhausted, his chi and blood dried up, and even his soul light was extinguished. His physical body collapsed, and everything turned into ruins. Besides transcendence, there was no true immortality in this world. Not to mention, the Supreme Origin Realm was watching everything from a faraway latitude. Even if they were transcendents, could they really be said to be invincible? Tao Lord, the other Vice Hall Masters of World Life Hall have sent news. They intend to cooperate with us. They plan to take over World Life Hall after the Hall Master dies. When the time comes, we can choose 30% of the resources in World Life Hall. At this moment, the few figures standing respectfully below spoke again. We can choose 30% of the resources in World Life Hall? Tao Lord Eternal Life's eyes flickered when he heard that. A hint of thought flashed through his mind. It seems that World Life Hall has been targeted by the other forces in the true world of Yin-Yang. That's why they want to cooperate with the 9 heavens at this time. Besides World Life Hall, there were several other great forces in the true world of Yin-Yang. They were all ancient orthodoxies. They could be traced back to when the true world of Yin-Yang was first born. They had gone through many calamities. Among them, Eternal Destruction Manor, Intentionless Mountain, and Rebirth Cave were all giants that did not lose out to World Life Hall. They ruled over countless universes and millions of people. It was especially so for Eternal Destruction Manor. It was once of the same origin as World Life Hall. They were both legacies left behind by the transcendence of the true world of Yin-Yang. However, due to various reasons, this orthodoxy split up and became Eternal Destruction Manor and World Life Hall. The Manor Master of Eternal Destruction Manor and the Hall Master of World Life Hall were all peak figures who had survived 7 blights. They stood at the end of the vast true world. There were as many powerful people in Eternal Destruction Manor and World Life Hall. There were many immortal emperors who had existed since ancient times. There were even more immortal kings. Besides that, there were also some people who had already survived several blights and stepped on the path of transcendence. It could be said that the true world of Yin Yang was not without reason, as it was one of the strongest true worlds in the vast true world. A true world that had transcendence had a foundation that other true worlds could not compare to. They were simply not on the same level. Of course, due to the transcendence, even the big shots in the true world of Yin Yang did not dare to provoke the 9 heavens. Tao Lord Eternal Life was a supreme existence who stood at the peak of 7 blights. Besides that, each of the 9 heavens had its own master. The first few heavens sealed the heavens, who had fallen in the War of the Heavens. That was why only immortal emperors could become the masters there. Countless eons had passed, and there were already people who had broken through celestial blights and started walking on the path of transcendence. With such a terrifying foundation, the 9 heavens could naturally transcend the world. Besides the strongest true worlds like the true world of Yin Yang and the true world of Death and Yin, the other true worlds could not enter the 9 heavens' eyes. Even the true mountain and sea world, which had once been in its golden age, had quite a number of immortal emperors and true spirits who had walked on the path of transcendence. But so what? In the eyes of the 9 heavens, they were still far from enough. 30% is not enough. Besides that, Shrouding Sky Sect also wants the supreme treasure of chaos, snatched by the Hall Master of World Life Hall. Tao Lord Eternal Life, who sat at the top of the hall, closed his eyes and spoke calmly, but his voice was filled with an unquestionable tone. Besides the Hall Master of World Life Hall, the other Vice Hall Masters had not even passed their 5th blights. It was no different from a fantasy to want to take over World Life Hall with their strength. Eternal Destruction Manor would not let such a fat piece of meat like World Life Hall remain indifferent. I understand. I will go and explain to the people from the true world of Yin Yang. When they heard this, the figures kneeling at the bottom of the hall became indistinct. They stepped into the air and quickly disappeared. If there was an outsider here at that moment, they would definitely be so shocked that they would not be able to speak, because those figures were all genuine immortal kings with monstrous strength. If they appeared in the outside world, they could easily control an endless universe and be worshipped by countless people. However, in this place they could only be subordinates and be ordered around. The existence of the 9 heavens was like a pyramid with layers of continents stacked on top of each other. Ordinary people would find it difficult to cross the distance between each layer of heavens in their entire life. Wanting to go from the 1st layer to the 9th layer was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was simply impossible. At that moment, Qing Feng was standing on the land of the 1st layer of heavens. He was shocked by the vastness of this place, but he was also blocked outside the city. He could not even enter the 1st city of the 1st layer of heavens. Several soldiers in immortal armor stared at him coldly and blocked him outside the city. Although Qing Feng was not afraid of these soldiers who were only in the supreme realm, he did not dare to act presumptuously in such an unfamiliar place. This is a guest that the master has personally received. Let him enter the city. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, the boy beside the middle-aged man in white called the tombkeeper appeared in time and asked the soldiers at the city gate to let him in. However, before Qing Feng could thank him, this boy had already disappeared. His cultivation was so profound that even Qing Feng could not see through him. Thanks to the help of this boy, Qing Feng finally stepped into this city. It was as if he had traveled through thousands of eras and arrived in ancient times. The flow of time in the 9 heavens was exactly the same as in the outside world. There was no difference at all. 00, just as Qing Feng finally set foot on the path to find the ancestor of the immortal palace. Outside of the floating inferno realm, endless astral winds blew. Stars fell from the depths of the sky like fireballs one after another. All the earth burst open. A terrifying black giant hand reached down, shaking the heavens. Some seemed to return to chaos and completely disappeared. It's completely chaotic outside. The area within a radius of 1,000,000 miles has exploded. Nothing is left. The demonic aura outside of the Tsangming realm is even more turbulent. Because of the turbulence in the outside world, the cracks in the Tsangming realm have become even bigger. Everyone in the city of no return raised their heads and looked at the sky. Some were in despair, some were angry, some were calm, and some were praying. This was the scene of all living beings facing a calamity. The sky dimmed, stars fell and shattered. One could see terrifying giant hands sweeping across the sky. The earth exploded, and the mountains were as small as dust. The immortal kings of the immortal domain were making their move. A few days ago, they had already discovered the location of the floating inferno realm. They found the crack in the sky and continuously attacked, wanting to break through this place. Sun Shuang held a long spear in her hand. She wore a blood-red robe and soft armor. She stood in the sky above the city of no return, looking at the outside world coldly and calmly. Behind her, several elders of the city of no return appeared. Their bodies were filled with the might of immortal kings, ready to fight the immortal kings outside at any time when the sky was broken. A golden-winged rock with a body full of golden light had also transformed into human form. He was a handsome middle-aged man. Beside him, the crocodile ancestor and other powerful ancient beasts appeared. They revealed auras comparable to immortal kings, quietly waiting for the moment when the sky was broken. Originally, they had agreed that some people in the city of no return would leave after 3 days, leaving behind a seed of hope. However, they didn't expect that the floating inferno realm would be discovered by immortal kings on the second day. After all, the star domain in the outside world had been destroyed. The uniqueness of this place could be discovered with just a little investigation. Therefore, an immortal king descended outside the sky, wanting to break through the spirit formation here. In the past 2 days, the energy of the spirit formation core in the city of no return had been depleted extremely quickly. Now it was dim, and there were many cracks like a spider web. It could break at any time. It seems that we can't wait for Qingfeng's help. The spirit formation outside the city of no return can only last for 1 more day at most. Even if the city of no return enters the void and leaves at this time, it's too late. Several elders had bitter expressions as they shook their heads. They didn't have any way to resist this seemingly predestined outcome. We didn't use the things that Father left behind. Even if there's no chance, I will make them lose a piece of flesh. They will regret it. Sun Shuang's valiant face revealed anger and hatred. She gritted her teeth, and flames spread on her long spear. Her killing intent shook the heavens. Just as everyone in the city of no return was staring at the outside world, watching the huge hands descending from the sky and continuously shattering the spirit formation. Boom! Suddenly, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The galaxy rolled in reverse, and the universe wailed. Even the great Tao rumbled under the feet of a figure. The shattered universe and star region fell completely silent. The immortal kings who were attacking also stopped. They withdrew their avatars and turned into immortal light descending. A tall and slender figure appeared outside the sky. He was dressed in white and looked extremely young. He seemed to be walking over from the void, and his pace was neither fast nor slow. However, all the cultivators and living beings in the Fuyan realm felt as if their hearts were being squeezed. They couldn't help but feel fear. Everyone seemed to hear the footsteps reverberating in the universe and resounding in the heavens. It's him! The expressions of the other immortal kings and elders here changed drastically, and they were unable to maintain their calm from before. Demon Master! Sun Shuang's eyes narrowed. She was almost gnashing her teeth. She couldn't forget that face. It was the person they had left the Fuyan realm for the Moon Prince mansion. He had used the immortal king True Bone to attract the heroic spirits of the immortal palace and tried to spy on them. He was here. Chapter 910. In the pitch-black universe, large areas of star domains were broken and shattered. Strong winds blew everywhere, enough to destroy any living being or cultivator. To ordinary living beings, This was a terrifying calamity. The world was turned upside down. The universe collapsed, and not a single star was left behind. And under this broken sky, the floating flame realm in front of him was especially obvious. It was as if there was an invisible light screen that enveloped it. As a result, a vacuum zone appeared here. Any falling star wreckage would be repelled when it came into contact with this zone. This scene was too obvious. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that there was a huge problem here. Not to mention that the people who were ordered to destroy the surrounding star domains were all immortal kings. The strangeness of this place naturally couldn't escape their eyes. Immediately, a huge hand swept across the sky and slapped down. An immortal king even sent the matter of this place back to the heavenly court and informed Wuxia. "Greetings, my lord." King Luo, immortal King Xuexiao, and the others all appeared here. They turned into divine light and descended with golden light under their feet. They cupped their hands and bowed to Wuxia, who was walking over, their attitude incomparably respectful. There is indeed a problem here. Wuxia walked over from the void. There seemed to be ripples of the great Tao spreading under his feet. But if one looked carefully, they would discover that the great Tao of this world was trampled under his feet. He was above all laws, and even the heavenly Tao rules were retreating. He looked at the almost transparent area in front of him and nodded slightly. To outsiders, there was nothing strange about this place. They couldn't see the scene inside at all. But in Wuxia's eyes, it was clear at a glance. He could clearly see the vast world inside. Divine mountains were majestic, immortal mountains were majestic, and exuded a desolate and ancient aura. It was like a boundless continent. This was like a small world hidden here. But Wuxia could feel the strangeness of it. This small world wasn't that simple. There is an aura from beyond the boundless. Wuxia landed in the void in front of him. From his direction, he could see everything in front of him. He could feel that someone was watching him in this small world. The group that escaped from the Moon Prince mansion back then? Wuxia smiled faintly and reached out to touch the light screen that no one could see. He gently pressed it down. Luo Wang, the Blood Owl Immortal Emperor, and the others could not see it either. However, at this moment, he felt his legs go soft, and even the heavens and earth became heavy. His spine was about to be bent down. The entire sky seemed to be falling down, containing endless power, crushing down on their bodies. Even immortal kings couldn't withstand such power. They simply had to kneel down. They were overwhelmed with shock. They understood that this was the power of Wuxia's pressure. The entire world seemed to have become his palm, and he was pressing forward. Kacha! At this moment, everyone heard a teeth-numbing cracking sound. It was as if a sword had been broken, or as if glass had been shattered. In the invisible void before his eyes, something transparent seemed to crack open. The boundless power that filled the sky poured in like a tide, about to blast it apart. Heaven and earth rumbled, the endless void collapsing here. The curtain has cracked. All the cultivators and living beings in the Fuyan realm were shocked speechless by the scene before them. The entire world was shaking, and the earth seemed to be experiencing an earthquake. It kept rumbling and trembling, and countless cracks spread out. Volcanoes erupted, lakes dried up, and spiritual energy was directly evaporated. This was the array formation that had protected this place for countless years. Even the combined forces of immortal kings couldn't break through it. However, the moment the young man's palm landed, countless cracks began to spread out like a spider web, showing signs of shattering. Sun Shuang and the others had extremely solemn expressions as they stared in that direction. No matter who it was, their hearts were filled with fear and trembling. Apart from resentment, there was also a deep sense of powerlessness. It was like an ant facing a giant. They couldn't summon the slightest thought of resisting. "We can't stop him." At this moment, Elder Turtle, who was standing on the high platform, shook his head slightly and sighed. His originally stooped figure suddenly straightened up, and a divine light burst forth from his cloudy old eyes. He stepped out of the city of no return and appeared in the sky, planning to face Wuxia directly. "Elder Turtle!" Everyone in the city of no return cried out in alarm, filled with deep sorrow. The other elders also had solemn expressions. After looking at each other, they also chose to step out, wanting to face all of this together with Elder Turtle. The aura of immortal kings appeared, filling the sky, trying to stabilize the shattered floating flame realm. There weren't many immortal kings in the floating flame realm. Previously, they had used the treasures left behind from the Immortal Palace era. The divinity in those true bones had been exhausted, and it was impossible for them to be of any use at this time. Apart from Elder Turtle, the other immortal kings were already in a state of aging. Since the Forbidden Era, they had been sealed to alleviate the exhaustion of their blood. However, it was still a drop in the bucket, and it was impossible for them to become truly immortal, especially at the Immortal King level. This isn't something that we can contend against. The golden-winged Great Pung, who had transformed into a middle-aged man, shook his head and sighed. His eyes were filled with fear. Among the other ancient beasts, there were many whose cultivation had reached the Immortal King level, but they didn't dare to act rashly. They knew how terrifying the array formation outside the floating flame realm was. It was impossible for immortal kings to destroy it. Several immortal kings outside had attacked it for several days, but there were no signs of it shattering. However, under Guchanga's light pressure, it completely exploded. This was a terrifying strength that could crush all living things, and it couldn't be estimated with words. Just as all the cultivators and living beings in the floating flame realm were trembling in unease, a cracking sound came from the sky again. The array formation that was originally on the verge of shattering disintegrated at this moment, turning into a rain of light that scattered down. A pitch-black starry sky instantly appeared above the floating flame realm. All the cultivators and living beings could clearly see everything. This was like a pure land that was undisturbed and transcendent. Ancient trees were green, and it was vast and boundless. Many ancient ferocious beasts resided in this wasteland. The outline of a city could be seen in the distance, as if it would never fall, hanging high in the sky. There is actually such a transcendent place hidden here. The spiritual energy is rich, comparable to before the immortal ancient era. Luo Wang and the other immortal kings were all shocked. One of the 9 wondrous realms of the immortal realm? Guchanga instantly recognized this place. A long time ago, there was a pure land in the immortal realm called the Immortals' Pure Mountain. There was a supreme root planted there. Some people called it the 9 Profundity root, while others called it the 9 Lifetimes root. It was said to be the root of an expert whose cultivation was unfathomable, because he would step on a different path in each life, surpassing his previous peak, and then leave behind a Tao root. The 9 Profundity root was the Tao root he left behind after 9 lives. This supreme expert planned to return to 1 after 9 lives, using a different method to cross the 9 decay of the celestial being and transcend in one go. However, he failed when he returned to 1. A rootless fire ignited in the depths of his soul, and all of his Tao techniques were turned to ashes. In this world, 9 was the limit. Anyone who wanted to break through this limit would become an anomaly and would attract the attention of the unseen. The reason why Guchanga knew all this was because this unparalleled powerhouse had been burned to a crisp under his watch. Of course, this him was not the current him, but the him in the origin world. In this world, no living being could withstand the gaze of the origin true ancestor before transcending, not even a supreme existence who was about to cross the 9th decay. After this supreme expert was burned to ashes, a seed was left behind in the black ashes. This was the 9 Profundity root. Later on, it was obtained by the owner of the Immortals' Pure Mountain and planted there. However, later on, when the 9 Profundity root was mature, it encountered a destructive lightning tribulation and was split into 9 pieces. Each piece flew out and evolved into a wonderful realm, containing many mysteries. It was even possible to obtain the fortune of that supreme expert. Of course, there were also rumors that these 9 wonderful realms were formed from the body of that supreme expert. One day in the future he would return. Guchanga was not interested in these rumors. Whether he returned or not was not important to him. He stepped into the floating flame realm and looked at the immortal kings who were charging towards him. How dare you? Luo Wang, Blood Owl Immortal King, and the others followed behind. When they saw this scene, anger appeared on their faces. They were about to attack and fight with the people in front of them. No need. However, Guchanga waved his hand to stop them and said indifferently, I don't want to kill innocent people. If you want to destroy this place, then I don't mind. The several elders of the city of no return who rushed over, including Elder Turtle, who was prepared to die and fight Guchanga to the death, were stunned. They did not know what Guchanga meant, but they did not want to fight with the immortal kings here, because the aftermath would destroy the floating flame realm. After the barrier was broken, the floating flame realm, which had lost its protection, could not withstand a battle at the level of immortal kings. In the end, this was just a place similar to a small world. The stability of the space was far inferior to the celestial realm. Moreover, even the celestial realm could not withstand a battle at the level of immortal kings. They had to go to the depths of the boundless universe, let alone here. Their expressions changed. If it was not necessary, they did not want to fight with Guchanga. It would only lead to their own deaths. Demon Lord, what is the meaning of this? Elder Turtle hesitated, but still cupped his hands and asked. Although they were willing to die, there were still many cultivators and living beings in the floating flame realm. If Guchanga wanted to destroy this place, it would only take him a few words. He did not even need to do it himself. I don't mean anything. I just want to find someone. Guchanga smiled faintly. If I wanted to destroy this place, I would not need to come here personally. I think you should understand this. The expressions of the elders of the city of no return changed again. They knew that Guchanga was right. If he wanted to destroy this place, he did not need to come here personally. As long as he knew the location of this place, even if it was several universes away, Guchanga could destroy this place with a single palm strike. Even the former celestial realm could not withstand a single palm strike from him. Not to mention this small floating flame realm. Demon Lord, who are you looking for? Elder Turtle did not dare to joke around in front of Guchanga. He could only ask respectfully, although they hated Guchanga so much that they could not wait to tear out his tendons and bones and tear him into pieces. Who dared to say anything now? Guchanga did not say anything. He continued to smile faintly. Bring me to the person in charge here. Or the person with the highest seniority. The person with the highest seniority? Elder Turtle and the others were startled. They had different guesses in their hearts. They felt uneasy. The place where the floating flame realm and the celestial realm were connected was a desolate land. Ancient trees reached into the sky, and majestic mountains emitted a vigorous aura. Some places were shrouded in purple light that lingered around the mountains. If the people of the celestial realm discovered this place, they would surely think it was a ruin from the ancient era. Many places showed the style of the ancient era, including the style of Elder Turtle and the others' clothes. They were very simple, very different from the current era. Luo Wang and the other immortal kings also realized that the living thing that appeared outside the Moon Prince mansion was here. Are you the ones who framed me? You almost killed me? Luo Wang's gaze was unfriendly. However, with Guchanga here, he was very tolerant. Otherwise, he would have attacked long ago. This matter made him very angry. Back then, he could not explain himself. Fortunately, Guchanga was just joking. 08 did not cause trouble for him. Soon, Guchanga followed Elder Turtle and the others through this desolate land, heading straight for the city of no return. This was the first time Luo Wang and the others had seen this city. Even as immortal kings, they could not help but feel a little surprised. There were clearly no traces of a formation around this city, but it operated freely. It corresponded to the number of stars in the heavens as it bobbed up and down on this sea. This sea is also not ordinary. Moreover, why is there a boundless aura here? Luo Wang and the others' expressions changed slightly. They felt that this place seemed to be hiding many secrets. It was not as simple as it seemed. This city of no return floated quietly in this place, but it supported this place. Why did the elders bring this demon here? What happened? Everyone in the city of no return was puzzled and confused by the scene before them. At the same time, they were very frightened. No one knew why Elder Turtle and the other elders would bring Guchanga, the culprit behind the destruction of the great screen here. Many children hid behind their parents. Their eyes were filled with fear and dread. They had been taught since they were young that their former home was destroyed by this demon Wuxia. Now this terrifying demon had reappeared in the world, and appeared in the city of no return. Even their parents and elders were fearful, let alone them. They did not dare to speak at all. The entire city of no return fell into a deathly silence. No one dared to speak. Many adults covered their children's mouths. They were worried that they would make some noise at this moment. It seems that in your eyes, I am really a person who has committed a great crime. Seeing this, Wuxia laughed lightly, not minding it at all. Chapter 9:11. Rather than calling the city of no return a city, it was more like an island floating on the ocean. There were no traces of a great formation, but the flow was natural. Multicolored light gushed out from all kinds of places, and one could even see the bright sun of the Fuyan realm in the distance. It shone with golden light as it changed from day to night. Wuxia, Luowang, and the others stepped into the city and headed towards the main city. When they heard this chuckle, the expressions of Elder Turtle and the other elders who were leading the way changed. Cold sweat appeared on their backs, and their hands and feet turned cold. In fact, they had just considered whether they should really bring Wuxia and the others into the city of no return. If he was unhappy, he could destroy this city with just a thought. Now that Wuxia said this, they didn't know what to say, and they couldn't guess Wuxia's thoughts and intentions. They felt as if they were walking on the edge of a cliff, and the slightest carelessness would cause them to fall in and be smashed into pieces without leaving behind a corpse. All the citizens looked at them cautiously and cautiously. The entire street was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. It was so quiet that it seemed like death. The children widened their eyes in fear, and the adults covered their mouths tightly. This place even has an academy. It seems like they plan to live here for generations. Wuxia smiled faintly. He didn't care about the reactions of the crowd. He swept his gaze across and looked at them one by one. Rows upon rows of ancient buildings could be seen in the depths. The style of the taboo era could be seen before the immortal ancient times. The original Buddhist pagodas were dazzling, and there was an inexplicable Buddhist charm flowing around them. Some academies and temples were standing in the distance. Multicolored light rose, turning into a majestic chi and blood shadow that shrouded those areas. Originally, there should be many cultivators and living beings cultivating there, but now they were all gathered here, and their faces were pale and uneasy. It was obvious that these residents had lived here for many eras, and had long regarded this place as their home. Facing him was like facing an invader. This made Wuxia shake his head slightly. He didn't plan to destroy this place, or else he wouldn't have come here personally. Lord Demon Lord, we have lived here for generations after the taboo era, and have never left the Fuyan realm. Elder Turtle, who was leading the way, explained respectfully. He did not dare to mention that he had been living here since the immortal palace was destroyed. He was worried that his words would be ambiguous. Before Wuxia showed his true hostility, they didn't want to fight with Wuxia, so they tried their best to negotiate with a peaceful attitude. He would answer every question. The other elders were also surprised by Wuxia's attitude. They didn't know what he meant by asking these questions. They were already prepared for the worst. However, there was really no need for it. Who would be willing to die? However, Wuxia didn't ask any more questions. He just followed them into the depths of the city of no return. Before entering this place, Wuxia had sensed an aura from beyond the vast expanse. After arriving at the main city, the aura became even denser. It seems that there is a passageway here that leads to the vast expanse. Perhaps there is a passageway that leads to the immortal domains. Wuxia had a strange look in his eyes. He had some guesses in his heart. This reminded him of the extinction sky that he encountered in the upper realm. The extinction origin was a strange substance that came from the origin world. It could corrode everything in the world. The ancient ancestors of the extinction sky had accidentally fallen into a space-time crack and landed in the periphery of the origin world. There they were contaminated and corroded, but they also obtained eternal life. However, The price they had to pay was pain that would never dissipate. They would suffer for eternity. After their bodies collapsed, they would have to rebuild their bodies in the extinction ancient well. In the eyes of everyone in the world, the extinction chi was the most poisonous substance that could corrode anything. Even those who had achieved the immortal King Dao fruit were helpless in front of the extinction mist. They couldn't solve the problem from the root. This reminded Gu Chang'e of the reincarnated human ancestor in the upper realm. How could a true immortal stop the extinction calamity with his strength? There were probably many strange and hidden secrets in this. However, it was no longer important to Gu Chang'e as to what other secrets the human ancestor was hiding. Even the seal of samsara that he left behind back then was useless to him now. Soon, Gu Chang'e saw the person he wanted to see in the main city. However, it was a pity that it wasn't someone related to Qing Yi. Greetings, Lord Demon Lord. The old city lord of the city of no return sat up from the bed with difficulty as he was supported by someone. His voice was extremely weak. He couldn't open his eyes anymore. His qi and blood had dried up to the extreme. He was hanging on by his last breath. This was an old man who had existed since the Forbidden Era. He had once followed the Longevity Star Lord of the Immortal Palace. He was his old servant. It could be said that the old city lord of the City of No Return was definitely the person with the longest lifespan that Gu Chang'e could find in the current immortal domain. He wanted to find the Immortal Palace's remnant clan, but it wasn't to settle the score with them for attacking him outside the Moon Prince mansion. To him, this was like looking at an ant biting at his feet. He couldn't even be bothered to stretch out his foot to stomp it to death. Beside the old city lord, Sun Shuang gripped her spear tightly. Because she was using too much strength, her bony fingers were turning white. She was trying her best to hide her hatred. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to hold back and attack Gu Chang'e. Then, she would implicate the entire City of No Return. She didn't know why Gu Chang'e didn't continue attacking the City of No Return after breaking through the Great Barrier outside the City of No Return. However, as long as she could stay safe, she didn't ask for anything else. Granny Yao, Elder Turtle, and the other elders stood aside, quietly waiting for Gu Chang'e to speak. The Lua Wang, the Blood Owl Immortal King, and the others stood respectfully behind Gu Chang'e. They looked like his followers. Gu Chang'e said with a faint smile, "It seems that if I came any later, you would have died." He could naturally see that the old city lord was already at the end of his life. There was basically no qi or qi in his body. At the Immortal King realm, one should have abundant qi and blood. Just the power of qi and blood alone could shatter the universe. However, he was really exhausted. His body had reached the end, and even the Daluo Golden Immortals couldn't save him. I don't have many days left to live. Now, I'm holding on with my last breath. The floating flaming realm is about to shatter. I can't be at ease. The old city lord replied weakly with a bitter smile. He had indeed seen Gu Chang'e before. However, he had only seen him from afar as a servant by the side of his master, the Longevity Star Sovereign. Even his master was very reserved and respectful when facing Gu Chang'e. He had the attitude of a senior. He was actually very surprised now. He didn't expect Gu Chang'e to remember him, an unassuming old servant by the Longevity Star Sovereign's side. This was indeed the old city lord's doubt. Why was he on good terms with the Immortal Palace? There were even times when the demon masters invited by the palace masters would destroy the Immortal Palace in the end. The entire immortal realm was buried in darkness because of this. Since then, it had been silent for many eras. What exactly happened between the two of them? Why would they suddenly turn against each other? Over the countless years, he had thought about it for a long time, but never once did he figure it out. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. He looked at Sun Shuang with some inexplicable meaning in his eyes. He smiled and said, "This is your master's daughter, right?" I still remember that she was a very barbaric little girl back then. In the blink of an eye, she has grown so big. Hearing this, the old city lord smiled bitterly. Sun Shuang was indeed a barbaric little girl. She was famous in the entire Immortal Palace. The other Star Sovereign's children were not as naughty and barbaric as her. However, that was a very, very long time ago. It was so long ago that even his memory was very vague, as if he was about to forget it. However, when Guchanga said this, he suddenly remembered. Those memories became clear. Moreover, he really didn't expect that Guchanga not only remembered him, but also missed Xin Shuang. Xin Shuang also didn't expect that Guchanga would suddenly say this at this time. Moreover, he even said this with the sentimental tone of an elder. She gripped the spear so tightly that it made a cracking sound. Her eyes were somewhat red, and her teeth were almost crushed from clenching. At that time, she was incomparably pure. Although she was a little barbaric, her nature was not bad. She would often ask her father why he was so respectful to Guchanga. It had to be known that her father was the leader of the Star Sovereigns, a famous super expert of the Immortal Palace. He guarded the various heavens, and no one dared to invade. Apart from a few palace masters, no one was his opponent. There was once an immortal emperor who tried to challenge her father, but he was suppressed with a single hand. That scene left an extremely deep impression on her. Therefore, she worshipped her father very much. At the same time, she was puzzled by her father. Why would he be so respectful to an existence called the Demon Master? Xin Shuang remembered that when her father had answered, his eyes had been filled with undisguised worship and respect. He had also said that this was the invincible existence that he had been pursuing all his life. He had once saved the mountain and sea realm, and because of his existence, the other realms would never dare to invade. At that time, there was no such thing as the immortal domain. The entire world was collectively known as the mountain and sea realm. The ignorant Xin Shuang didn't know what these words meant. She only knew that the Demon Master was an existence that was much, much stronger than her father. Later, the Immortal Palace collapsed in one day. The vast and boundless palace collapsed and exploded under a golden palm. This palm traversed the sky, endless and boundless. In front of it, the entire world seemed small. The universe exploded in front of it, and primal chaos overflowed in all directions. No living creature could stop it. The palace master of the Immortal Palace flew over and tried to stop this palm, but he collapsed in midair, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky and scattered from the depths of the broken universe. Endless territories collapsed. The universe split open, the stars turned into dust, the Immortal Palace was destroyed, and the world fell into darkness. She hid in the Longevity Star Monarch's residence in fear, not knowing what had happened. Endless fiery light descended from the sky, setting everything ablaze, incinerating everything. Everyone was shouting 640 in fear, trying to escape. However, under such a terrifying scene, they were like ants and were killed by the aftershocks. The maid who had grown up with her was knocked down by the flames, screaming miserably as she was burned into black ashes. Xin Shuang couldn't forget this scene. The magnificent Longevity Star Monarch's residence collapsed all of a sudden, and there were ashes and ruins everywhere. She watched as the entire world fell into darkness, shrouded in endless blood and fire. Later, she saw her father, leading many immortal soldiers of the Immortal Palace, roaring as he rushed to the end of the darkness, wanting to fight the figure standing there. However, before he could get close, Xin Shuang saw the figure glancing at him coldly. His eyes were like eternal ice, without the slightest emotion. A demonic halberd swept past, and her father exploded. Just like the few palace masters who rushed over before, he turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Her invincible father, who had once suppressed an immortal emperor with one hand, died just like that. And the person who made the move was the demon lord that she had always respected. Xin Shuang fainted. When she woke up again, countless eras had passed. The past had long been buried in the long river of time, turning into a dark era that no one dared to mention. This was a new era, but also an unfamiliar era. Just like that, she revived after hundreds of millions of years, as if she was welcoming a new life. But the memories in her mind told her that those scenes were not illusions, but scenes that had happened before. That great demon called the Demon Lord destroyed the heavens with one hand, destroyed the Immortal Palace, and killed her father. The Immortal Palace that she had lived in since she was young had now become a legend, and not even the ruins were left behind. The outside world had been turned upside down, and it had completely changed. What happened back then? No one knew that even the heavens and earth were rejecting that era. That period of time had become a taboo that no one dared to mention. How could Xin Shuang not be sad and hateful? She made up her mind to become an existence that surpassed her father. She would find the enemy from back then and avenge her father and everyone in the immortal palace. And it was after these hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation. One day, she suddenly received news that the person who destroyed the immortal palace back then was still in the world, and he had appeared in the immortal realm in the outside world. Xin Shuang was completely stunned. On the day she received the news, she stood on the mountain top for an entire day. Why was the immortal palace destroyed? Why was its ancient history buried? Why had everything become a taboo? Why was he still here? Chapter 9:12. Xin Shuang simply didn't dare believe all of this, but she had no choice but to believe it. Her great enemy was still in this world. After the passage of endless time, his bearing didn't diminish in the slightest. He towered at the peak, overlooking all life. This was especially the case with the current immortal domain, long different from the taboo era before Immortal Ancient. Even immortal kings were rare, able to command all universes. However, Wuxia was still powerful to the point of making others feel despair, easily wiping out immortal kings, even foreign emperor clans' ancestors. How was she supposed to get revenge? Xin Shuang's heart was full of unwillingness, not willing to accept all of this. However, reality was that Wuxia, this great enemy, was already standing in front of her, yet she didn't even have the courage to take action. This made her hate her own powerlessness and weakness. It seems like I've brought back the bad memories you have of me. Time really does pass quickly. Wuxia smiled faintly, his eyes shifting away from Xin Shuang's body. Xin Shuang stared straight at him, almost gnashing her teeth in anger. Her originally pretty eyes were now bloodshot. She was still enduring, not willing to implicate the massive city of no return because of this. The spear in her hands was about to crack from her grip. If this was any other place, she would have already rushed over without any consideration for the consequences, wishing to stake it all against Wuxia. Old City Lord, Elder Turtle, Granny Medicine, and the other elders all entered a state of silence. Most of them were actually survivors from the taboo era. In the beginning, they didn't have much of a relationship with Xin Shuang. In reality, they weren't all that clear on just how much Xin Shuang hated Wuxia, how much she hated this main culprit. Most of them felt reverence and fear towards Wuxia, actually more than hatred. However, Wuxia didn't pay too much attention to these things. He came to Floating Flame Realm to confirm one thing. After Qingyi left the higher realms and returned to Immortal Domain, she didn't come to Floating Flame Realm, nor did she look for Immortal Palace's descendants. Then there was only one final possibility left. It seems like she should have headed to the land of reincarnation, planning to reenact the cycle of reincarnation. Let those people of the past reappear. Wuxia guessed Xingyi's purpose. Otherwise, there was no way to explain her current whereabouts. In this massive immortal domain, there was no trace of her aura. It even made one suspect that this true world's true spirit was about to scatter, disappear from this world. A true world without the protection of a true spirit would be like a lighthouse in the vast ocean. It would attract all the living beings and powerful warriors who were trekking in the vast ocean. Previously outside the sky, a terrifying abnormal phenomenon was reflected, as if the world was going to be destroyed. This was the reason why the living beings who were moving through the vast expanse had noticed the true mountain and sea world. In at most 100 years, those living beings would follow the light in the darkness and swarm over like sharks who had smelled blood. They would sacrifice the entire true mountain and sea world to receive the world behind them. This was the law of survival for the boundless true worlds in the vast universe. They could devour each other's true worlds, and once they decayed, they would welcome new life. She should have noticed this as well, so she planned to come here as soon as possible to bring everything back. Wuxia thought to himself. If he thought about it this way, it made sense. Before the arrival of the second Aeon, Qingyi had already made preparations. There was no such thing as her truly slaughtering all the living beings. The souls that perished in that battle were all guided to a certain place by her to avoid the calamity. As long as the time was right, the vast universe would be reflected by her from the land of reincarnation. There were all sorts of rumors circulating in the immortal domain. Many living beings guessed that the powerful warriors who had left the immortal domain would return once again. But that was not the case. The ones who had truly returned were the heroic spirits who had fallen asleep in the land of reincarnation. Some of them had survived the first Aeon and were the founding members after Qing established the immortal palace. They could be traced back to an extremely distant era. Even more of them were the countless living beings and cultivators who had lost their lives during the Forbidden Era. For this, Qing had also paid a heavy price. But it was also thanks to her identity as the true spirit of the true mountain and sea world. Or else she would not have been able to bear the terrifying karma and hide from everyone. What is that place? Gu Chang'e then looked in the direction of the mountain range, which was full of towering mountains and precipitous ridges, and asked. An endless fog was spreading from that place, as if it wanted to drown the entire place. That is where the Tsangming realm is located. It was originally a wonderful place that coexisted with the floating flame realm. But later on, some cracks in space appeared, causing the place to be corroded by demonic aura and occupied by countless demons. Old Turtle answered respectfully, "Over the years, we have been fighting against the demons who rushed out of the Tsangming realm for generations." Floating flame realm? Gu Chang'e turned and left the city of no return. With a flash, he headed towards the place where he sensed the terminating aura before. Old Turtle and the other elders of the city of no return were stunned when they saw this. They did not understand Gu Chang'e's intention, but they still quickly followed behind him. Sun Shuang held her long spear tightly. Her eyes were filled with stubbornness and determination. She also turned into a ray of light and followed closely behind. She had always been fighting against the demons in the serene Jade Land to train her cultivation and battle experience. It was all so that she would be able to use it one day in the future. It could be said that no one in the city of no return was more familiar with this place than her. There was no end to the devilish creatures that could never be killed, and they rushed out of the vast expanse of emerald light in an endless stream. If the city of no return had not been fighting against the demons all this time, this place would have long been occupied by the demons, and there would not be any living beings here. Not to mention such a vast and boundless world full of vitality. It was like a paradise. Many elders of the city of no return had also rushed over at this moment. Their expressions became heavy. The demonic aura is denser. Moreover, these demons are more manic than before. Even without this, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop them for long. They could not help but say in a low voice. Luo Wang, Immortal King Xue Xiao, and the others were also a little surprised. This was the first time they had seen such a substance. They tried to use their divine sense, but in the next moment, their expressions changed abruptly. They heard a sizzling sound coming from the void. What is this? It can corrode our divine sense. The divine sense of an immortal king was extremely powerful. It could sweep across several universes with a single thought. However, in front of the fog here, it was extremely weak and could not spread too deep. At this moment, they somewhat understood why the immortal king elders in the city of no return had such expressions. Absolute fog, but it's of a higher level than the fog in the upper realm. Gu Chang'e looked over and raised his eyebrows slightly. From afar, this looked like an emerald lake, but when one got closer, one would realize that this was a dense emerald fog. This was obviously different from the absolute fog that Gu Chang'e had seen in the upper realm. However, there was no difference in essence. They could easily corrode the souls of cultivators and living beings, occupy their physical bodies, and nurture a crazy spiritual intelligence that only knew how to kill. There were many living beings here that had been corroded by the absolute fog and turned into demons that everyone in the Fuyan realm had always regarded as a great enemy. There is indeed a passage hidden inside. Gu Chang'e stepped forward and appeared in a deeper part. He looked at the scene in the depths of the emerald fog and saw many cracks in the void. Many of the demons that were charging at him exploded in midair and were devoured by the other demons behind him. The other immortal kings also hurried over, wanting to know what Gu Chang'e was going to do. Sun Shuang held her spear expressionlessly and pierced through a roaring demon to vent the hatred and anger in her heart. At the edges, there were traces of blood red, as if they were dyed red by blood. It also looked like the bloodstains left behind by the struggles of many living beings over countless years. Some places had already turned black. On the other side of these cracks was the Blue Sea realm that coexisted with the Fuyan realm, but it had already lost its vitality. It was a barren land with blood-red lakes everywhere. Some places had huge and terrifying pits that extended for hundreds of thousands of miles. Countless demons were roaring inside. They were corroded by the absolute Yin fog, and did not even let their own kind go. They kept killing each other, not knowing exhaustion and eating each other. Seeing this situation, Gu Chang'e knew that there should be a passage behind the Fuyan realm. The absolute Yin fog here did not spread here by chance. Instead, there were living beings in a distant place who used the absolute Yin origin to try to cultivate a truly immortal absolute Yin army. The so-called Blue Sea realm was just a small place to cultivate the absolute Yin army. In Gu Chang'e's memory, there was once a race that used the absolute Yin origin to use the absolute Yin origin as a breeding ground to cultivate the absolute Yin army. However, such a thing was harmful to the harmony of the universe, so it was banned a long time ago. This was a taboo even in the origin world. Now that so much absolute Yin fog was found in the Blue Sea realm, it could only mean that there was a race that violated the ban and sent the absolute Yin origin through the flesh passage to secretly cultivate the absolute Yin army. In the origin world, apart from the three supreme origin true ancestors, there were many subordinates and subordinates. Every true ancestor basically had a subordinate race and retinue, who were granted eternal life and rights. According to the order of the calamities, they would collect the true worlds. And the most important aspect of collecting was luck. Secondary to that was resources and the like. They were insignificant. These races in charge of collecting had developed and strengthened over time. Some had already become one of the most ancient races in the origin world. They had endless territories, and even ruled over many true worlds. There were a total of 9 of these races. Sometimes, when the origin true ancestors woke up early to carry out the Great Purge, a few of these races would host the Great Ceremony. Apart from the 3 origin true ancestors, these races could be said to be the most ancient and terrifying power in the origin world. Born in the origin world, they were protected by the origin true ancestors. Even if they died outside the origin world and were completely wiped out, they could be revived. They were truly immortal. At this moment, Gu Chang'e stood at the edge of the Blue Sea realm and did not step in. He did not care which race was cultivating the absolute Yin army here. After countless years, they have been cultivated to a name. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. When he first stepped into the Fuyan realm, he could feel an ancient and eternal power pervading this space. Because of the existence of this power, it could operate freely and prevent the city of no return from falling. Gu Chang'e was actually very familiar with this power. When he was in the upper realm, he had used the Great Tao treasure bottle to condense and devour it. It was the absolute Yin origin. However, this Yin terminating origin source was mixed with other substances and energies. The people in the city of no return called it the origin core of the devils. There was such an ancient altar on the high platform, at the center of the city of no return. The huge origin core had been supporting the operation of the city of no return for so many years. In Gu Chang'e's opinion, this origin core was at least condensed from the energy of an absolute Yin life spirit that was comparable to a quasi-immortal emperor. He felt that there might be something that could surprise him in this Blue Sea realm. In the next moment as he stepped forward, the place let out a shocking rumble. The Blue Sea realm fog that filled the sky collapsed and rapidly disintegrated to the sides. All the devils were silently disintegrating and collapsing like sand washed by huge waves and swept into the fog. The space in front of him was cracking open, and a terrifying door appeared. Ripples spread under Gu Chang'e's feet, turning into surging energy that caused the space and time to freeze. He walked in slowly, and entered the barren world that was filled with endless killing and chaotic aura. The ground cracked open, and all the devils seemed to have gone mad as they pounced toward him. Some of the devils were as big as ancient divine mountains. They seemed to be pieced together by different living beings, and looked like malicious ghosts. Most of them had the appearance of humans, while the rest had the characteristics of other races. Behind this is the Blue Sea Realm. The people who did not know Guchanga's purpose could only grit their teeth and follow him. In the past, even immortal kings did not dare to go near the Blue Sea Realm. They were worried that they would be corroded by the fog and become a devil. However, now that Guchanga had appeared and stepped into it, they had no choice but to follow. The absolute fog surged and directly covered this place. They could not see the existence of the sky at all. This was the first time that the few immortal kings in the City of No Return had stepped into this place personally. However, they all had an unnatural feeling. Some kind of aura surged, making them feel uncomfortable. Even their divine souls seemed to be trembling slightly. Chapter 9:13. In this space filled with chaotic aura, an overwhelming number of devils rushed over like a tide, wanting to drown this place. They didn't have any intelligence. No matter what kind of living being was in front of them, even if it was their own kind, they would kill crazily. They didn't know fatigue or pain. They were like crazy killing machines. Guchanga stood calmly in the void, but the space in front of him seemed to have suddenly quietened down. Even the traces of time and space were blurring and dissipating. These ferocious and violent devils silently disintegrated and collapsed. They couldn't get even half an inch closer to him. He walked in just like that. As he took a step, traces of the Tao spread under his feet, rumbling like the blades of heaven and earth. Any living being that approached would be crushed to ashes by this fluctuation. This space seemed to have no end. One could only see the deeper parts. The fog was heavy, and wisps of fog drifted there. Then countless devils rushed over crazily. The many immortal kings of the City of No Return followed Guchanga here. They were also shocked by the scene in front of them. This was the world that coexisted with the floating flame realm. But now, it was already full of holes, and there were traces of damage everywhere. The terrifying cracks were like wounds on the ground. Black fog spewed out from them, and more devils rushed out. And in a further place, the corpses of those huge creatures could be seen. Just the bones alone were like mountain ridges lying there. They were like ancient gods that split heaven and earth. Just the skulls alone were enough to suppress everything. Such terrifying creatures had long been turned into corpses lying on the ground, covering heaven and earth. When was this scene left behind? The few immortal kings of the City of No Return could be said to be incomparably ancient, dating back to the beginning of the taboo era. But even in that era, they had never heard of such a shocking scene in the Tsangming realm. It was as if an earth-shattering battle had once broken out here. These corpses were really too big. If they floated in the universe, they would probably fill up that part of the universe. Maybe it's the legendary races that died in the first cataclysm, but I don't know why they fell here. Old Turtle's voice was very heavy. When he mentioned the cataclysm, the expressions of the many celestial kings changed. They seemed to be very fearful, and were unwilling to talk about it. On the other hand, Luo Wang, the Blood Owl Immortal Emperor, and the others were confused, not knowing what they meant. When they became immortal kings in the later generations, they did not experience the era before the taboo era. What's more, he didn't know that there was an even more magnificent history. However, Sun Shuang didn't care about what they were saying. She was still staring at Guchanga's figure, wanting to know what he was going to do. The Blue Sea Realm had long since been occupied by demons. There were no other living beings left. Even the corpses had all been gnawed on. Only a few places that were too hard to gnaw on. No one was willing to step into this place. If they had a choice, they wouldn't want to come to the Blue Sea Realm. If he stayed here for even a moment longer, he would feel as if his body was being corroded. Some kind of aura was about to seep into his soul. The few immortal kings whose vital energy and blood were no longer at their peak felt this even more clearly. It was as if there were thousands of strands of strange aura spreading to their limbs and bones, trying to take over their bodies. They even heard a cold laugh in their ears. It was very cold and vicious. It's indeed an ominous place. They sighed and didn't follow. They stood on a huge rock that was about to be eroded by the wind. Sun Shuang wanted to follow, but she was stopped by Grandma Yao, who didn't want her to take the risk. If you go any deeper, even immortal kings might not be able to protect themselves. Don't follow. She shook her head. But Sun Shuang was more or less unwilling. She didn't see the scene with her own eyes and didn't know Gu Chang'e's goal. Such a sinner suddenly appeared in the floating flame realm without doing anything, and then came to the blue sea realm and stepped into the depths of the surging demonic qi. What was he planning to do? Elder Turtle and the others looked at her and shook their heads. At this time, even if you follow, it's useless. Besides, if he really wants to destroy the floating flame realm, he doesn't need to go through so much trouble. In their opinion, Gu Chang'e should have other goals for coming here, or else he wouldn't have done such a thing. Hence, at this moment, the only thing they could do was to wait and see. Even King Luo, immortal King Blood Owl, and the others could only stop. They didn't dare to go any deeper, worried that they would be infected by the demonic qi. Rumble! A monstrous sound came from ahead. Even from far away, they could see the fog collapsing and exploding. The originally dark area seemed to be illuminated. There was a mortal light there, surging and surging. Gu Chang'e walked calmly. After the fog under his feet collapsed, it quickly gathered together to form a path that extended to the deepest part of the blue sea realm. He had a feeling that there was a big guy sleeping there. There should be some other reason for so much Yin fog to appear here besides nurturing an army of Yin fog. Using Yin fog to nourish a corpse, no matter how one looked at it, it was like nurturing a second body. In the vast true world, there was no lack of peerless powerhouses who had walked on the path of transcendence. When they reached the 9th tribulation transcendence, they would choose to sever their own cultivation bases, or cut off the good and evil corpses, to leave behind a backup plan. Even if their main bodies disappeared, and they were destroyed by the celestial disaster, they still had a chance to make a comeback. In terms of the vast heavens, the true mountain and sea world wasn't very famous. At its peak, it was only slightly above average. Hence, it was inevitable that some peerless powerhouses would leave behind a corpse in the true mountain and sea world, to steal the kismet of the true mountain and sea world. They would use it to nourish themselves, so that they could have multiple bodies in the future. It wasn't difficult for these peerless powerhouses to obtain the essence of Yin fog. The only difficult part was how to turn this place into a hotbed for nourishing corpses. That's why they moved the corpses of the powerful warriors who died during the first calamity of the true mountain and sea world, and used them as nourishment for the Yin spirit here. Then, they would use the Yin fog to nourish themselves and steal the kismet of the true world. Gu Chang'e had basically confirmed this person's plan. However, once he noticed it, it was destined that this person's plan would only end up as a gift. The blue sea realm wasn't very big. At most, it could only be considered a small world. However, due to the existence of the Yin fog, the laws and secrets of the heavens in this place were incredibly chaotic. Gu Chang'e continued forward. His figure became blurry, and there seemed to be fragments of time swirling around his feet. In the next instant, he appeared at the end of the place. From his point of view, he could see a blurry scene in front of him. It looked like a terrifying demonic shadow standing there. However, it was just a tombstone that was comparable to the world. The endless Yin fog was spreading out from it. The tombstone didn't have a name. It just stood there, but it suppressed the entire blue sea realm and kept the world in check. The demonic creatures here were even more terrifying. Even immortal kings would find them troublesome to deal with. They clearly didn't have any intelligence, but they were incredibly afraid of the tombstone. They didn't dare get close to it. Instead, they roared at Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e's eyes revealed a strange expression. He could indeed feel that there was an inexplicable luck gathering here. He didn't waste time and directly attacked. He stretched out his palm, and the entire blue sea realm trembled. All the demonic creatures felt fear. This was an instinctive feeling that came from the bottom of their hearts. In the distance, the expressions of Old Turtle and the other immortal kings, changed drastically. They felt that the ground under their feet was shaking, and they almost couldn't stand steadily. What is this? Could it be that a great battle is happening inside? While they were shocked, they were also incomparably puzzled. However, they didn't dare to investigate. This was just a wisp of fluctuation that was transmitted over. It wasn't a true explosion. Otherwise, even they would be severely injured. The demonic chi here is dissipating. Sun Shuang noticed that something was wrong. The originally incomparably dense fog was actually thinning at a speed visible to the naked eye. This fog was originally going to spread to the outside world, but now it seemed to be rolling back like a tornado. With a loud bang, the tombstone completely shattered into pieces. The place where it was completely blown apart revealed an altar. This altar was as tall as a small mountain and incomparably ancient. It seemed to have been specially cast here for some kind of ceremony. However, Guchanga didn't care. He took a step forward, and at the same time, raised his right hand and pressed down on the altar. With this press, heaven and earth rumbled. The altar seemed to be pressed down from above by an invisible giant hand. Starting from the altar platform, layer by layer, it shattered in an instant. Amidst the rumbling, a huge palm print appeared on the ground. The entire Blue Sea realm seemed to be about to explode. One could even see a terrifying giant hand condensing in the sky. Following Guchanga's movements, it pressed down. This was an indescribably shocking power that was enough to erase all existence in this world. The tombstones that were originally as tall as the sky all exploded at this moment. Including the altar, they also collapsed. Guchanga stood in the void. At this moment, he raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the center of his palm. At the center of the palm print was a shattered coffin. The color of the coffin was red as blood. It was incomparably dazzling. The absolute fog that filled the sky seemed to have found a home and kept surging toward it. It seems that it was as I expected. Guchanga smiled faintly. At the moment when the coffin shattered, a hand suddenly reached out from inside. The hand was as dry as bones, and the fingernails were 3 feet long. As the hand appeared, a strong aura of death suddenly surged into the sky. The hand pushed forward, and immediately the coffin shattered completely, revealing a skinny middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe. This man's hair was completely white, and his eyes were like a phoenix's, but they contained a red glow. When a monstrous murderous aura appeared from his body, it immediately disturbed the Blue Sea realm, causing endless fluctuations to appear in the entire world. This kind of shocking aura directly tore the Blue Sea realm apart, and even spread to the immortal region outside. The universe was trembling, and the rules were collapsing. Even immortal kings were as insignificant as ants in front of this kind of existence. A single gaze could destroy them millions of times. This was a quasi-immortal emperor. Although he had not reached the immortal emperor realm, Guchanga could see that there was already a faint immortal emperor light around his soul fire. If he was given more time, it was not impossible for him to transform into a true immortal emperor here. The figure in the Taoist robe seemed to have not recovered from the situation in front of him. His scarlet eyes were fixed on Guchanga. The figure that was revealed in this way with a murderous aura that was enough to shock people contained a majesty and demonic aura that could deter all living things. His body was surrounded by a thick aura of death and absolute fog, completely enveloping him, like an unparalleled corpse emperor. Originally, he was a corpse that had been cut off, leaving behind a wisp of indestructible vitality. He sought fortune here, and on the day he was born, he would become a true emperor. And this world would also become his Taoist field. All the absolute army would be born, and he would conquer the world and wash the world with blood. Unfortunately, before he could wait for that day, he was awakened by someone from the depths of the earth where he was buried. Not only was the blood coffin that sealed his aura shattered, but even the altar that gathered the fate of this world had also exploded into countless pieces. Who are you? This figure stared at Guchanga in front of him with fear, and coldness and killing intent surged in the depths of his eyes. Being disturbed like this, it could be said that many of his original plans were completely disrupted. How could he not hate Guchanga in front of him? If it weren't for the fact that he was too mysterious and didn't know his origin and identity, he would have already attacked. I am the Soul Worlds. At this moment, he slowly spoke to Guchanga. His eyes flickered with a bloody color, incomparably strange, as if he had gathered the extreme power of heaven and earth. The vast absolute yin fog in the Tsangming realm crazily surged towards him, and his originally withered hand actually became plump. However, he was only halfway through his sentence, and before he could finish his second sentence, Guchanga's figure had already appeared in front of the demonic middle-aged man. He raised his right hand, and in the instant that the middle-aged man didn't have time to react, he grabbed his neck and suddenly squeezed hard, and a cracking sound resounded, echoing in this world. I don't want to know your origin. I'm not interested in your identity either. Guchanga looked at the frightened and shocked expression, and his words were very casual, and he didn't say much nonsense. The terrifying true fire appeared again, and wisps of it floated down, completely enveloping him. In his eyes, this was just a Tao fruit that had been nurtured for countless years. Chapter 9:14. The thick absolute yin fog seemed to have found a vent at that moment, and it surged madly towards the withered middle-aged Taoist. His eyes were wide open, filled with shock and disbelief. Jiang Minghan had grabbed his neck, and he was like a chick that had its neck strangled. He kept moving, and his veins popped out, but there was nothing he could do. Even though he had yet to truly transform into the zombie emperor, he was still a genuine quasi-immortal emperor. No matter what era or true world it was, they were all famous supreme figures who looked down on everything, ruled over endless territories, and commanded all living beings. However, in the hands of the young man in front of him, he could not resist at all. All his Tao arts seemed to have been sealed. Moreover, what made him feel the most disbelief and despair was that the Tao fruit he had condensed over countless years was rapidly crumbling and being devoured by the young man in front of him. The huge disparity in strength made him feel shocked and terrified, and he could not believe what he was seeing. He opened his mouth wide, wanting to roar, but he found that his spirit had been sealed, and he could not send out any thoughts. It was as if his entire body was bound to a line, and he would never be able to reincarnate. The next moment, the black divine flame, deep and still, surrounded Guchanga's hand and completely enveloped the person. Soul plane. He shook his head gently and raised his palm. Endless laws and orders surged forth and turned into a force that covered the sky, completely enveloping the area. The absolute yin fog let out sizzling sounds as it rushed into the person's body. It was like 10,000 rivers returning to the sea, surging violently. The soul plane might be big, but it was still attached to the origin world. The spiritlings that lived there were among the top 10 strongest races in the vast true world. Their ancestor had once presided over the great ritual. The person had wanted to report his origins just now to make Guchanga feel wary. Even the strongest rulers of the true world would not dare to not give face to the spiritlings. However, he had underestimated Guchanga's intentions. He also did not expect that Guchanga would not care about the so-called spiritlings at all. The world in this place slowly fell silent, and the absolute yin fog became thinner. The broken altar was originally there to steal the kismet of the true mountain and sea world. However, now that it had been destroyed by Guchanga, a lot of it had dissipated into the world and returned to the sea. As for this person's Tao fruit, Guchanga naturally took it without holding back. The absolute yin fog that filled the sky also dissipated along with this person's death. Beyond the blue sea realm, Guchanga could faintly see a blurry passage. It was surrounded by a bloody light, as if it was made of flesh and blood. It was easy to imagine how this figure came to this place. The blurry passage was connected to the vast ocean, or the heaven-conquering battlefield. Guchanga had no interest in going over. He waved his sleeve and a dark light fell. The fruit of the way was immediately collected by the treasure bottle of the Great Path. He planned to refine it after leaving this place. The demonic qi within the Tsangming realm has dissipated. The bodies of these demons are also collapsing. What happened in there? Did a great battle happen just now? The many immortal kings in the city of no return, who had not entered the Tsangming realm, were stunned at this moment. They could not believe what they were seeing. The demonic qi that had affected them for countless generations was now dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, they thought about the great battle that had happened in the Tsangming realm just now. An immortal king said with a complicated expression, "Could it be that he was the one who dealt with the demonic qi?" They could not help but think in that direction. Sun Shuang also fell silent. She had once fought with the demons outside the Tsangming realm for hundreds of thousands of years. Naturally, she knew what the dissipation of the demonic qi here meant. However, she did not dare to believe and could not accept all of this. Why? Why would he deal with the source of the demonic qi here? She stared at the depths of the Tsangming realm. Although the demonic qi was thin and was dissipating continuously, it was not something they could get close to. The other elders fell silent. No one knew the answer to this question, nor did they understand why Gu Chang'e did this. Let's go. It's time to leave this place. At this moment, a faint purple color filled the sky, illuminating the dark depths of the Tsangming realm. A figure slowly walked over from that place. Gu Chang'e glanced at Luo Wang, Immortal King Blood Owl, and the others. Yes, my lord. Luo Wang, Immortal King Blood Owl, and the others did not know what Gu Chang'e was doing in the depths of the Tsangming realm, nor did they dare to ask. They hurriedly followed behind him. Elder Turtle, Granny Medicine, and the other immortal kings in the city of no return wanted to say something, but they did not know what to say. They stood rooted to the ground in a daze until Gu Chang'e, Luo Wang, and the others were very far away. Only then did they regain their senses. Why was all of this different from what they had expected at the beginning? Gu Chang'e's way of doing things and attitude did not have anything to do with the evil demon they had imagined him to be. Apart from destroying the surrounding star regions at the beginning and forcing the floating flame realm to appear, he did not seem to have done anything to the cultivators and living beings in the floating flame realm. At the beginning, everyone in the city of no return was prepared to fight to the death. In the end, the development did not go as they had expected in any way. Even the source of the demonic qi in the Tsangming realm was dealt with. After leaving the Tsangming realm, Gu Chang'e left the place with Luo Wang and the others. He did not go to the floating flame realm. He came here only to confirm Qingyi's whereabouts. If he really wanted to destroy the floating flame realm, there was no need for him to do so. These people could only say that they were too afraid of him. They had already imagined him to be a temperamental, evil, and unforgivable evil person. But from the many things that he had discussed with Qingyi, he was not related to the so-called evil person. After all, destroying the true mountain and sea world, and destroying the immortal palace was all part of his plan and calculations. As for how the people in the floating flame realm thought of him, he did not care. He left just like that. In the city of no return, the golden-winged roc, the ancestral alligator, and the other ancient living beings in the city of no return were shocked and in disbelief. They were all planning to fight to the death with Gu Chang'e here. Even if the result was that their bodies and souls were destroyed, they would not hesitate to do so. But Gu Chang'e left just like that, and did not say anything? This gave them an illusory and unbelievable feeling. It was as if they were dreaming. What? He left just like that? The living beings and cultivators, who had lived in the city of no return for generations, were also in disbelief. They were all prepared to lose their lives. They had even told their children their last words and arrangements. Previously, the city of no return was enveloped in a tragic atmosphere. However, all of this seemed to be their wishful thinking. Gu Chang'e did not seem to care about them at all. Didn't he come to destroy the city of no return? Some people widened their eyes, feeling that all of this was a little surreal. They had survived just like that? All the worries before were fake. Were they completely wasted? Stepping on us to death is like stepping on ants to him. Is that why he did not care at all? Or did he think that we were no threat to him? So he did not care about us? Many people were guessing the reason, but no matter how hard they racked their brains, they could not think of a reason. In the end, they thought that Gu Chang'e thought that it was easy to step on them to death, so he did not care about them. Let's not talk about this for now. Why did he get rid of the source of the demon chi? At that moment, a celestial king elder beside Granny Yao could not help but shake his head and ask in confusion. This question also appeared in the minds of Old Turtle Granny Yao, the old city lord, and Sin Shuang. They could not understand. Could it be that there is some secret to what happened before? I heard that after he took over the celestial region, not only did he unite the world of origin and the celestial region, he also planned to unify the foreign realm and restore the glory of the mountain and sea world. The celestial region in the outside world is showing signs of recovery. There is hope for it to regain its glory before the immortal ancient era. Because of his appearance, the current celestial region is showing signs of recovery. Otherwise, who knows how long it would have remained silent. Another celestial king elder also spoke, and there was a hint of complicated emotions in his words. Although they had always been in Fuyin realm, it did not mean that they did not know about the many things that had happened in the celestial region. From a certain point of view, what Gu Chang'e was doing now was beneficial to the celestial region and the people. Even the place where Fuyin realm was located had received good fortune because of it. Zero among them, the most obvious change was the change in the laws of the world and the increasingly dense spiritual energy. All these signs showed that the current celestial region was more and more suitable for cultivators to cultivate. When the will of heaven appeared, even in the remote universe and ancient realms, one could achieve Tao. From this point of view, Gu Chang'e was indeed worthy of the title of Master of Heavenly Court. But, since he has no ill intentions, why did he destroy the barrier outside Fuyin realm and force us to appear? Besides, even if he did this, what can he change? Back then, wasn't it this demon who destroyed the immortal palace and destroyed the celestial region, which led to the current situation? Hearing these words that seemed to be defending Gu Chang'e, Sin Shuang gritted her teeth and said, her eyes full of unwillingness. If we put ourselves in his shoes, if he didn't do this, why would we appear? This is indeed the only feasible way. In my opinion, when he said that he was coming to find someone, he shouldn't be lying. It's just that the reason for what happened back then is not something we can find out. The only thing we know now is that he has no ill intentions towards us and won't kill us. This is already the best result. The celestial king elder who spoke just now shook his head gently and sighed. It was not that he was afraid of Gu Chang'e and was afraid of death, so he thought of Gu Chang'e in this way. However, judging from the many things that had happened, Gu Chang'e did not have the intention to eliminate the Immortal Palace Remnant clan completely. It was purely because they were too worried. In addition, they had used their ancestors' true bone to awaken the celestial king Dharma body and provoked Gu Chang'e outside the Moon Prince mansion. That was why they thought that Gu Chang'e had come here for revenge. However, if Gu Chang'e wanted revenge, with his ability, wouldn't it be easy for him to destroy the Fuyin realm with a single hand? Why would he go through the trouble of coming to the Fuyin realm personally? He even dealt with the source of the demonic qi. Of course, they did not know that Gu Chang'e had dealt with the source of the demonic qi purely because he wanted to obtain the fruit of Tao. He was not as perfect as the people of the city of no return thought. Could it be because he felt guilty? Another elder could not help but shake his head and guess. However, even he found it funny when he said this, and he showed some self-mockery. That's impossible. He must be plotting something. It's impossible for him to have any hidden reasons. He's a pure evil person, an unpardonable devil. Sin Shuang could not accept this. He was clearly the devil and enemy she hated the most. So why was he acting like this now? She remembered the words her father had told her when she was young. And the person he talked about the most was the unparalleled Devil Master. Due to his presence, the other true worlds did not dare to invade. Even the other true worlds, who were terrifying existences that even the Grand Palace Master had to address as senior, had to be respectful before him. This left an impression in her young heart that could not be erased. Even now, she still remembered that her father had brought her to the Immortal Palace. The immortal peaches planted by the Grand Palace Master had ripened, and he had invited all the celestial lords and ministers. It was a quiet and secluded courtyard, Immortal fog drifted in the air, and a clear spring flowed above the stones. The green bamboo trees were like a forest, and a cool breeze blew past. All the celestial lords were watching from afar, and it was not easy to get close. The Grand Palace Master and the unparalleled Devil Master walked side by side. They were dressed in white and looked otherworldly, like a perfect couple. Under the immortal peach tree, petals floated down and fell on the Grand Palace Master's hair. With a smile on his face, the Devil Master extended his hand and gently plucked the petals. The Grand Palace Master held his hand and looked at him. There seemed to be light in her eyes, and besides that, there seemed to be no one else in the world. The young Xin Shuang did not know what this meant at that time. She only felt that everything was so beautiful that she yearned for it. However, the greatest cruelty and tragedy in the world was to reveal the beauty and then tear it apart. When Xin Shuang learned that the Grand Palace Master had died at the hands of the Devil Master, it was as if she had been struck by lightning. She was stunned, unable to accept all of this. If she thought about it this way, it was understandable that the immortal palace would be destroyed and the celestial region would be buried because of this. How could such a cold and heartless evil person have any kind thoughts? Xin Shuang's eyes were filled with unwillingness. Chapter 9:15. Once Gu Chang'e left the floating flame realm, he returned to the heavenly court and began to refine the origin source Dao fruit. After all, this was a Dao fruit that was close to the level of an immortal emperor. To him, it was still quite beneficial. He might not have been able to find Qingyi, but this Dao fruit could be considered a pleasant surprise. Over the next few days, while Gu Chang'e refined the Dao fruit, he also ordered the immortal kings of the various races to pay attention to the location of the land of reincarnation. The land of reincarnation was one of the most mysterious places in the true mountain and sea world. Before the immortal region was destroyed, Qingyi had used a supreme divine ability to hide the land of reincarnation. That was why normal people would not be able to find the land of reincarnation. They would need to deduce its location based on the direction of the souls of the living. Gu Chang'e guessed that Qingyi was currently in the land of reincarnation. She planned to repeat the cycle of reincarnation and make the supreme existences who had passed away return. This was a very slow process. Based on his understanding of Qingyi, she should have started doing this a long time ago. As the true spirit of the true mountain and sea world, she could be said to have put in a lot of effort to protect this world. When Gu Chang'e tried to contact her in the beginning, he could see her intentions. She viewed the true mountain and sea world as her everything. Even if she had to give up everything for it, she would not hesitate. Perhaps this was related to her origins. Her existence could be said to be inseparable from the true mountain and sea world. The existence of a true spirit and the existence of the heavenly Tao contradict each other, but also coexist. From a certain point of view, this is quite apartment so many years have passed. If she has been carrying out this plan all this time, then she should have accumulated a power that cannot be ignored in secret. Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly. He looked outside the hall, and his expression became somewhat profound. He acted according to their plan and played the role of the villain in this matter, bearing endless infamy. All of this was for his ultimate goal. Beyond the vast true mountain and sea world was the boundless vast ocean. In that place, every single wave was formed by many ancient worlds and universes. They were overlapping parts of many universes. The endless vast ocean separated the essence world from the vast true world. There was a clear division and boundary between the two worlds. If the living beings who had lived in the vast true world for generations wanted to head to the origin world, then they had to cross the vast ocean. But since ancient times, many epochs had been destroyed, and countless true worlds had collapsed. There were only a handful of people who could truly make it to the origin world. On the other hand, every single one of those people was a peerless figure that shook the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. They were peerless figures that were peerless throughout the ages. Looking at the long river of time that flowed through the heavens, there was basically no one who could stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Such characters were called anomalies. Their past and future were shrouded in fog. Even if one stood at the end of transcendence, one would not be able to probe into the past, present, and future of these people. What Guchanga needed to do now was to lure these people out. Meanwhile, in the human ancestors' hall in the upper realm, a small golden cauldron sat in the center. It looked as if it was made of immortal gold. It stood in all directions and suppressed the area, absorbing the power of faith from all over the upper realm. Countless strands of silver power of faith surged towards the cauldron like an ocean, covering the sky and earth. A woman in white sat cross-legged in front of the small cauldron, cultivating with the power of faith. An indistinct figure of an immortal condensed behind her. Her originally indistinct features gradually gained corporeal form. However, compared to the cold face of the woman in white, the figure of the immortal was much more aloof, as if it did not contain any emotions. Their faces could be said to be identical, but the only difference was their temperament. The woman in white was naturally Jiang Chuchu. She had already condensed her mark of Tao and become a true Tao enlightened one. However, in the current Great Era, the enlightened one's cultivation base was clearly far from enough. She was far from being considered a core power. That was why she would often find time to leave the Saintess Palace in Divine Nation and return to the human ancestors' hall to cultivate. At this moment, as Jiang Chuchu opened her eyes, the indistinct figure of the immortal behind her also slowly dissipated and disappeared. Her glabella glowed faintly. In the depths of her consciousness, there was a palace that had been sleeping. However, now that the palace had a gap, thousands of rays of light and mysteries escaped, enveloping her entire body. Her entire person looked like a fairy from the ninth heaven, with a cold and noble air that made people respect and fear her. Choo-choo, it looks like you didn't slack off when I wasn't in the upper realm. At this moment, a soft laugh came from outside the hall. A beautiful woman in a long blue dress walked in with light steps with her hands behind her back. Wang Zijin looked at Jiang Chuchu, who was sitting cross-legged on a futon and focused on cultivating, and could not help but burst out laughing. Both of them were saintesses of the human ancestors' hall, but compared to her, Jiang Chuchu was more lively and carefree. Jiang Chuchu's personality was much more demure and cold, and she was also a person of few words. Before she met Guchanga, she placed the great responsibility of the human ancestors' hall on her shoulders, to protect the peace and tranquility of the world. At that time she was extremely cold and aloof. Even when it came to herself, she would speak as little as possible, as if it was very strenuous for her to say one more word. It could be said that the two of them had completely opposite personalities. However, who would have thought that the cold and aloof saintess of the past would fall in love with that devil, Guchanga? For him, she could even betray the human ancestors' hall. She could ignore the responsibility and teachings of the human ancestors' hall. Now she had already married Guchanga. These things were only learned after Wang Zijin returned to the upper realm. This made her feel that fate was playing tricks on her. Logically speaking, the person who first met Guchanga should have been her. What exactly happened between Jiang Chuchu and Guchanga? Wang Zijin did not know any of this. If she had not accidentally caught a glimpse of the chastity mark on Jiang Chuchu's arm when she was at the Immortal Academy, she would not have known about it. Connecting the fact that she often wandered outside Guchanga's cave abode, Wang Zijin probably would not have guessed it. However, the two of them grew up cultivating in the human ancestors' hall since they were young, and their relationship was quite deep. After being brought back to the upper realm by Guchanga, Wang Zijin accompanied her family for a while before leaving the Longevity Wang family. She came to the human ancestors' hall to look for Jiang Chuchu. It could be said that other than her maid, Xiao Air, Jiang Chuchu was the person closest to her. Jiang Chuchu did not know that Wang Zijin was also interested in Guchanga in the beginning. Long time no see, but your cultivation hasn't improved. Jiang Chuchu, who opened her eyes, glanced at Wang Zijin indifferently. She still looked cold and arrogant. It hasn't improved, but it won't be a problem for me to suppress you, Wang Zijin said with a smile. However, before she could finish speaking, Jiang Chuchu, who was sitting cross-legged on the futon, turned into a white shadow and pounced toward her. Her sleeves rolled up, and her white hands pressed down lightly. She looked like a fairy dancing under the moon. It was shockingly beautiful, but every move she made was filled with murderous intent. Wang Zijin did not seem surprised at all. She gently leaped to the back and dodged Jiang Chuchu's move. Her body emitted an immortal light, which seemed to be filled with the fragrance of the Tao. She lifted her wrist slightly and directly exchanged a palm strike with Jiang Chuchu. The place suddenly became blurry. Neither of them used the power of their cultivation. They were just fighting with their physical skills. Their beautiful figures danced like butterflies in the hall. It was a pity that no one was here to admire them. Otherwise, it would have been a pleasing scene. However, after a few moves, the two of them stopped before a victor was decided. They each stood on one side. Jiang Chuchu raised her chin slightly. Although she still looked cold, she could not hide the smug look in her eyes. You actually won by half a move. It seems that you've improved a lot over the years. At the entrance of the palace, Wang Zijin stood still and shook her head. She had a headache. Of course, Jiang Chuchu wanted to snort softly, but she thought better of it. She did not want Wang Zijin to take advantage of her again. The two of them had known each other since they were young. When they were in the human ancestors' palace, they had fought many times. However, they could not decide the victor. Although she was talented and intelligent, in front of Wang Zijin, she seemed to be suppressed by her. Even if she worked hard to cultivate, she could barely compete with Wang Zijin. It should be known that Wang Zijin had always been uninterested in cultivation and rarely spent time on it. According to the elders of the human ancestors' palace, Wang Zijin was a natural candidate for cultivation. Unfortunately, she did not live up to expectations. She always liked to think about messy things. In the next moment, Jiang Chuchu rolled up her sleeves. Suddenly, a tea set appeared in the palace in front of her. There was also a stone table and a stone stool. The tea set was complete. There was even a special ancient wooden box at the side to hold the tea leaves. Hey, I didn't expect Holy Maiden Chuchu to know how to make tea. How unexpected. Wang Zijin was a little surprised. As far as she knew, Jiang Chuchu was not interested in anything other than cultivation. She was not proficient in any of the four arts. I know a lot. Jiang Chuchu could not help but glare at her. She gestured for her to sit down. Then, she rolled up her sleeves and began to make tea. Wang Zijin was amazed. Then he said, "It seems that you learned it especially for him?" Hearing this, Jiang Chuchu's movements froze. The expression on her face also changed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. After all, they were married. This was something that the entire upper realm knew. At this time, what was there for her to worry about? Jiang Chuchu knew that the him that Wang Zijin was referring to was Guchanga. This was something that the entire upper realm knew, so there was no need for her to hide it. Back when she was still cultivating in the Immortal Academy, Wang Zijin had tried to probe her many times, but she was always perfunctory. Thinking about it this way, Jiang Chuchu felt a little guilty toward Wang Zijin. I didn't expect that I would be able to personally taste the tea made by Holy Maiden Chuchu thanks to that guy. Wang Zijin sat down casually. She put her hands on the stone table and rested her head on it. She looked at the steaming tea and chatted with Jiang Chuchu. Jiang Chuchu was focused on making tea. Hearing her teasing words, she was not annoyed at all. That's why you have to thank Chang'e. Without him, you wouldn't be so lucky. The corner of her mouth curved up slightly. You even called me Chang'e. Jiang Chuchu, you've changed. You're not the cold holy maiden that I used to know. Wang Zijin's beautiful eyes widened. She looked like she was scared out of her wits and patted her flat chest. Jiang Chuchu ignored her and continued to make tea. She was in a good mood. Hey Chuchu, do you know anything about Guchanga? Do you know about his past and the things that happened in the past? You're such an innocent person. I really suspect that you were tricked by Guchanga from the beginning. Wang Zijin played with her hair beside her ear and asked absent-mindedly. Because she had stayed in the celestial realm for some time, she had heard quite a lot about Guchanga. Before she met Guchanga, she actually did not know that Guchanga was that demon master that everyone feared. Before this, she could not connect the two of them at all. However, she still allowed herself to accept all of this. She purely treated it as a setting. The person she liked was a demon who had once wreaked havoc and plunged the entire world into fear and darkness. There were thousands of demons behind him. They were clad in armor and wielded terrifying spears and halberds. They lay in wait in the darkness silently, waiting for the day they would trample over the heavens. When Wang Zijin was drunk in the Moon Prince manor, she did indeed have such a strange dream. She dreamed that she was hugging that demon's neck and sitting in his arms. She hummed a gentle song. Stars shone brightly above her head, and water flowed beneath her feet, never to return. She felt that the dream was very beautiful. However, after waking up from the dream, there was nothing left. That was why after returning to the higher realm, Wang Zijin madly asked her parents, her clan, and the people she knew about that demon. It was as if she wanted to make up for the hundreds of years that she had lost. However, the news she received was that her good friend, who had once accompanied her in her cultivation, since she was young, had now married that demon. Wang Zijin was stunned for a long time. In the end, she allowed herself to accept all of this. She came to find Jiang Chuchu with the intention of letting herself be more open-minded. Chapter 916. What happened in the past is not important anymore. I don't care either. What is his background? What is his past? What's important is that Chang'e is very good to me now. That's enough for me. Jiang Chuchu was focused on boiling tea. Because of her faint smile, 2 faint dimples appeared on her fair and delicate cheeks. She rarely showed a smile in front of outsiders. Even Wang Zijin rarely saw her dimples. In the past, Jiang Chuchu gave people the impression that she was an unattainable and transcendent saintess. She was otherworldly, peerless, and untainted by the mortal world. For powerful cultivators, 100 years was just a blink of an eye. Jiang Chuchu had indeed changed a lot in these hundreds of years. Wang Zijin knew her very well. In the past, he had never seen Jiang Chuchu show such an expression. This was a kind of satisfaction and happiness. For her, this kind of life was also a kind of happiness. You're really a little fool who is content with what she has. If that guy Gu Chang'e even lied to you, then he's really not human. After coming back to her senses, Wang Zijin simply put her hands flat on the stone table. She buried her head in her hands, and her black hair fell down. She muttered in a low voice. However, her tone was very low and soft. In the quiet palace, there was only the sound of the steaming tea. Jiang Chuchu looked at her with some curiosity and asked, What were you saying just now? Nothing. Just boil your tea. Wang Zijin replied in low spirits. She didn't even bother to raise her eyes to look at her. Jiang Chuchu was very smart. In fact, she could guess some of it. When they were in the Immortal Academy, Wang Zijin had actually inquired about her relationship with Gu Chang'e many times. However, at that time, she didn't think too much about it. She just felt that Wang Zijin was curious about Gu Chang'e. Now that he thought about it, weren't those questions also a form of probing? Unknowingly, the palace had quieted down. The 2 women did not speak, each of them having their own thoughts. Wang Zijin looked at the steaming tea and felt inexplicably upset. Do you have wine? Why don't we just drink? She looked up and patted the table again. I can't hold my liquor, so I'm not drinking. Jiang Chuchu shook his head decisively. Wang Zijin sneered. Who are you kidding? I still remember the first time I drank wine. You were the one who had the guts to steal the mortal dust wine brewed by the 3rd elder, and had me drink it with you. That was the first time you did something rebellious. Really? I've already forgotten. Jiang Chuchu's face was a little red, but he still answered calmly and did not admit it. I don't care. I'm not in a good mood today. You have to drink with me. Wang Zijin was unhappy. He glared at her and took out a goblet of wine out of nowhere, opening it in front of Jiang Chuchu. A rich wine aroma filled the air, filling the palace with this kind of mellow aura. It was intoxicating. This wine was like pure immortal wine, sparkling and translucent. It was like a jadeite immortal jade. Although there was only one gu, it seemed to have gathered all the essence of heaven and earth. What wine is this? Jiang Chuchu was shocked. This is a wine that only immortal kings have the right to taste. Wang Zijin smiled. This was the immortal wine that she had asked the Moon Prince for using Gu Chang'e's name when she left the Moon Prince mansion. She clearly remembered that she had only taken a small sip and was drunk for 7 days and 7 nights. Her cultivation level improved a lot. When she asked the Moon Prince for it back then, the Moon Prince felt the pinch. Later on, Wang Zijin used Gu Chang'e's name, which was why the Moon Prince gritted his teeth and gave her this gu, a wine that only immortal kings can drink. Jiang Chuchu was curious, but more than that, he did not believe it. Wang Zijin smiled evilly and said, "You'll know when you drink it." As an old friend, she knew Jiang Chuchu's alcohol tolerance. When he was drunk, he would often say some incantations. She could use this to get some information out of him. If Jiang Chuchu still did not compromise, then Wang Zijin could only take out the image recording stone that she had prepared beforehand. When the time came, she would put it in front of Gu Chang'e. She did not believe that Jiang Chuchu would not tell her everything honestly. When she thought of this, Wang Zijin showed a sly smile. She took out the voice transmission stone that she had asked Gu Chang'e for. She could use this to find him immediately. "Come to Renzu Hall." Her words were concise, and she did not give any other explanation. She also did not wait for Gu Chang'e to reply. Very quickly, the rich aroma of wine filled the hall. The void blurred, and a ripple spread. Gu Chang'e stepped forward and appeared here. "Did she call me here to clean up the mess?" He looked at the scene in the hall. The wine fragrance filled the air. Wang Zijin and Jiang Chuchu had drunk a lot, and their eyes were hazy. One of them was lying on the stone table, while the other raised her snow-white neck and poured wine into her mouth, looking very heroic. If it was any other time, Gu Chang'e would find it pleasing to the eye. But now, the person who was drunk was Wang Zijin, and the person who was drinking the wine was Jiang Chuchu. This gave him a slight headache. At this moment, in the Longevity Wang family's territory, an uninvited guest had arrived. "Greetings, young master of the immortal region's Wang family." In the grand hall, many patriarch-level figures of the Longevity Wang family appeared, and they were incomparably shocked. In addition, the higher-ups of the family, such as elders and elders, also appeared. The other direct descendants of the Wang family were outside the hall, looking inside, shocked and curious. A young man was standing in the hall with his hands behind his back. Beside him was a true immortal realm old man. This young man was dressed in a blue robe, and he looked quite refined and kind. There was a smile on his face, and he gave off a humble and polite feeling. His entire body was surrounded by immortal energy, and he was incomparably transcendent. Strands of brilliance flowed out spontaneously, as if he was a true immortal. As for the old man beside him, although he was suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth, and could not truly unleash the strength of an immortal, but in the current higher realm, he was a peerless expert who could look down on all living beings and cultivators. The arrival of these two great figures in the Longevity Wang family was enough to alarm everyone. Several powerful figures appeared, coming to pay their respects, not daring to slight them in the slightest. Many of the clansmen were also excited, their eyes filled with excitement, because this was the young master of an immortal king family in the immortal region. Countless years ago, the ancestors of the Wang family led many clansmen and ascended to the immortal region, leaving behind a bloodline in the immortal region, which was the current Wang family of the immortal region. And according to the introduction of this young man, who called himself the young master of the Wang family, the current immortal region was the current immortal region. Right now, the Wang clan of the immortal realms was a true everlasting power. They had two immortal king ancestors. In fact, before this, the young Miss Wang Zijin, who had returned to the higher realm from the immortal region, had also mentioned this matter, and the Wang family had some understanding of it. However, the two bloodlines had not seen each other for countless years. Although they were both Wang family, the bloodline had definitely thinned to an unknown extent. Therefore, the people of the Longevity Wang family did not think of going to the immortal region to acknowledge their ancestors. But today, this young man who called himself the young master of the Wang family appeared here, and mentioned that he was from the immortal region's Wang family. How could this not make everyone in the Longevity Wang family not feel excited? If they acknowledged their ancestors and merged the two bloodlines, the Wang family's strength would definitely soar qualitatively. an immortal family with 2 immortal king patriarchs overseeing it. In the current higher realm, other than divine nations, there were no immortal Tao figures on the surface. Everyone, there is no need to be overly courteous. The young man in the hall spoke, smiling slightly, indicating that there was no need to be so reserved. This was Enai Chun, who had occupied Wang Wuxiang's body. After leaving the immortal region, he had rushed to the longevity Wang family without stopping. Although he was somewhat unaccustomed to the higher realm's laws of heaven and earth, and even found it difficult to sense the existence of his astral avatar. However, there were no immortal Tao figures in this higher realm who could break free from the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth. He also had a true immortal realm elder by his side, so he was not very worried about his own safety. At this moment, he had come to the longevity Wang family to meet with Wang Zijin and discuss some matters. Back in the boundless battlefield, if not for Wang Zijin saving him, he would not have become who he was today. In any case, there were some things that needed to be said face to face. In addition, when he was in the immortal region's Wang family, Enai Chun had learned many things about Wang Zijin. She was not a native of the immortal region, but had been brought up by the Wang family's immortal king patriarch from the higher realm. Such an ethereal and dazzling woman made his heart, which had been silent for a long time, throb uncontrollably. Enai Chun could not so easily give up. Young Master Wang, may I ask why you have come to the higher realm? The Wang family's patriarchs did not beat around the bush and ask directly. The rest of the family looked over, wanting to know Wang Wuxiang's purpose. In the crowd, Wang Zijin's younger brother, Wang Wuxuang, also stared at the Wang family's young master. When Enai Chun heard this, he smiled faintly. I came to this realm because I have a matter to discuss with cousin Zijin. After all, his current identity was Wang Zijin's cousin in name. Looking for Zijin? Everyone in the Wang family was stunned for a moment, then came to a realization. No wonder. Many of the family members looked as if they had already guessed this. No matter what, Wang Zijin had lived in the immortal region for hundreds of years. It was not surprising that she knew the Wang family's young master. The Wang family's patriarchs also looked at each other and cupped their hands. To be honest, young Master Wang, Zijin is not in the family now. After she returned to the higher realm from the immortal region, she stayed in the family for a while. But she left the Wang family later, and we don't know where she went. Not in the family? Enai Chun was a little stunned, and the smile on his face faded a lot. He frowned and asked, Seniors, can you guess where cousin Zijin will go? He did not want to waste too much time in the higher realm. Although the Wang family's affairs in the immortal region had settled down for the time being, some things still needed to be arranged and planned. The Wang family's patriarchs looked troubled. They did not know Wang Zijin very well. After they revived, Wang Zijin was already taken to the immortal region. This time, Wang Zijin returned to the higher realm and did not say much to them. Their relationship could only be said to be average. They were not even familiar with each other. My sister might go to the human ancestors' hall. At this moment, it was Wang Zijin's younger brother, Wang Wuxuang, who spoke. The young man from back then had become much calmer now. He felt that after his sister returned to the Wang family, apart from inquiring about the many things that had happened in the past few years, the most talked about was the human ancestors' hall. Back then, his sister had cultivated in the human ancestors' hall for more than 10 years, so it was understandable that she had deep feelings for it. Human ancestors' hall? What kind of faction is that? Enai Chun was still frowning. Before leaving the immortal region, he had inquired about the current factions in the higher realm. Apart from the divine nation that the demon lord had established in the higher realm, there were many factions that could not be underestimated. He had never heard of the other factions. Coincidentally, the human ancestors' hall was one of them. This is the orthodoxy that Zijin joined when she was young. It has a transcendent status in the higher realm. An elder of the Wang family respectfully replied. Although he did not know why Wang Wuxiang was looking for Wang Zijin, he did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Hearing this, Enai Chun nodded. Without waiting for him to finish, he waved his hand and said, In that case, I won't disturb you anymore. I will personally go to this so-called human ancestors' hall to find cousin Zijin. At this point, he looked at Wang Wuxia who had just answered and asked, "Who are you to cousin Zijin?" He had just heard Wang Wuxia call Wang Zijin's sister. "Wang Zijin is my sister," Wang Wuxia replied, his attitude rather respectful. After all, he was the successor of a celestial king family from the immortal region. His identity and status were worlds apart from theirs. "That's good. Then you will lead the way for me." Enai Chen nodded slightly, not giving Wang Wuxia a chance to refuse. Although he was Wang Zijin's younger brother, he was still someone from the higher realm. This was not worth too much of his attention. At this moment, the expressions of the Wang family members, including Wang Wuxia, changed slightly. The human ancestors' hall had never allowed males to enter. Even in the surrounding territories, there was such a rule. Moreover, the human ancestors' hall was inextricably linked to the current ruler of the higher realm and the immortal region Guchanga. However, when the ancestor wanted to explain this matter, Wang Wuxiang waved his hand and interrupted him. They were also somewhat helpless. Then, a golden path of light spread out from the Wang family territory. The sound of Tao reverberated, shaking the heavens, and the universe all around them rumbled. Many cultivators and living beings in the surrounding star regions noticed this scene and were extremely shocked. On this golden path of light, Enai Chen stood tall. Immortal light seemed to flow around him, making him appear extremely transcendent. The perfected immortal elder beside him was silent. He was very cold and indifferent. He looked at everyone as if they were ants. In the current higher realm, although there were many who had attained the Tao, and powerhouses from various clans had done so one after another, those who had attained the immortal Tao were still extremely rare. The only shortcut was to hand over one's fate soul through the divine nation's immortal bestowment roll, and immediately ascend to immortality. However, as the immortal region and the higher realm bordered each other, the world's environment changed drastically. Much fewer cultivators chose this path. Apart from the divine nation, no other faction had heard of an immortal Tao figure appearing. At this moment, this golden path of light illuminated the starry sky and swept across the longevity Wang family's territory, attracting the attention of various factions. "That's Wang Wuxia of the Wang family, but who is that young man beside him? An unfamiliar face? Could he be a big shot from the lower realm of the immortal region? That old man beside him must be someone whose cultivation surpasses that of an immortal Tao. The surrounding laws are all distorted. He has a perfected immortal old servant following him. What is this young man's background?" Many cultivators exclaimed in shock and astonishment. Although during this period of time, there were indeed many cases of creatures from the immortal region descending to the lower realm, they all came here to temper themselves with the younger generation. Moreover, they were all very low-key, doing their best to hide from others. Something like today, using golden light as a path and shaking the universe all around, was extremely rare. This made many cultivators discuss spiritedly, beginning to guess the identity of that unfamiliar young man. Chapter 917. Now that the upper realm was connected to the immortal domain, many geniuses from the immortal domain would come to the lower realm to hone their skills. During this period of time, this was a common occurrence and was not considered rare. However, this was the first time many cultivators noticed that a young man from the immortal domain would come in such a high-profile manner. It was as if he wanted the entire upper realm to know. Moreover, he had an old servant who was suspected to be a perfected immortal. One could imagine that he had a shocking background in the immortal domain. Even so, most of the cultivators and living beings were still surprised and curious about what was going on. They were not worried that this young man from the immortal domain would dare to act presumptuously in the upper realm. Not to mention that he had a perfected immortal with him. Even the legendary immortal kings did not dare to violate the rules of the two realms. "Sir, after passing through this star region, you will reach the territory of the human ancestors' hall. With my status, it is not appropriate for me to go there, so I will not go." The golden path to the heavens extended from the Wang family's territory. It passed through several star regions, and finally stopped in a vast star region with life. However, when they reached here, Wang Wushuang, who was leading the way, cupped his hands slightly and took the initiative to speak. He chose to stay here and not go further. Enai Chen stood on the golden path with his hands behind his back. He glanced at him and frowned slightly displeased. However, he did not want to vent his anger on such a small matter, so he nodded and said, "Fine. In that case you can stay here." Since the human ancestors' hall was in front of them, it did not matter whether Wang Wushuang led the way or not. Enai Chen had only come to the upper realm to find Wang Zijin. He had no other purpose. Yes. Wang Wushuang lowered his head and looked deeply at Wang Wushuang before he jumped off the golden path. He did not know what kind of status Wang Wushuang had in the immortal domain. However, the human ancestors' hall in front of them had a very special status in the upper realm. Almost everyone knew that the human ancestors' hall's saintess, Jiang Chuchu, was Gu Chang's legal wife. Furthermore, the human ancestors' hall had always had a rule that forbade any males from approaching the surrounding territories. Therefore, in the eyes of many orthodoxies in the upper realm, the human ancestors' hall was no different from a forbidden zone. This was especially true for male cultivators. They didn't dare to approach her in the slightest for fear of causing misunderstandings. Back in the Longevity Wang family, the old ancestor had tried to explain the transcendent status of the human ancestor palace. However, Wang Wushuang didn't care and waved his hand to interrupt him. "You're the one who asked for it." Wang Wushuang gently shook his head as he watched the golden path spread into the distance. This Wang Wushuang said that he was looking for his sister, but his sister didn't receive the slightest news. If it weren't for that, he would not have left the Longevity Wang family. From this, it was obvious that his elder sister didn't have a good relationship with this Wang Wushuang. So what if he was the young master of an immortal king clan in the immortal realms? After coming to the upper realm, he still had to keep a low profile. This was not a place where he could show off. Soon, the golden light spread all the way and landed outside the human ancestor palace's territory. A majestic scene could be seen in front of him. The mountain range was verdant, and pavilions were faintly discernible. The unfallen divine city hung high in the sky like a brilliant sun, its brilliance shining in all directions. Countless strands of the power of providence and faith surged in from various starfields, rising and falling like a wave. What an astonishing power of faith! Enai Chen couldn't help but feel a wave of surprise when he saw all this. The higher one's cultivation was, the more they could experience such changes. The entire world seemed to be bathed in the silver power of faith. If one used this power to cultivate, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. However, just as he was about to continue walking and enter, a group of women appeared. Around the mountain range, the figures of several women appeared and looked at him coldly. "Halt, intruder." These women held thin swords and didn't have high cultivation bases. In Enai Chen's eyes, they were no different from ants. However, they dared to appear here and stop him. Could it be that they couldn't see his cultivation base and the old man beside him? However, in the unfamiliar upper realm, Enai Chen was rather tolerant and didn't intend to start a conflict. "I came here from the immortal region to look for Miss Zijin." He cupped his hands slightly, his attitude gentle. No outsiders are allowed to set foot in the vicinity of the human ancestor palace. Please return. However, upon hearing those words, those women merely frowned and continued to block Chu Feng's path. In the past, if they heard that someone came from the immortal region, they would have been stunned. However, the current upper realm was no longer the same as before. The human ancestor palace was even more so. One should know that the human ancestor palace was backed by the divine nation and could be said to be Jiang Chuchu's maiden home. Its status was so high that all the orthodoxies in the upper realm respected it. When the disciples of the human ancestor palace went out, they were also popular, and no one dared to disrespect them. Although the young man in front of them claimed to be from the immortal region and said Wang Zijin's name, there was an old man with an unfathomable cultivation base following him, who seemed to be an old servant. But so what? Since they were in the human ancestor palace, they had to abide by the rules. I came from the immortal region, and I am actually Miss Zijin's cousin. Ni Chun frowned slightly, and the gentle expression on his face was much more restrained. He did not expect these women to still stop him. They really did not know what was good for them. In the human ancestor palace, no matter who you are, you have to abide by the rules. I hope that you will not make things difficult for us, sir. Even if Saintess Zijin's father comes, he has to abide by the rules and wait outside. Sir, if you really want to see Saintess Zijin, you can wait here. If Saintess Zijin leaves the human ancestor palace, we will come here to inform you. Sir, you can contact Saintess Zijin yourself. If she wants to see you, she will definitely come out to see you. When they heard this, the women's expressions did not change at all, and they continued to ask Ni Chun to wait here. Wait here all this time. Ni Chun frowned deeply. His time was precious. This time, he came to the upper realm from the immortal region after careful consideration. Now he was told that he was going to continue wasting his time here? Can't the few of you help me inform Miss Zijin? At that moment he said in a low voice, already showing some displeasure. However, the women still shook their heads. Their duty was to patrol. The human ancestor palace had never had a rule of reporting. If there was something that needed to be done with Saintess Zijin, there would definitely be a way to contact her. There was no need for disciples like them to report. Ni Chun's expression finally darkened. He did not want to cause trouble in the upper realm, but these women from the human ancestor palace did not know what was good for them, and insisted on stopping him here. They did not even care about his identity at all. Although he did not care about that, his body was still the successor of a celestial king family in the immortal region. Even in the immortal region, it was a top-notch status. Which cultivator or living being would not be respectful when they saw it? In the end, in the upper realm, they kept running into obstacles one after another. Then, I have no choice but to apologize to you all. Then, Ni Chun took a deep breath, and his expression became calm. Then, before the women could react, he made his move. He made his move. A purple halo suddenly appeared in his originally deep eyes. It spread out like ripples, and directly enveloped the women. In the next moment, they seemed to have lost their minds, and their eyes became dull. Then, Ni Chun walked past them expressionlessly, and the perfected immortal elder followed beside him. The void around them became blurry. In an instant, the two of them seemed to have escaped into nothingness. In a place like the upper realm, the strength of a perfected immortal would be suppressed and restricted. However, it was still easy to sneak into an orthodoxy without anyone noticing. Unless it was an enlightened immortal with a very powerful divine sense, they would not be discovered. At the same time in the main hall, the fragrance of wine filled the air. An immortal fog drifted around. It was like an immortal palace. If the two drunk women were ignored, it would be quite transcendent at this moment. Gu Chang'e looked at Jiang Chuchu, who was drinking wine with his head tilted up, and even rolled up his sleeves, looking very heroic. It was really a headache. In the past, Jiang Chuchu had always given him the image of a cold and aloof person. But in fact, she was delicate and naive. He completely did not expect her to show such a side after drinking wine. Can wine really make people reveal their true colors? Gu Chang'e smiled, and reached out to take the wine in her hand. In the end, Jiang Chuchu was like an octopus, almost sticking to him. Her head kept rubbing against his chest, and the delicate fragrance in wine directly rushed into Gu Chang'e's nose. "Husband, give the wine back to me," she muttered, and her mouth, which smelled of wine, kept rubbing against Gu Chang'e's neck. "You're drunk, Chuchu." Gu Chang'e was slightly helpless and rubbed her head. This was the immortal king wine. Although Jiang Chuchu had extraordinary talent, drinking too much might not be a good thing. Thinking of this, he glanced at Wang Zijin, who was still lying on the stone table, seemingly drunk. She was the one who took out the wine. Then she let him come to the Renzu Hall. Wasn't this to let him see the scene of Jiang Chuchu getting drunk? If Jiang Chuchu woke up and knew all this, wouldn't she fight Wang Zijin to the death? This fake sisterly relationship was really gone just like that. "Husband, give me. I still want to drink." Jiang Chuchu was indeed drunk at this moment. Although she knew the person in front of her was Gu Chang'e, she was not sure if this was a dream. Her whole body was dizzy, and she only wanted to snatch the wine back from him. Although Gu Chang'e still doted on her, he naturally would not let her drink at this moment. So with a flick of his sleeve, the wine disappeared into thin air. "Hey, where's the wine?" Jiang Chuchu stared blankly at his empty palm for a while. She didn't even have the time to react. But her sobriety only lasted for a moment. The next moment, her consciousness was muddled, and her eyelids could not hold it anymore. She laid weakly in Gu Chang'e's arms. "Have a good sleep." Gu Chang'e's figure flashed, and brought her into the bedroom of the Runzu Hall to rest. He had stayed here for a long time, so he was familiar with the place. And when he returned to the hall, Wang Zijin was already looking at him with a smile on her face. She did not look drunk at all. "Is this how you trick Chuchu?" Gu Chang'e was not surprised at all, and sat down beside her. Back at the Moon Prince mansion in the Immortal region, Wang Zijin had drunk this Immortal King wine, so she naturally knew how terrifying its alcohol content was. So she was so smart. There was no way she would get drunk at this time. At most, she would pretend to be drunk and fool Jiang Chuchu. Wang Zijin smiled. "How can this be called tricking her? This is the Immortal King wine I specially brought back from the Immortal region. Even I can't bear to drink it. But this time, she drank a small portion of my goo. My heart aches. After she wakes up, she might have broken through. As her husband, shouldn't you compensate me?" Saying so, she stretched out her jade-like hand and waved it in front of Gu Chang'e, indicating that he should return the remaining Gu Immortal King wine to her. Gu Chang'e pretended not to understand the meaning of her actions. She shook her head and said, "You know that she will say some nonsense after drinking. If you feel sorry for her?" Wang Zijin curled her lips, as if she was very disdainful of him. She said, "Before you came, Chu Chu revealed many things to me. Lord Demon Lord, you really gave me a huge shock. To think that you actually tricked Chu Chu like this?" Gu Chang'e didn't blush at all about this past. She still said with a calm expression, "It's too much to cheat. Chu Chu and I love each other. It's not as bad as you say. From the moment I met you until now, I have always admired your shamelessness." Hearing this, Wang Zijin immediately showed a sincere expression of admiration. In front of Gu Chang'e, she did not hesitate to shoot her mouth off, and was not afraid at all. "You asked me to come to Runzu Hall, not just to let me see Chuchu's drunken state, right?" Gu Chang'e smiled. "Of course." Wang Zijin frowned when she mentioned this. She stretched out her hand. "Return it to me. I will return it to you. Do you think I will really steal this bit of wine from you?" Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly, returning the wine gu to her. He would not steal this half-gu Immortal King wine from her. "I am in a bad mood. I want to drink with you." After Wang Zijin took back the wine gu, she poured a cup for Gu Chang'e. Then she poured another cup for herself. "Are you sure you want to drink with me, or drink this wine?" Gu Chang'e's lips curled into an ambiguous smile. Wang Zijin stared at him. "Why do you care? I think you are just trying to scare me with this wine, right?" Gu Chang'e was still smiling. Wang Zijin was exposed by him. She gritted her teeth, feeling extremely angry and embarrassed. "Who are you calling a scaredy cat?" She was flustered and exasperated. She wanted to get up and bite Gu Chang'e. Then she felt her head being pressed down by Gu Chang'e. He moved closer with a smile. Chapter 918. Wang Zijin's eyes widened. Her mind was completely blank at this moment, as if her thoughts were frozen. She originally thought that she would be the one to do such a thing under the influence of alcohol. However, she did not expect that Gu Chang'e would be more proactive than her. He was still strong and did not give her any room to resist or refuse. Alcohol was not intoxicating, but people were intoxicated. Although she had not drunk, Wang Zijin still felt that she was drunk. Her head was dizzy, and her body went soft. Gu Chang'e looks at this woman, who is usually bold and unscrupulous and blabbermouth. However, at this moment, her eyes were tightly closed, and her eyelashes could not stop trembling. She was like a shy deer. She had no place to put her hands, so she could only grab his arms. She was obviously very nervous, but she did not make a sound. It seems that you really want a drink to boost your courage. He smiled softly in his heart. Don't laugh at me. Wang Zijin did not know where she got the strength, but she suddenly broke free. She seemed to know what Gu Chang'e was thinking. She glared at him fiercely, then grabbed Gu Chang'e's arms with both hands. She hugged his head and took the initiative to bite him. The territory of the human ancestor hall was not considered large in the entire upper realm. However, because of its superior status, there were few people in the territory. Apart from the disciples of the human ancestor hall who were patrolling, there were no other living beings or cultivators. Enai Chun brought the perfected immortal old man and walked through the void, passing through many halls and pavilions. He finally saw a majestic palace hanging high in the depths. White jade was the pillars and glass was the roof tiles. It seemed to be able to reflect the brilliance of the heavens. It was unusually sacred. On the plaque of this palace, 3 ancient words Human Ancestor Hall were shining brightly, with thousands of mysterious lights flowing. Looks like this is the Human Ancestor Hall. Miss Zijin should be inside. Enai Chin came here. Although there were many restrictions and formation patterns around, they could not stop his footsteps. White fog was hazy and multicolored light rose. This place was sacred and majestic, as if there was really a human ancestor god standing here, overlooking thousands of realms. Countless strands of silver power of faith converged from all over the world, and finally intertwined in front of him. Even an ordinary person would be able to feel that kind of vast energy fluctuation, enough to drown a person. Why do I feel like something is wrong with 983? Enai Chin frowned slightly. There were no disciples standing guard in front of the human ancestor hall. It was exceptionally quiet. If that's the case, wouldn't it be a little abrupt for Miss Zijin? Enai Chin hesitated. Towards this wondrous woman who was bright and dazzling like a comet, he liked and was moved from the bottom of his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted so much time to descend from the immortal domain. However, after arriving here, he was a little hesitant. He was worried that if it was too sudden, it would annoy Wang Zijin. Inside the hall, the scenery was bright and enchanting. Around the bed, white curtains and ribbons danced in the wind. Immortal mist was hazy, and it was difficult to conceal the beauty of the scene. At this moment, as if he had noticed something, Gu Chang'e's eyes flashed with a strange light. He suddenly laughed softly. It seems that the person outside the hall is looking for you. Who is it? Wang Zijin couldn't sense it at all. She didn't have Gu Chang'e's strength, so she didn't know that someone was coming to the human ancestor hall. A guy from the immortal domain. Gu Chang'e just smiled softly and didn't take it to heart. Ignore him. Wang Zijin searched her memories in her mind. She didn't know if she had any friends in the immortal domain who would come to the human ancestor hall to look for her. She didn't intend to take a look at all. She threw it to the back of her mind and didn't want to care too much. Gu Chang'e smiled, but there was still a strange light in his eyes. Then he quietly looked in the direction of the outside of the hall. In the next moment, invisible ripples spread out like a misty fog, enveloping the entire human ancestor hall. Although he didn't care who the person outside the hall was, Gu Chang'e still didn't want anyone to disturb them. Inside the hall, it was warm like the sun was shining, full of vitality. Outside the hall, Enai Chin inexplicably felt a chill all over his body, as if a terrifying existence was suddenly staring at him. At this moment, he couldn't help but shiver, and his hands and feet were cold. What just happened? Enai Chin's expression changed, and he was a little surprised. In front of him, the human ancestor hall, which was still a little mysterious, suddenly seemed to have changed a million times. It was as if he was in a foggy area. Apart from the fog around him, he couldn't see anything. In the vast wilderness, only he was left standing here alone. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Even the perfected immortal clone that he had refined a long time ago had disappeared. Where was the human ancestor hall in front of him? Even heaven and earth had completely disappeared. It was a vast expanse of emptiness, endless and boundless. I actually can't sense any aura or fluctuations. Even my perfected immortal clone seems to have disappeared. I can't sense its existence. Enai Chen's expression was uncertain. He knew that he had fallen into some kind of maze or formation pattern. He immediately thought of the human ancestor hall that he had planned to walk to just now. Perhaps there was some kind of restriction in front of the human ancestor hall that could make people lose themselves and unable to walk out. Such a method made Enai-chan rather wary. However, he was not an ordinary person. After sensing that something was wrong, he quickly calmed himself down and began to think of a way to break out. The predecessor of the human ancestor hall was indeed extraordinary. He could set up such a formation pattern restriction in a place like the upper realm. Enai-chan tried to summon the heroic spirits of his ancestors. However, they all failed. They seemed to have disappeared from this place along with his true immortal clone, completely cut off from him. It should be a maze. There's no danger. As long as I find a way to break it, or find the location of the formation core, I can leave this place. Enai-chan was the young master of the Ming-Enai clan after all. He didn't panic because of the situation in front of him. After he calmed down, he quickly thought of a way. Although the space before them appeared to be vast and boundless, there was no substantial danger. Therefore, it might just waste a lot of his time. However, when Enai-chan took a step forward, the expression on his face suddenly changed, and he was somewhat in disbelief. How is this possible? He stared at his surroundings. The space was actually changing with his footsteps. In other words, he had just taken a step forward, and the mysterious space in front of him had changed so much because of the direction he took. In the next moment, Enai-chan, who refused to believe it, took a few more steps backward. The space in front of him also fluctuated because of his actions. The distance that the fog spread was just the distance that he retreated from. After that, Enai-chan tried several more times in other directions, and the results were just as he had expected. Is he planning to imprison me in one place forever? Enai-chan finally reacted, and his expression was extremely ugly. This was not a maze formation. It was just that an expert had made a move to imprison him in one place. No matter where he went or how far he walked, in the next moment, he would return to the starting point and be trapped in this place forever. Is this to imprison me in one point and not let me get close to the human ancestor hall? Enai-chan's expression became gloomy. He knew that there must be an expert in the human ancestor hall. So he took this opportunity to teach him a lesson. I didn't expect that there would be such an expert hidden in the upper realm. Therefore, after Enai-chan understood the other party's intention, he simply stopped struggling and chose to sit cross-legged where he was. When he first came to the upper realm, he had underestimated this place because of its desolation. Now he had suffered such a big loss in the human ancestor hall, which really made Enai-chan sullen. Forget it. Since an expert has made a move, there's no point in me resisting. Then, Enai-chan sat there cross-legged and calmed his mind completely. He planned to wait here. He did not believe that the expert would keep him trapped here forever. However, during this process, he gradually felt that something was wrong. He frowned and looked surprised. The speed of time passing in this place seemed to be different from the speed of the outside world. Does this also involve the domain of time? Not only did he trap me in one point, but he also intends to let me experience old age and die here. Enai-chan's expression was ugly. He really did not expect that the speed of time passing in this place was more than 100 times faster than the outside world. He could clearly see that his palm was becoming dry and wrinkled, and there were black spots in some places. Although it was only a very small domain of time, the laws it touched were profound and unfathomable. Even those immortal kings with exceedingly high cultivation bases would find it difficult to achieve this level. One had to know that Enai-chan himself was not an ordinary person. Although his cultivation base had not reached the true immortal realm, his strength could fight against true immortals. He even had the strength to fight against a quasi-immortal king. Could it be that there is an existence beyond the immortal king hidden in this human ancestor hall? The uneasiness in Enai-chan's heart grew stronger and stronger. He planned to break this domain with absolute strength. Boom! His eyes became deep, and a rich purple light appeared like a sea of lightning. He clenched his fist and punched toward this space. At this moment, a blurry phantom of a giant appeared behind Enai-chan. As he clenched his fist, he suddenly smashed into the sky. Endless lightning spread. This place seemed to have experienced a great earthquake. Heaven and earth shook, overturning everything and continuously striking down. However, no matter what Enaichen did, this place didn't change at all, let alone show signs of collapsing. His eyes were bloodshot, full of unwillingness. He shouted angrily, "I wonder which expert is here. Please show yourself." However, no matter how Enaichen called out, the surroundings were silent. No one answered. It was like a small stone smashed into the deep sea. Not even a ripple was stirred up. Inside the hall, the clouds dispersed and the rain cleared. Wang Zijin leaned in Guchanga's arms, reaching out and drawing small circles. Her black hair draped over her shoulders, looking lazy, as if she was too lazy to move. "You are really too much," she couldn't help but mutter. Guchanga shook his head and said with a smile, "Is that so? I don't know who was the one who gave in half-heartedly. I was just going with the flow." Wang Zijin turned her head away, not wanting to pay attention to him. However, she looked at the overturned stone table and stone stool, and the somewhat messy bed. She sighed imperceptibly, then rubbed her hair in distress. She had only planned to drink. Who knew that it would become like this? If Jiang Chuchu woke up, how would she explain it to her? Tell her that she took advantage of her when she was drunk. And then what? "I found you. Why don't you feel guilty at all? Why are you such a jerk?" Looking at the leisurely Guchanga, Wang Zijin was angry and opened her mouth to bite him again. "What do I have to feel guilty about? Didn't you ask me to come to the human ancestor hall and ask me to drink?" Guchanga shook his head gently and sighed, as if he didn't understand her. Wang Zijin was really angry. She found that he always liked to take advantage of her. "Okay, I got it. Hurry up and get up. There's nothing for you to do." She waved her hand and pushed Guchanga away in disdain. Then she said generously, "Don't worry. I will take responsibility for you." Her tone was as if she was treating Guchanga as a tool. However, Guchanga understood what she meant. He just smiled and didn't say anything. He slowly put on his clothes. Outside the hall, "Is there a guy waiting for you? Who is it? You were wondering why I couldn't sense it before." Speaking of this, Wang Zijin felt annoyed. Who would come to see her at this time and disturb her? Fortunately, Guchanga seemed to have acted and stopped him outside the hall. Hiss! However, when she got up, she couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Then she glared fiercely at Guchanga. At this moment, in the open space not far from the human ancestor hall, a figure who already looked a little old was sitting there cross-legged. His whole body exuded a strong sense of lethargy, as if he had one foot in the grave and had reached the end of his life. When Wang Zijin and Guchanga arrived outside the hall, this figure was still roaring. His eyes were wide open and filled with blood vessels. It was unknown what he saw. "This is Wang Wuxiang." Wang Zijin carefully judged this person's appearance and finally recognized him. She was very surprised. How did he become so old and frail? However, when she saw Guchanga's indifferent and casual expression, she understood that it must be because he acted. At this moment, when he heard Wang Zijin's words, Enaichen, who was sitting cross-legged in the open space, was shocked. All the scenes in front of him disappeared. He finally saw the many scenes in front of the human ancestor hall. Chapter 919. Two figures were standing side by side in front of him, like a pair of immortals. The young man was wearing a green silk robe. His gaze was casual, his facial features were handsome, and his figure was tall and slender. The woman beside him was wearing a light blue dress. Her hair was loose, and there seemed to be some charm on her face. She was looking at him with a surprised expression. It was Wang Zijin and Guchanga. "What?" Enaichen's eyes were wide open, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. When he was in the immortal region, he had seen Guchanga's true appearance from the memory of the perfected immortal realm elder, who was possessed. Therefore, he recognized the young figure in front of him as Guchanga. But why would Guchanga appear in the upper realm? Wasn't he always in the heavenly court of the immortal region? At this moment, Enaichen even suspected that he was still trapped in those illusions and hadn't come out. Otherwise, How could he see these scenes? Wang Zijin was with Gu Chang'e? From the charm on her face, it wasn't difficult to guess what had happened between them. At this moment, Chen felt like there was a boom in his head, as if there was an endless buzzing sound. He looked at it again. He wanted to see if what he saw was real or fake. But whether it was Wang Zijin or Gu Chang'e, they were both real. Especially Gu Chang'e, whose interested gaze seemed to see through all his secrets, as if he was a pitiful little bug. This made Chen grit his teeth. He knew that the person who trapped him here was Gu Chang'e. Besides him, there were probably not many people in the immortal region and the upper realm who had such means. Chen was angry, sullen, and unwilling. He gritted his teeth. He couldn't describe his feelings at this moment. He saw the woman he loved snuggling with another man. Even just now, the two of them were making love in the human ancestor hall. In the end, he was trapped outside the hall by Gu Chang'e and experienced many illusions. His life was quickly draining away, and he was showing signs of old age. The inside and outside of the palace were only a few feet apart, but it was as if they were two different worlds. Wang Wuxiang, why are you here? At this moment, Wang Zijin tucked her hair behind her ear and said in a surprised voice. She saw that Wang Wuxiang's expression seemed a little strange, so she asked again. When they were in the immortal region, to be honest, she didn't have a good impression of this cheap cousin of hers. The other party treated her like a commodity. In order to ally with the Luo Manor, they did not hesitate to propose a marriage between her and Luo Xian of the Luo Manor. It was just that he was living under someone else's roof, and the other party's identity was that of the successor of the immortal King Manor. Wang Zijin could only complain secretly. He didn't want to meet Wang Wuxiang on a normal day. Therefore, the fact that Wang Wuxiang had come to the upper realm to look for her, and even personally come to the human ancestors' hall, had truly surprised her. Wang Wuxiang, is this the future successor of the immortal region's Wang family? At this moment, Gu Chang'e also smiled faintly and reached out to tuck a strand of hair behind Wang Zijin's ear. Wang Zijin glared at him and signaled him to stop fooling around. Was he deliberately doing this in front of others to show off to Wang Wuxiang? She didn't believe that Gu Chang'e had such a gentle side. When Chen heard this, he also came back to his senses. He was now using Wang Wuxiang's identity and walking outside with Wang Wuxiang's physical body, not Chen. Therefore, it was normal that Wang Zijin couldn't recognize him. However, Gu Chang'e was here, which made Chen feel fear and hatred. He didn't know if Gu Chang'e had seen through his identity. Although the dark defiant clan's talent was terrifying, the person in front of him was a man who made the entire heavens tremble in fear. Especially just now, when Gu Chang'e had attacked and trapped him here, depriving him of a large amount of his lifespan, making him look old. Fortunately, his essence and foundation weren't damaged. As long as he returned to the immortal region, he would be able to quickly recover. I came to the upper realms because I wanted to discuss something with cousin Zijin. When he thought of this, Chen returned to normal and said with a gentle expression. Wang Zijin looked at him in confusion. What is it? Did you come from the immortal region to talk about it? This matter is a little complicated. Chen's expression did indeed become complicated. If Gu Chang'e wasn't by his side, he would have revealed his true identity and told Wang Zijin why he had come. In the next 100 years, the entire true mountain and sea world would face a terrifying calamity. Due to the disappearance of the true spirit, the entire true mountain and sea world was exposed to the vast ocean. It had already been noticed by the hunters, and they were about to descend. At that time, all the living beings and existences in the true mountain and sea world would become sacrifices for the hunters. All the universes would be sacrificed, and they would become the source of energy for the true world prize to descend. Therefore, the only way was for him to successfully possess the true mountain and sea world within 100 years and become its new true spirit. Only then would he be able to protect the other living beings. At that time, he would truly become the master of the true mountain and sea world. However, he couldn't tell Wang Zijin about this right now. He couldn't reveal anything. Are you trying to keep me in suspense? Wang Zijin was a little dissatisfied with Wang Wuxiang's riddles. Besides, her relationship with Wang Wuxiang wasn't that close. His expression made it seem as if the two of them were very familiar with each other. It made Wang Zijin feel a little uncomfortable, especially when Gu Chang'e was still by his side. If he thought too much, wouldn't he have to spend a lot of effort to explain? Forget it. It's not a big deal. I'm already very satisfied to be able to see cousin Zijin today. There are some things that I'll tell you in detail when you return to the immortal region. I won't disturb you and this lord any longer. Chen didn't want to continue staying here in case he revealed any flaws. Once he smiled confidently, he was about to cup his fist and leave. In truth, he regretted his actions today. If he had known that Gu Chang'e would be in the higher realm, he wouldn't have come. Especially when he discovered the relationship between Wang Zijin and Gu Chang'e. This made Chen feel even more aggrieved, indignant, and angry. It was as if a supreme treasure that he treasured had been snatched away from him. He even wondered if Gu Chang'e had forced Wang Zijin to stay after she left the Wang mansion and went to the Moon Prince mansion to participate in the banquet. Too many things had happened during that period of time. His heart felt as if it was dripping blood. Gu Chang'e watched Chen leave with interest, but he didn't say anything to stop him. Wang Zijin saw that he kept staring at Wang Wuxiang. She thought that he was overthinking because of what happened just now, and had misunderstood the relationship between Wang Wuxiang. When they were in the immortal region, she didn't see that Wang Wuxiang was interested in her. Instead, he was trying to matchmake her and Luo Xian. Why would he say something like that out of the blue today? I don't know why he suddenly said that, Wang Zijin explained. Wang Zijin explained, I wasn't even close to him before. Since you weren't familiar with him, why did you explain? Guilty. Gu Chang'e glanced at her. He was a little surprised. Who was this Wang Wuxiang? Although ordinary people couldn't tell, he could feel that there was another aura in the depths of this guy's origin spirit. Therefore, Gu Chang'e saw that there was a palm-sized blood-red coffin in the depths of his origin spirit. However, it was hidden very deeply. Ordinary people shouldn't be able to detect it. Only someone like Gu Chang'e could see the abnormality with a single glance. Such a method was not common. Wang Zijin choked. Yes, why did she have to explain? Am I not angry because I misunderstood you? After all, who knew that he would come to the human ancestors' hall like a lunatic? He said some strange things. She still muttered. Why should I be angry? He is indeed a strange guy. Gu Chang'e smiled and stopped teasing her. As for what secrets Wang Wuxiang was hiding, Gu Chang'e didn't care. As long as it didn't interfere with his plan. He didn't care what kind of identity Wang Wuxiang had. Wang Zijin didn't think too much about it. She just felt that Wang Wuxiang was very strange today. After that, Gu Chang'e planned to leave the upper realm. During this period of time, the Moon Monarch had sent news about the land of reincarnation. After drinking the immortal wine, Chuchu will probably sleep for 10 days to half a month before waking up. You're leaving just like that? Wang Zijin sensed his intentions, but she glanced at him and said with a displeased expression. Gu Chang'e came from the immortal realm and didn't say more than a few words to Jiang Chuchu. Was he planning to leave just like that? To her, no matter what Gu Chang'e did or said, there was a strong smell of scum. He didn't care about Jiang Chuchu, who was officially married. Also, didn't he see that she wasn't feeling well? Didn't he know to stay and care for her? As the saying went, he was heartless when he pulled out. Thinking of this, Wang Zijin was so angry that she wanted to hit herself. How did she fall for such a guy? First, he wasn't considerate. Second, he wasn't gentle and considerate. Instead, he often ignored them, as if it was the same with or without him. Sure, I don't lack this little bit of time. Gu Chang'e didn't expect her resentment to be so great. She was just short of writing the word scum on her face. Wang Zijin was indeed different from other women. She didn't care about his identity. She cared more about her own feelings. She was direct and didn't beat around the bush. Gu Chang'e was indeed very comfortable when he was with her. Wang Zijin didn't expect him to really agree. She still wanted to say something, but she couldn't help but swallow her words. Forget it. I know you have a lot of things to do. Indeed, I can't waste time on these things. However, She still waved her hand and turned to limp into the human ancestors' hall. Zero Guchanga shook his head helplessly. He walked over and picked her up. For this big show, he had planned for eternity. He didn't lack this little bit of time. Immortal Realm, Moon Monarch's residence. The Moon Monarch was wearing a white veil. Her beautiful hair was tied up high. She was frowning as she listened to her subordinates report. Bai Chuan, the quasi-immortal king, was also here. He was the one who was investigating the land of reincarnation. A dark tide surged from the vast battlefield. Some corroded living beings rushed out. In the dark tide, someone saw a full moon hanging high in the sky. Some living souls floated over and seemed to have landed on that full moon. Bai Chuan was wearing battle armor. He lowered his head and said respectfully, although he admired the Moon Monarch, he also knew that in the current environment of the immortal realm, these feelings had to be put aside. Previously, when Guchanga was temporarily staying in the Moon Monarch's residence, he was very worried that the Moon Monarch would be sullied and humiliated. In the end, he realized that he was worrying too much. He was slightly relieved. Chapter 920. Although the current immortal realms looked calm, that was only on the surface. The real undercurrents could be said to be surging in the dark. Even if it was a celestial king, if they were accidentally swept into it, they would easily end up with their bodies crushed. The Moon Monarch was very self-aware. She had broken through to the immortal king realm by relying on the legacy left behind by her predecessors. She became a female immortal king and looked down on many universes. However, her talent was much weaker than others of the same level. Even many of the same level were trapped in this realm for tens of millions of years, or even longer. Although the current immortal domain's environment had changed a lot and was more suitable for cultivators and living beings to cultivate, that was only temporary. The Moon Monarch knew that the immortal domain would face a terrifying calamity in the near future. The earliest would be a few decades, the slowest would be a century. What could they do in these 100 years? Touch the unreachable immortal emperor realm? That was even more impossible. Hence, the Moon Monarch had already made up her mind. She had already given up on comprehending Tao and cultivating. Instead, she placed her focus on working for Guchanga in an attempt to gain Guchanga's favor. Only in this way would she be able to preserve her life in the upcoming calamity. She wouldn't end up with her Tao fruit shattering and her soul dissipating. Of course, in the Moon Monarch's opinion, it would be best if she could become Guchanga's woman. It was also the most foolproof method. Unfortunately, she felt that such a chance was very slim. Guchanga did not have that kind of interest in her. Back when Guchanga was still in the Moon Monarch residence, the Moon Monarch had actually tested him. However, Guchanga did not care at all, treating her like air. This made the Moon Monarch feel discouraged. In this vast immortal domain, many immortal kings had pursued her before. Her looks were definitely undeniable. However, it made sense. With Guchanga's identity, what kind of woman had he not seen before? It was said that the former Grand Palace Lord of the Immortal Palace was also his confidant. However, the Moon Monarch was a little skeptical about this rumor. After all, he could even kill his confidant. Just how heartless was Guchanga? Since I have confirmed that there might be clues to the land of reincarnation, why can't I personally investigate? Although it may be dangerous, isn't this an opportunity for me to perform? The Moon Prince's beautiful eyes sparkled. She had originally ordered her subordinates to investigate the land of reincarnation. But on second thought, this was something that Guchanga had personally ordered, which was enough to show how much importance he attached to this matter. Although there were many dangers in the dark tide, celestial kings still had the means to deal with them. They wouldn't let her lose her life there. She was willing to risk her life, which was enough to prove her attitude to Guchanga. Thinking up to this point, the Moon Sovereign waved her hand. A mist-like jade belt in the depths of the cave abode, that was surrounded by chaotic chi shuttled over and wrapped around her slender waist. This was her celestial king artifact, and it was forged from an extremely rare type of metal. It was indestructible, yet its texture was soft. and it could be transformed into a myriad of weapons with peerless might. After putting on the Celestial King artifact, the Moon Sovereign still didn't feel at ease, so she went to pick up a few more secret treasures. Only then did she tear through the cosmos, crossing space, heading towards the boundless battlefield. That place was guarded by several great Celestial King families, from the central celestial domain, the security tight. However, they couldn't stop Celestial King-level existences. Moreover, she came under Guchanga's orders, so no one dared to stop her. The boundless battlefield was actually a general name, because it was connected to the boundless battlefield. A long time ago, this was already an ancient battlefield, its origins already unknown. Many figures from the ancient era were buried here. There were some remains that were even more ancient than the immortal ancient era, before the taboo great era. The various signs also indicated that before the immortal ancient era, there was an even more grand and majestic era. Quite a few people of later generations obtained many of their predecessors' legacies in the boundless battlefield. There were some who dug up damaged supreme treasures in the primal chaos, containing innate natural luck, becoming a matchless celestial king. There were also some who obtained ancient pill recipes, reconstructing their innate talents, defying the heavens and changing their fates. Even the materials Moon King used to refine the immortal king artifact Moon God Belt were obtained from the boundless battlefield. For immortal domains' great clans and inheritances, the boundless battlefield contained all possibilities. They sent people to guard this place, stopping outsiders from entering. In reality, they also wanted to seize the boundless battlefield for themselves, monopolize the opportunities within. This was a boundless scarlet earth, as if dyed red by blood. Yellow sand was swept up in many places, the heavens flickering between light and dark, gloomy clouds everywhere. This place had no limits, as if it was an endless continent, full of devastation. All types of great rifts were everywhere, some places surging with blood-colored multicolored mist. In even further places, one could see blood and chi surging into the sky dome like smoke signals. These were the corpses of exceptional experts who had died who knew how many years ago. Every once in a while, they would erupt with terrifying blood and chi like volcanoes. All creatures that were sucked in would immediately be turned into ashes, body and soul erased. For ordinary creatures, this place was a cruel hell. Countless corpses were buried here. A piece of yellow mud or a pool of blood all contained terrifying killing energy, easily able to overturn heaven and earth. This place contained endless opportunities, but it also contained endless dangers. Even the sky covering yellow sand couldn't hide the traces of those great battles. They existed here from the ancient times until now, impossible to erase. At the border of this ancient battlefield was a majestic ancient city that floated in the air, like an imperial pass that would never fall. The aura was majestic, stars swirling about in the sky. In this ancient city's surroundings, it was as if there was an expanse of stellar mist. All life ancient stars before it were as insignificant as dust. It oversaw this place, overlooking the entire world. Outside this ancient city, one could see a terrifying and bottomless blade scar. It existed in the heavens above, exceptionally vicious, as if it was going to separate the world. This blade scar extended over, becoming a barrier that blocked the boundless battlefield. Even immortal kings didn't dare approach this blade scar, their bodies about to explode. Returning and coming, the soul doesn't return. In the ancient city, an ancient song sounded, as if someone was reminiscing about their past ancestors, full of grief and grief, those who heard it shedding tears. On the city walls, there were traces of blades, spears, swords, and halberds, experiencing countless great battles. The wide city gates were simply as tall as heaven and earth. Every day, many creatures and cultivators from all over Immortal Domain would come here, either to temper themselves, or to search for opportunities in the boundless battlefield. They naturally wouldn't enter too deeply. Those border areas had long been thoroughly searched by various great inheritances, but it was inevitable that they would overlook some things. Chapter 921. It is said that the Luo Wang unexpectedly obtained an ancient scripture in the boundless battlefield, and later became an immortal king. Before that, although the Luo Wang's talent was not bad, he definitely did not reach the level of an immortal king seed. At most, he only made a name for himself in a small star domain. Later on, he relied on the ancient scripture he obtained in the boundless battlefield to soar into the sky and become an immortal king who looked down on countless beings. Of course, this is only a rumor from various places. Whether it is true or not, we have no way of knowing. However, there are countless opportunities in the boundless battlefield. If you can obtain one, it will be enough to be reborn and become the master. A group of cultivators was walking towards the city on the main road outside the ancient city. There were both men and women, but judging from their faces, they were all very young, in their 20s. Their eyes shone brightly, and their auras were steady. The person who spoke was dressed as an elder. He led the group into the city and introduced them. Hearing this, almost all the young men and women became excited, their eyes full of longing. It was as if as long as they passed through the ancient city in front of them, they would be able to find many opportunities and be reborn, defying the heavens and changing their fates. They were disciples of a large sect from a certain universe in the immortal realm. There was a true immortal realm ancestor in their clan, and they were well-deserved overlords among the surrounding forces. Now they had rushed to the ancient city to gain experience. Not only were there opportunities, but there were also many dangers. There were also many powerful fierce beasts that had been eroded by the baleful aura of the boundless battlefield. Fighting with them could help them become stronger quickly. The current immortal realm was very suitable for cultivation. Everyone wanted to fight for the destiny of this generation, to bear the heaven's core mark, and become an immortal. For ordinary people, there were not many concerns. The general situation of the immortal realm did not have much to do with them. Wasn't the Luo Wang like us? It was only in the vast expanse battlefield that I was able to come this far. Besides the Luo Wang, there are other immortal kings who also obtained the legacy of their predecessors in the boundless battlefield. Although this place is dangerous, it is also an opportunity for us. Among the young men and women, a man with shining eyes couldn't help but whisper. When the other young men and women heard this, they were also very excited. It was as if they could see the day when they became immortal kings in the future, and they were yearning in excitement. At that time, I might have a chance to marry my little junior sister. The young man's heart was not calm at all. He set this matter as his goal and thought to himself. The junior sister in his heart was a girl. Luo Yinchi was a girl, and she was a girl. She was wearing a light dress, had light makeup, and her hair was like a cloud. She was like a pure orchid. At this moment, he was silently following the group. He did not say much, giving off a quiet and cold feeling, but was also many young immortals that was that. As the most talented person in the heaven-seeking ancient sect, many elders had high hopes for him. Even those true immortal patriarchs personally bestowed techniques upon her, intending to take her as their disciple after she attained the Tao. Immortal is immortal, was that immortal. Ever since she entered the sect and cultivated to the quasi-emperor realm, she was considered a quasi-Tao enlightened one. In just a few hundred years, she broke the fastest record in the immortal realm. If there were no accidents, she had a high chance of becoming an immortal king in the future. She would lead the immortal sect to glory. When the leading elder saw this, he stroked his beard and smiled. He was very pleased. Then, he led the group to be checked by the cultivators at the city gate. Then they entered the ancient city. If they wanted to enter the vast battlefield, they had to pass through this ancient city. And if the living beings in the vast battlefield wanted to leave and enter the immortal realm, they had to pass through this city. It could be said that this city was very important. It was a place that they had to pass through. As long as they guarded this city, even immortal kings would not be able to pass through easily. The wide ancient street was enough to accommodate ancient giants. The buildings on both sides were also incomparably tall and majestic. They were like terrifying beasts standing here, overlooking everything. In front of these buildings, ordinary people were incomparably small. It was hard to imagine how they were built. Thin fog pervaded the air. There were cultivators on the ancient street, but it was not lively. Many people were in a hurry. There were signs of collapse in some places. No one knew how long they had been there. There were also many large cracks that ran through the ground. Star remains were scattered everywhere. They were all traces of battle, full of vicissitudes. This was the first time the ancient heaven-seeking sect disciples had come to this ancient city. They were shocked by the scene. Many rare immortal materials could be seen on some of the stalls. They shone brightly and were dazzling, but each of them had a shocking price. In the depths of this city, it was said that there were immortal kings overseeing it, and there were quite a few of them. In addition, there were also many true immortals. No one dared to act recklessly and break the rules here. A few days ago, someone seemed to have seen the Moon Prince leading many experts here. They seemed to have gone deep into the vast battlefield. It was said that there was a scarlet light in the vast battlefield, illuminating hundreds of thousands of miles. Many true immortals rushed over. Could the Moon Prince's personal appearance be related to this matter? The ancient heaven-seeking sect disciples were browsing through the many broken tools on the stalls. They heard some cultivators whispering about something, which immediately piqued the interest of many of them. The leading elder also stopped in his tracks. His eyes were filled with excitement. This time, the ancient heaven-seeking sect had led many disciples to this place, because they had unexpectedly heard that there seemed to be a strange phenomenon in the vast battlefield. It was suspected that a supreme treasure had appeared. Many people rushed over. Therefore, they also wanted to try their luck, and at the same time, let the younger generation in the sect temper themselves. I didn't expect that the Moon Prince would come here personally. This means that something good is about to appear in the vast battlefield. The ancient heaven-seeking sect disciples were also very excited. They whispered to each other. The young man whose eyes were shining from before walked towards his junior sister Luo Yanxi in a slightly fawning manner, and said with a smile, "Junior sister, it seems that we have come at the right time this time. Maybe we can really encounter some kind of opportunity." His name was Song Yunjia. He was one of the most famous geniuses of this generation, of the ancient heaven-seeking sect. Although he was not as talented as junior sister Luo Yanxi, he had become a quasi-Dao cultivator in less than 10,000 years. However, junior sister Luo Yanxi's expression did not change at all. It was as if she did not hear him. She did not even turn her head. This made Song Yunjia a little unhappy. He followed junior sister Luo Yanxi's gaze, and saw a white-robed figure not far away. It was an extremely good-looking young man. His figure was tall and slender, and he was dressed in snow-white robes. He was very otherworldly, and one could not help but think of a banished immortal. He walked in the ancient city at a steady pace. From time to time, he would stop at a stall at the side. "Junior sister Luo, do you like to look at good-looking young men? I'm almost fascinated by them." Song Yunjia's tone could not help but be a little jealous. His tone was much higher. Hearing this, Luo Yanxi seemed to come back to her senses. She looked back at him and said, "Senior brother, don't you realize that the people around can't see him?" Chapter 922. Luo Yanxi was wearing a light green dress, with plain and light makeup. Her hair was like the clouds, and she was as beautiful as an orchid. She quietly looked at the man in white who was standing by the side of the stall, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. That white-robed man looked like he stood above the world, aloof and otherworldly. There were clearly many cultivators and creatures in the surroundings, but no one could see him. He stopped by the side of the stall, as if he was sizing up some of the broken artifacts, giving off a completely different feeling from this world. At this moment, hearing the words of the little junior sister, the young man named Song Yunjia of the ancient heaven-seeking sect also noticed this scene. His originally somewhat jealous expression turned to surprise. Then he looked at the surrounding senior and junior brothers. They didn't seem to notice the white figure there. If one didn't look carefully, they would have ignored him. Could this be a peerless expert? I heard that this ancient city is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and there are all kinds of experts hidden here. Sometimes, even the immortal king doesn't dare to be too presumptuous. It's really a hidden world. He was secretly shocked. At this time, the young man in white who was standing by the side of the stall seemed to have noticed their gazes, and looked at them in surprise. Song Yunjie was shocked and hurriedly retracted his gaze, worried that it would cause the other party to be dissatisfied. On the other hand, the little junior sister Luo Yanxi was not surprised. She naturally looked at him, and then nodded slightly. The young man in white was even more surprised. Then he smiled and nodded. Then he walked towards the depths of the ancient city at a leisurely pace, looking quite leisurely and natural. It was particularly inconsistent with the slightly oppressive atmosphere of the ancient city. As for the little junior sister Luo Yanxi, she also retracted her gaze, as if she was deep in thought. Little junior sister, do you know this mysterious man? Seeing this, Song Yunjie couldn't help but ask. He felt that it was rare for his little junior sister to greet him. Normally, she would treat the teachers in the sect with a very calm attitude, and would not pay too much attention to them. I don't know him. Hearing this, Luo Yanxi glanced at him and shook her head. Then you don't know him, yet you still greet him. Aren't you afraid of causing him to be dissatisfied? Song Yunjie broke out in cold sweat in his heart. He was clearly in existence with unfathomable cultivation. How could he be someone they could provoke? That won't happen. I can feel that he means no harm, Luo Yanxi said calmly. Then, she no longer paid attention to the senior brother and walked to the side. Following this, the ancient heaven-seeking sect continued to head towards the depths of the ancient city. They planned to leave the city from the other side before nightfall and head towards the vast expanse battlefield. This ancient city was very big. From one side to the other, one had to pass through many teleportation arrays. During this time, Song Yunjie also noticed the young man in white. He seemed to be heading to the vast expanse battlefield as well. Coincidentally, he was going the same way as them. Just like before, he walked there, and no one around him seemed to be able to see him. Only he and his junior sister Luo Yanxi could see it, and Song Yunjie did not know why. The sky darkened, and the entire ancient city was shrouded in a gray aura. It was as if the sky was about to fall. A wide and vast river of stars surged there, emitting a heaven-shaking momentum. It was as if the heavenly river was surging, covering the sky and earth. It was incomparably majestic. The stars were like fog, appearing at the end of the sky and surrounding the ancient city. Some people saw a figure sitting cross-legged on it, breathing in and exhaling the starlight. A breath of essence that was like a chaotic waterfall rushed into the sky. The people of the ancient heaven-seeking sect appeared on an endless barren land. Endless yellow sand rolled, covering the sky and earth. The night wind was mixed with a bone-piercing chill that drilled directly into the soul, causing many disciples to shiver uncontrollably. We finally set foot on the vast expanse battlefield. However, this is only the outermost area. We're still very far from the direction of this strange phenomenon. After arriving here, everyone has to be on high alert. The vast expanse battlefield is full of dangers, and there are many endless strange things. An elder of the ancient heaven-seeking sect said solemnly. In addition to them, there were many cultivators from all over the immortal realm. A few people walked in groups, and very few people walked on the road alone. Junior sister, you've been paying attention to that young man along the way. He seems to be looking at the moon now. Song Yunjie walked to his junior sister Luo Yanxi's side, and could not help but whisper. In fact, there was no need for him to say anything. Luo Yanxi had been paying attention to that figure along the way. At this moment, she could not help but follow his gaze, looking at the vast and deep sky. A full moon of unknown size hung high up in the sky, as if supporting half of the night sky. It was big and round. Some fog-like substances could be seen floating slowly there, as if they were going to fall on the moon. The white-robed figure stood under the moonlight, like an immortal who was going to fly away with the wind. He was also looking at the full moon. Luo Yanxi did not pay attention to Song Yunjie, but looked in that direction with a strange expression. She did not know if it was her imagination, but she had been observing the white-robed man along the way, wanting to confirm if he was the same person as her. In the current immortal realm, there should be many people similar to her. They had awakened the memories of their previous lives, and even preserved part of the Tao fruit of their previous lives. This time, she came to the boundless battlefield with the disciples of the same sect, because she wanted to retrieve the weapon she had lost here. When she first entered the city, Luo Yinchi was sizing up this figure. She felt that the aura on his body was very special. It seemed illusory, but it made her heart palpitate uneasily. This was an unfathomable figure, but he was not old. In the current immortal realm, other than those who had attained the immortal King Dao fruit in their early years, perhaps only people like her, who had also awakened the memories of their previous lives, could reach such a terrifying cultivation at such a young age. Just as Luo Yinchi was thinking, the white-robed figure in the distance suddenly disappeared. He left. Luo Yinchi was stunned. She looked in that direction a few more times to make sure that he had really disappeared, or what had happened. She felt a little regretful. Originally, she was wondering if she should go up and ask. If it was someone from her era, then perhaps they could talk. How long are you planning to follow me? However, in the next moment, a sudden voice appeared in her ears, causing her entire body to stiffen. She felt as if her soul was being suppressed to the point of trembling in fear. This white-robed young man, whom she had been observing along the way, appeared beside her out of thin air without any movement. Gu Chang's face revealed some interest as he looked at the woman and asked. Chapter 923. In fact, before this, Gu Chang'e had already noticed that this woman was following him. Not only that, she had also been observing his actions. After leaving the upper realm, Gu Chang'e received news from the Moon King and came to the vast battlefield. However, on the way, he was curious about the origin of this vast battlefield. That was why he stopped for a long time to see if he could deduce the reason for the formation of this vast battlefield from various clues. Although the vast battlefield was adjacent to the vast sea, it did not have much of a direct connection with the vast sea. In Gu Chang'e's opinion, this was more like an ancient battlefield of the heavens dug up by someone. As for why the ancient battlefield of the heavens was moved here, Gu Chang'e guessed that it should be to revive the supreme existences who had died in the War of the Heavens. However, there were too many battlefields of the heavens. When the real War of the Heavens broke out, it affected many true worlds. It could even spread from one side of the long river of time to the other side. No one knew how many powerhouses were buried in it. Therefore, unless one clearly knew who was buried in it and left behind a true soul, it was possible to revive them. Otherwise, all of this would be in vain. When did you appear? Luo Yinchi took a deep breath and calmed down. She turned to look at Gu Chang'e and asked. She was now very sure that the Gu Chang'e in front of her was definitely someone like her, who had awakened from the cycle of reincarnation and had the memories of his previous life and Dao fruit. Moreover, based on the memories of her previous life, she judged that Gu Chang'e's strength was not weaker than the immortal kings of the immortal domain today. Everyone in the ancient heaven-seeking sect was also very surprised at this moment. They looked at Gu Chang'e, who had suddenly appeared here, in shock. Song Yunjie, who had been trying to talk to his junior sister Luo Yinchi, could not help but shudder. He had an inexplicable fear of this mysterious man. Since when have you been following me? Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. Luo Yinchi's voice froze. She knew that she had been sizing up Gu Chang'e, which was why he had noticed her. However, there were many fellow disciples and elders here, so it was not convenient to say too much. She thought for a moment and said directly, I think that we are on the same side. Maybe we can have some common topics. These words caused everyone from the ancient sky-seeking sect to widen their eyes in disbelief. Was this still the reticent junior sister that they knew? She actually took the initiative to say such words to a strange young man? Although this young man did indeed have a refined temperament and was extraordinary at a glance, it was clear that he was not ordinary. However, he wouldn't go so far as to say such a thing. A common topic. Can I interpret that as you trying to strike up a conversation with me? Gu Chang'e still smiled faintly, as if his expression would not change at all. Luo Yinchi knew that she didn't mean that. However, it was not convenient to talk about her origin in this place. She was curious about Gu Chang'e, but she was also curious about his origins. She wanted to know which era he had awakened from. Luo Yinchi had a feeling that in this current immortal domain, there were many people like her, who were recovering in various corners. You should understand that that's not what I meant. Between us, maybe we can have a good talk. Luo Yinshi replied. Since you want to talk, then I'll give you this opportunity. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and did not say much. After he finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the vast battlefield. Luo Yinshi hesitated for a moment, but still followed closely, ignoring the shocked and puzzled gazes of the surrounding ancient sky-seeking sect disciples and elders. Junior sister, Song Yuntian, who had always admired her, shouted anxiously, but did not dare to follow, because the feeling that Gu Chang'e gave him was too terrifying. Just by standing there, it was as if the entire world was pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to move. Even his soul was imprisoned. If he dared to struggle, he would be destroyed in both body and soul. They haven't gone far, let's follow. Yinshi is the hope of our ancient sky-seeking sect. We can't let anything happen to her, and let her be bewitched and taken away by such a mysterious man of unknown origin. The ancient sky-seeking sect elder who reacted, gritted his teeth, suppressed the fear in his heart, and said in a trembling voice. The rest of the ancient sky-seeking sect disciples were also frightened. They did not know why, but they felt that this vast battlefield full of endless dangers was not as scary as that young man just now. The endless yellow sand rolled, and a wind blew from an unknown source, making the night seem even colder. A full moon hung high in the sky, illuminating this ancient battlefield. The roar of an unknown fierce beast came from afar, shaking the sky. Strands of baleful aura rose. Even after tens of thousands of years, they still remained on the battlefield. Luo Yinshi followed Gu Chang'e's footsteps all the way into this place. Slowly, the figures of the many disciples behind her could not be seen. This made her hesitate for a moment, and she was still a little worried about them. The boundless battlefield was not like any other place. In the past, even she had encountered a great enemy here. She had died and entered the cycle of reincarnation, leaving behind all of her weapons here. Even though the ancient heaven-seeking sect seemed like a nameless sect to her, with only a true immortal in charge, it was still the sect of her current life. She did not want to see them in danger. If you are worried about them, why follow me? The smile on Gu Chang'e's face had already disappeared. His footsteps were neither fast nor slow, but one step was tens of thousands of miles. This was deliberately done. Otherwise, this woman called Luo Yinshi would not be able to keep up with him. I just want to know which era you are from. Luo Yinshi was silent for a moment, but still chose the thing she was most concerned about. She wanted to know if those who had fallen or died could all return. If so, then she might be able to see her former family and friends again in this life. Although she had a part of her Dao fruit, she still could not see Gu Chang'e in front of her clearly, let alone see herself clearly. Gu Chang'e said with interest, "Why are you so sure that I am not from this era?" Based on my intuition, in this era, it is impossible for a person like you to be born. Luo Yinshi replied, "But it does not matter what era I am from. On the contrary, I am quite curious about the era you were originally from." Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. Just now, he had already deduced this woman's past. Although part of the truth was hidden in the long river of time, wrapped in fog. But it could not be hidden from him. This was a person who had almost become an emperor. To be more precise, she was a female quasi-immortal emperor. As a quasi-immortal emperor, she was able to conceal herself from the heavens. No matter if it was the past, present, or after her death, there was a fog that made it difficult for others to see through her. But that was for those of the same level, and the immortal emperor level. In Gu Chang'e's eyes, even if she was once a quasi-immortal emperor, there were not many secrets to speak of. If there was one place that was shrouded in fog in his eyes, it was this female quasi-immortal emperor. There were some things that he could not see through regarding the origin and history of this reincarnation. If it was done by Qing Yi, then it was impossible for Gu Chang'e not to see through it. He had some guesses. Could it be that someone was secretly plotting something? Using these fallen supreme experts as chess pieces. Chapter 924. Of course, this was only Gu Chang'e's personal guess. After all, He had been planning many things. When he encountered these problems, it was inevitable that he would associate them with the above. Other than this, he really couldn't think of any other possibility. Why would these supreme experts who had died in the war of the heavens revive one after another? This was a sign. Some people who had hidden very deeply would probably surface one after another. The era I was in. Luo Yinchi didn't know about Gu Chang's many thoughts. At this moment, she thought that he was really interested in her origins, and she couldn't help but have some nostalgia in her eyes. In her eyes, Gu Chang'e was definitely a peerless figure who could be compared to her in the past. The two of them were at the same level, and they were the same people. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said these words. As for the other living beings and cultivators, in her eyes, they were just ordinary people who hadn't touched that domain. Gu Chang'e didn't say much. He just looked at her quietly. That was the glorious era of the extreme realm. All kinds of methods competed, and hundreds of boats competed. Predecessors like me walked at the front of the Tao, spreading seeds for the future generations, and leaving behind inheritances of Tao methods. Many of the future generations will call us predecessors. But we feel that we are more like adventurers who are constantly exploring the path of Tao, leaving behind Tao and experience for the future generations. Luo Yinchi also seemed to have opened up a chatterbox, full of nostalgia and reminiscence. She was not a native of the mountain and sea world. However, because of reincarnation, she woke up in the immortal region in this life, and used the Tao fruit of her previous life to cultivate again. This vast battlefield was not a single battlefield. Instead, it was made up of many ancient battlefields, and too many peerless figures were buried there. She was just one of them. According to her words, the ancient great world she was originally in was not a real world. It was a vast ancient world that was born in the vast expanse. But it was also old. But its level had not been promoted to the level of a real world. In that world, Tao methods competed, and it was prosperous. It gave birth to many powerful figures, and there were many existences like her. In the most ancient times, there were people who passed down cultivation methods, establishing a Tao technique system, leaving behind a Tao tradition for later generations. There were also people who broke through the shackles of heaven and earth, taking that step and walking the path of Tao. However, like many ancient worlds, the world they were in had also been invaded by darkness. Crisis after crisis caused the world to be riddled with holes. It was like a piece of paper that had been crushed, filled with desolation. The tide of darkness from the boundless land swept over, engulfing the entire world, wiping out too many creatures and experts. In addition, there was also chaos of unknown origin that affected the entire universe. Countless living beings and cultivators became sacrifices and were buried within. Forwarders like her had broken through the dark tide time and time again, building flesh banks in the borderlands to ward off the dark calamities and leave peace for the other side of the world. One by one, they left bloody footprints on the embankment. They used their bodies to forge mountains and rivers, and gradually approached the truth. However, even if they were close to the truth and understood the truth, so what? At the end of the path, a majestic and terrifying figure was already standing there. They looked down on everything coldly and calmly, watching as countless living beings struggled beneath their feet. Even if it was a battle against the heavens, it would be difficult to harm them. This was a battle that made all living beings despair. All of the predecessors died. No one could survive. The figure that stood at the end of the darkness. With a slap, the world collapsed. The universe turned into decay. There was no existence that could stop it. A hint of bitterness appeared at the corners of Luo Yinchi's mouth. Her memories were incomplete, but regarding this scene, it was exceptionally clear. As a quasi-immortal emperor, she was already about to truly ignite the light of an immortal emperor, condensing an immortal emperor body. However, in front of those terrifying existences, she was still slapped to death with a single slap. There was no possibility of luck. This was the true equality of all living things. There would not be any difference due to the difference in their cultivation. All of the living beings and cultivators were like rain, falling from the end of the world. They were densely packed, countless. The rain of blood surged violently, drowning the vast universe. Then all of the ancient worlds and universes were destroyed, no longer existing. Many of the memories were blurry, but only the tragedy of that battle was reflected in Luo Yinqi's mind like a brand. Even though she was called Ancestor Luo and Empress Luo by the living beings and cultivators of that world, what was the use? She still couldn't protect those who believed in her, couldn't protect the ancient world she was in. I'm really powerless. In such a battle, I couldn't change anything at all. Even predecessors like us could only be reduced to cannon fodder. The corners of Luo Yinqi's mouth were full of bitterness. She couldn't help but gently shake her head, letting herself come back to her senses. Only then did she realize that she seemed to have said a lot because she was immersed in her memories. Gu Chang'e also stopped, quietly listening to her talk. Ever since she awakened the memories of her previous life, these scenes often appeared in her mind, but she couldn't tell anyone. After discovering that Gu Chang'e seemed to be the same kind of person as her, she immediately opened her mouth. All of these things were said in one go. Of course, Luo Yinqi had reached such a level after all, and was qualified to come into contact with the truth of some things. Therefore, she understood that many ancient worlds were like her original home, invaded by darkness, destroyed by the Great Purge, and destroyed in the long river of time. In her opinion, Gu Chang'e was someone who had suffered the same fate as her. After countless years, he woke up in a strange world, not knowing where he was and where his original home was buried. In the unseen world, only the once broken weapon was sending her a weak connection, telling her that all of this was not a dream, but something that had really happened. In this kind of loneliness, she suddenly found someone like her, which was why Luo Yinqi made such a series of actions. The Battle of Zhongtian is indeed despairing, but it is precisely because of this kind of despair that the ancestors of the 10,000 clans can be praised and wept for. Gu Chang'e quietly watched Luo Yinqi finish talking about these things, and then sighed with emotion, as if he had also experienced such a thing. Actually, there was no need for her to say these things. He had already finished reading her life experience. This was the true reflection of those ancient worlds in the endless boundless expanse. There were too many similar ancient worlds. In the boundless expanse, they were only hit by a wave and shattered. When Luo Yinqi heard this, a light seemed to appear in her eyes, but it quickly dissipated and dimmed. Although it was inspiring, it was already a thing of the past. Moreover, their actions seemed tragic and stirring. But weren't they just ants trying to shake a tree and overestimating themselves? However, from Gu Chang'e's reaction, she could tell that Gu Chang'e had also experienced this. The world he was originally in was shattered and turned into ashes in the calamity. After all, in Luo Yinqi's opinion, there was no living creature or cultivator in this world that could contend against such a calamity. No matter how hard they tried, they would all turn into bubbles and perish in the end. I've finished talking about my matter. What about yours? She raised her eyes to look at Gu Chang'e, somewhat curious. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and said, like you, I am also a pioneer who trekked in order to find the Tao. There are also things that I want to protect, but with my current ability, I might not be able to do it. Of course, in order to do this, I can do anything. Are you the same as me? From Luo Yinqi's point of view, Gu Chang'e spoke lightly and did not continue, but it contained an unshakable will. This kind of calmness was more like a true indifference to everything after experiencing countless things. She was even more curious about what Gu Chang'e had experienced in the past. Something he wanted to protect. Was it a world that had once perished? An old friend, a lover, or a relative? This made Luo Yinqi think of herself. How could she not want to protect everything in her heart? However, since Gu Chang'e did not intend to say it, she could not continue to ask. I've already said what needs to be said. Do you still want to follow me? Such a small episode, in Gu Chang'e's eyes, was just a trivial matter. In the future, there would be even more people like Luo Yinqi. Perhaps it was not only the true mountain and sea realm. The other true worlds and ancient realms also had a kind of power that protected people who had once made great contributions to all living beings. It protected a wisp of their true soul from being destroyed, so that they could wake up in the future and return one day. Is this the power of correction that belongs to the true heavenly Tao? Is it secretly setting things right and trying to seize back the authority that belongs to the heavenly Tao from the origin world? Gu Chang'e had a lot of guesses from this. I want to follow you for a while, is that okay? Luo Yinchi asked in a soft voice. She felt that she was the same as Gu Chang'e. They were the same kind of people. Since they had obsessions and thoughts in their hearts, they wanted to protect everything in the past. If they had the same goal, why couldn't they work hard together? Luo Yinchi felt that she would wake up one day in the future. This was not a coincidence or accident, but the true will of heaven. Chapter 925. Since this was the will of the heavens, why not follow the will of the heavens? Luo Yinchi had a feeling that the Gu Chang'e in front of her was not a simple person. Following him might really be able to change something. You want to follow me? Gu Chang'e was a little surprised. He turned around and gave her a deep look. Although she had not truly awakened the strength of her previous life, and now she did not even have a foothold in the immortal path. However, with the Tao fruit of a quasi-immortal emperor, as long as she was given enough time, she might be able to grow into a peerless powerhouse in the near future. In the current era, there should be many people like Luo Yinchi in front of him. They seemed to have awakened from reincarnation, with some kind of mission to fight the heavens again. Can I? Luo Yinchi looked at him seriously and asked. Gu Chang'e suddenly chuckled and asked, Do you know who I am? You actually plan to follow me? A hint of confusion appeared on Luo Yinchi's face, but she still nodded and said, My intuition tells me that following you might really be able to change something. Furthermore, your identity is not important to me. What I want to follow is you, not your identity, she explained. Hearing this, the smile on Gu Chang'e's face disappeared, revealing a somewhat strange expression. If that's the case, then follow me. I hope you won't regret your decision today, he said. Judging from the current situation, perhaps he should consider taking in more trusted subordinates, or something like that. The people he had nurtured in the upper realm were still too weak in the end. Even if they became true immortals, it would be difficult for them to play any role. As for Luo Wang, immortal king Blood Owl, and the others of the immortal domain, although they were true immortal kings, if they really faced the strongest people of the other realms, they would not be much different from cannon fodder. Luo Yinchi in front of him gave Gu Chang'e an inspiration. These supreme powerhouses who had awakened from reincarnation carried the Tao fruit of the past. In fact, it was similar to the rebirth of powerhouses. Each of them had extremely heaven-defying luck. These people could naturally reach a level that ordinary people could not reach in a short period of time. Moreover, such people had similar experiences, just as Luo Yinchi had said just now. Their homeland or home, the people or things they once wanted to protect, were all buried in the passage of time, destroyed in the Great Liquidation. If they woke up in this life, they would definitely carry the obsessions of their previous lives with them. They would want to save their friends and family, or restore their country. With such a similar obsession and goal, things would be much simpler. This Luo Yinchi in front of him was the best proof. However, she seemed to have some sort of misunderstanding towards him. Thinking of this, Gu Chang'e really wanted to chuckle. In this regard, he might be able to borrow their strength. He was even considering if he should take this opportunity to establish the Heaven Destroyer Alliance. Or should we just call it the Heaven Slaying Alliance? Since ancient times, when one was involved in the name of heaven conquering, one would suffer the corresponding backlash of karmic luck and encounter misfortune or strangeness. Even immortal emperors would be wary or avoid them. However, Gu Chang'e didn't care. There was no such thing as ominous or strange in this world that could taint his body. For example, some of the orthodoxies with the name of heaven conquering either had a terrifying and tyrannical foundation, or were related to the real heaven. I don't think I will regret it. My intuition tells me that this is the right thing to do. Luo Yinchi said again. Her expression had returned to normal. The sound of insects will only last for a lifetime. For the entire vast sea, the birth and death of an ancient world is just a wave of tides. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and said, In this world, No matter how strong you and I are, we will eventually decay. Perhaps your hesitation today can really change something in the future. Luo Yinshi was stunned. She didn't quite understand the meaning of Gu Chang'e's words. However, before she had time to ask, Gu Chang'e had already stepped into the depths of the vast battlefield. She chased after him and asked, "Then what should I call you?" "In the era before me, people like to call me Luo Zhu or Luo Xian." "Call me what?" "You can call me whatever you want. However, people like to call me Demon." Gu Chang'e still smiled faintly. "Demon?" Luo Yinshi was stunned again. In the end, the people of the ancient heaven-seeking sect still couldn't really catch up with Luo Yinshi's pace, and lost her halfway. Under the pitch-black night sky, the vast battlefield appeared exceptionally cold and desolate. "Little junior sister." Song Yunjia fell to the ground in a daze, looking at the endless vast battlefield. The rest of the people of the ancient heaven-seeking sect also knew that they were powerless and couldn't catch up. Even the true immortals didn't dare to continue deeper. In front of them, there were many places where wisps of black fog had already risen. These black fogs seemed to have spirituality, twisting and exploding in the void, and then gushing out a dense, baleful aura, ancient, corroding everything. For ordinary creatures, this place was an area of eternal deathly stillness, surrounded by fog and baleful aura all year round. It was like a boundary embankment as high as the sky, built here, majestic like a prostrate giant. On the other side, there was an earth-shattering sound, like the rumbling of worlds colliding, and the entire vast battlefield was trembling. Wave after wave slammed over, crashing on this boundary embankment, and then scattered, turning into steam that filled the sky. However, this steam was not simple, and it nurtured countless small worlds. To the creatures on this side of the boundary embankment, this was just a matter of a wave. However, to the cultivators living in those small worlds, it was a long cycle of reincarnation. This was the most powerful and mysterious force in the world. The tide rose and fell, worlds were born and worlds were destroyed, and it was endless. The frequency of the dark tide is getting faster and faster. I'm a little worried that the boundary embankment won't be able to stop the dark tide. Some waves even rushed to this side. On this side of the boundary embankment, there was actually an extremely majestic ancient castle, simple and unadorned. It was a battlefield fort that was once lost, and inscribed with countless runes and restrictions. Only many places were damaged, not complete. It was only after later generations patched it up that it was able to stand tall in this world again. Right now, several terrifying figures stood outside the ancient castle, their expressions grave as they gazed towards the boundary embankment. Boundless power continuously slammed over, mountains swaying and earth moving, this place continuously shaking. Many areas of the ground exploded, a great rift valley the size of a universe appearing, endless multicolored light and skeletal remains gushing out from within. One could see just how many skeletons were buried here, simply impossible to count. The yellow sand beneath their feet piled up into land, mountains and rivers. These great rift valleys were the traces left behind when the dark tide slammed over. If cultivators approached, they would easily be crushed into ashes by the terrifying power. Not even immortal kings dared to approach. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.